Good morning, Internet 2.0 conference. We're looking for a Daryl Tagashi. Is Daryl Tagashi here? Nope. Okay. Going once, going twice. Daryl? You're Daryl? Beautiful. Thank you. You won. Hi. Good to meet you.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear me okay? Is that okay to do that?
Yeah, but we're afraid it might
Scrape a little bit?
if you move around.
Got it, no problem.
Pocket for now.
Yeah, do that. Testing, okay, testing 1, 2, 3. We're okay? Good. Excellent.
Good.
Okay. Are we going to have mics for the other?
When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear.
Hear me okay?
You give me fever when you kiss me, fever
Am I
when
talking
you
too
hold
loud?
me.
That's unusual
Don't
for
worry
me.
about it.
Okay.
Fever
Okay.
in the
Okay, I keep on
moment.
talking. and see.
Fever all through the
Now I'm going to
night.
need it. Do we have any water? Maybe I'll go get some water if I talk too much too long.
When you call
Be
my
hoarse
name,
here.
and you know I'm gonna
Too
treat
loud.
you right. You give
Okay.
me fever
I don't know. I'm running out of things to say.
when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight.
There's the next
Fever
speaker.
in the morning, ah, fever all through the night.
Everybody's got the fever. Oh, that's just something that you should know. Fever isn't such a new thing. Fever started long ago.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Okay. Okay.
tell about it.
Romeo loved Juliet.
Okay.
Uh huh.
Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame. Doc, give it fever.
Fever, yeah.
When we kissing, fever without pain in you.
Oh,
Fever, I'm a fire. Fever, yeah, I burn for you.
Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very bad affair. But when her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, Daddy, don't you dare. He gives me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus. Oh, Daddy, won't you treat me right?
Now you've heard our story.
Oh, it's your story.
Here's the point that we have made.
I'm listening.
Chicks were born to give you fever.
That's right. Be it Fahrenheit or centigrade.
They give you fever. When you kiss them, fever. If you live, you learn. Fever. Tell you sizzle. What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. I tell you, what a lovely way to burn. All right now, what a lovely way to burn. I like that. What a lovely way to burn.
You ain't right, Ray.
Morning, Las Vegas. How's Internet 2.0 conference? Woo! Don't worry, guys. I know that the caffeine has not set in yet. Good morning. Good morning. I want to welcome you all. Hi, everybody. I'm Kay Banks. I am your host and your speaker today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to wish you guys a warm welcome here, Las Vegas, to the Internet 2.0 conference. Great. You guys do actually have some caffeine in you, huh? Well, this is where innovation meets connectivity and the future unfolds before our eyes. I am your host, I'm Kay Banks, and it's a pleasure to have each and every one of you here today as we embark on the exciting journey into the areas of technology, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation. Before we delve into the dynamic landscape of the Internet 2.0, let's take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey that has brought us here. So, over the past several years, the Internet 2.0 conference has been a platform of innovation, igniting conversations, and promoting collaborations across the globe. From its inception to its triumphant editions in Dubai, this conference has served as a catalyst for change, propelling us into the next era of digital evolution. Our past successful edition in Dubai has set the stage for what promises to be an extraordinary gathering of minds where industry leaders, visionaries, and distributors converge into explore the limitless possibilities of the Internet 2.0 conference. With each passing year, we've witnessed groundbreaking advancements, transformative ideas, technologies that have reshaped the way we live, work, and connect. Now, as we embark this thrilling expedition, I encourage each one of you to dive into the spirit of collaboration, ignite your creative sparks, and engage in rich exchange and of knowledge and ideas. But first, a heartfelt expression of gratitude to our esteemed gold sponsor, VAA Industries, for their constant support. So, yay for them. Now, remember to reach into your peers, build connections, and exchange your experiences and revelations using the design event hashtag Internet2Conf. So, just keep a lookout for that. Welcome to what we have assured to be inevitable conference journey. Let's seize this forthcoming 3 days as springboard for creativity, motivation, and camaraderie. Now, as we dive headfirst into day one of this conference, I'd like to gauge the excitement in the room. And I know it's early morning. I get it. You guys are tired. You guys have been traveling. Trust me, I get it. But just give me one good woo. We'll do the thing, we'll clock in, and then we'll clock right out, okay? So let me hear you guys' enthusiasm. Just give me on the count of three. Just one big, really big hurrah, okay? One, two, three. I love it. You guys are clocked out. Now, that's what I like to hear, okay? Our journey today begins with the topic that serves as the cornerstone of the Internet 2.0 conference, the future of artificial intelligence and digital transformation. So imagine a world where machines do not only perform tasks, but also understand, learn, and adapt to our needs in real time. This session will unravel the mysteries and unveil the possibilities of AI in shaping the future of industries, businesses, and society as a whole. So please welcome to the stage our session's mediator, Daryl Tagashi. Mhm. We're not- that's what I have.
Sure. Welcome. Sorry, we have a bit of a. Actually, this is not the AI piece. We are in the discussion of the how AR, VR, MR can revolutionize customer experiences. That's this our topic for today. So I wanted to welcome everybody and thank you. As she said, my name is Daryl Tagashi. I am a full-time uh, faculty member at Purdue Global in computer science and innovative technologies. I also wear multiple hats. I'm the director for the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition in Indiana. So I run a lot of the statewide competitions, and I'm also the president for InfoGuard chapter. So I get involved with a lot of the different aspects of the industry as well. So that's enough about me. I'd like to bring up some of our panel. Umar, would you like to come up? I'll have them introduce themselves. They can talk about what they do and how well they do things and that.
Hi, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Go ahead.
Let's do it here. Okay. So I'm Dr. Umar Khan. So I am a practicing physician, internal medicine trained, and I work in a hospital-based practice. So I have been personally in health tech for a couple of years now, more than a couple of years. I saw issues in the healthcare industry and matters that needed to be improved upon. For example, patients forgetting to take care of their medications and missing their medications, and then ending up in the ER with DKA, stroke, heart attacks. So I went into health tech, developed mobile applications, patient compliance applications. I went into telemedicine, COVID-19 monitoring, and now I am deep into AI and exploring AR, VR. So glad to be here, and hopefully we will be talking in detail. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Navarra.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Humberto Noguera, and I've been working in this information technology information system for more than 20 years already. Working, I have some research in cybersecurity, focusing on drivers of intentions, specifically using the PMT, the preventive motivation theory or protection motivation theory. So, working in different, as I said, areas, industries, pharmaceutical, and well, I think my knowledge will be helpful here for this conference. So, thank you.
Thank you. And our last panelist is Mr. Kothara. Apologies.
Hi, I'm Arvind Kothari. I used to be a coal miner in Mozambique, which is this country north of South Africa. I did that for a while, and then after that, I spent about 6 years building supply chains and renovating products at Unilever, which is this competitor of P&G based out of London and Rotterdam. And these days, I invest time, network, and capital in curious ideas. I basically work with startups and small businesses and nonprofits, sector agnostic. My commitments range from advisory and fractional positions to early stage investments and high value introductions. Looking forward to meeting you all in different sessions, and I hope our panel will be very useful and insightful for you all. Thank you.
Okay. What we're going to try to do is the forum's kind of be open, but what we're going to do is have the panelists kind of go through the pros and cons from their perspective, like healthcare, et cetera, IT, and go through their different topics on that in terms of VR. And we are also going to kind of delve in a little bit on AI, but that's not going to be the main topic. We welcome any questions along the way, but right now we're going to push through on that. So we're going to go with pros and cons is the general topic on that, and from the different perspectives, we'll start with Umar.
Yeah, so pros and cons. Everybody can hear me? Yes. All right, great, excellent. So that's a huge topic. I think I am myself an optimist. Um, and with every new technology, I think I go with more the pros. I want to build things, move fast and move forward, and especially you gotta maybe step back a little bit with healthcare because all the privacy issues and HIPAA and compliance. But definitely, I'm in favor of the pros. And just to give you a little bit of a background on this topic, that if you rely on any of the assessments about how big this market is going to grow, so it is expected that up till 2030, the market, AR, VR, in healthcare specifically, that's what I'm going to be talking about, will be growing around 25% every single year. And by 2030, the market expected to, reach 22 billion. So this is a space to, really look at. And in healthcare, the thing to notice is that, healthcare is not like a gaming industry or something that has utility for the common public. Healthcare, you definitely need to have use cases and real incentives, whether it is cost reduction, better patient outcomes. So healthcare is specific with that. And you can have the latest technology, the best gadget out there, but if it's not really useful, I would think that could be a con possibly. But looking at the pros first, for example, let's have a raise of the hand. How many people have been to the hospital and they found it difficult to find your veins for a lab draw? I think my veins are also problematic. So nowadays there is a via an AR device called AccuVein, and that increases the chance and the likelihood of getting your vein in the first go ahead 3 times. Now I prefer that. I don't want to be a fin cushion. Second positive is from the surgical standpoint. And this is a huge topic. I'm just going to mention a few things. It has been shown, and this was a Harvard review, that surgeons who were trained using AR and VR actually learned faster and they performed surgeries faster and quicker. And so that is the name of the game. Before, you had to find OR space. You had to see, okay, is this case for gallbladder surgery? People and residents are fighting over who's going to get that case. And they had to mark, okay, who's you're next, you're next, you're next. Nowadays, you can train ahead of time and be much more prepared from sutures to invasive surgeries through AR and VR, and that is being done. So that is a huge, huge positive. So the cons could be, as we can well imagine in healthcare that I mentioned earlier, privacy, HIPAA, security, hacking, as you were discussing a little bit earlier. So yeah, that is probably is the major cons in healthcare. Data and privacy, HIPAA compliance is a big issue in healthcare.
Yeah, I can.
Well, now, how this happen? Why virtual reality, augmented reality? Now we have a mixed reality. How this happened? I mean, I remember back in the days when we used to work with 86 processors, 286, 386, 486. It's kind of, it's been a while, a couple of years. I do remember the first time when Microsoft uh, released the first interactive encyclopedia. That was back in the days in 1995. I do remember that when I saw that, because I used to work with Windows 3.1, Windows, the network part, and I noticed that where are we going? This is insane. This is amazing what they're doing. And in that disk, back in the days, there was something called a game, a very famous game, and that is very interactive. That you were able to manage the actual whatever icon, and you will be able to do and perform, whatever, go to war and build a civilization, all the stuff. That was very interesting. So that was one of the most famous games there. What am I saying here? Something happened, and it was the hardware part. We had the developers, we had everybody in the gaming industry, and they noticed this is a great market, so they start putting money, investing money, and research on it. So what next? We start looking at very huge changes in hardware and processors. For example, Intel created another processor, a coprocessor. Then AMD created their own processor, which abilities, capabilities of gaming, for graphics. Now we have NVIDIA. Everyone here knows, right? NVIDIA, and create new chips, and then they create their own motherboards and they're all on the entire electronic infrastructure. Well, good. So now what happened? Now we have this gaming, these people moving forward, more research again, investing money, and that's more or less the history. Now, this VR, it's been a while. It's been there for a while. I mean, it's been there in the mind of many people, many inventors, many, developers. Moving forward, I think that after they found this market, they did think, or they thought basically, and how to improve it or enhance it, like a real life. Like, I don't want you like to go to the Nintendo or Xbox or whatever other, just for mention a couple of them. They really wanted you to have the experience, because that's what basically the gaming, industry wanted you to experience. Well, what happened after COVID-19 during the pandemic? It was a huge change. During the pandemic, many things happened in technology. Many things enhance, many things improve. So virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, that was a concept for gaming purposes, for that the industry. Then, thanks to that technology, we start like um, expanding to healthcare, telehealth. We expanded it to actually commercial profits for nonprofits, and also other industry, cybersecurity, education, above all. So, um, as I said, after this pandemic, things have been improving in that area. So now we have, that's part of the pros about this. Yes, we've been helping technology, helping people to communicate. There's other situations there when we're using this technology. For example, cost. There is a cost that is something that is a drawback here. There's something that we need to continue, but this is part of the investment. This is part of, we were talking about a couple of seconds ago about this area, and how to make this more affordable and accessible for, if this is the real objective of this technology, to be used for, you know, many people or different markets. Something very important about this, about the market, some research or researchers mentioned that we have a situation with the demographics. And this is something that I would like to remark. In the healthcare industry, for example, um, they've been trying to apply VR. They've been trying, or they've been doing it in clinical diagnostic. Um, and they found that there's a situation with specific demographics, the elder, for example. There's some prerequisites, there's some requisites here. Some of them they're not able to, or they're not familiar with the technology, or they're not digital literacy enough, okay? Because this is a new terminology, digital literacy, to be able to manage and understand this new technology. I think more research must be done, must be, follow. We need to follow up this situation and see how can we help through education and training and awareness, training and awareness for this strata of the population. Now, we know young generations, they're happy, they're used, they love it. And well, basically that's one of the, the, the drawbacks we have here with the demographics. The other part, which is very important, as I said, is cost. That means that we have a situation with income. We need to follow up. We need to do some more research about that, and how can we lower cost for these devices. Another situation that that I see here that we can continue like analyzing, and we need more research on it. It's basically the cybersecurity part. We have nowadays, I know, in parallel, we're working with new EDRs, and we are working with uh, machine learning technology to help to enhance security, cybersecurity, not only in domestic, also in commercial. And I mentioned domestic because I did a study, a research in drivers of intentions to cybersecurity in home users, and my findings were kind of terrifying. Home users are the ones that are being, basically used to attack our business and government infrastructure. So we need to protect, the basics. That's I'm resuming the whole almost 150 pages. But the thing here is that in my research, I found that one way to avoid this problem and help home user the United States infrastructure or worldwide infrastructure against these cyber attacks or cyber criminals is through trainings and awareness and education in cybersecurity. So, well, moving forward, this technology, it's been revolutionary, to be honest with you. I tried, and it's amazing. And there's some differences, there's some different products, makers, manufacturers. There's difference, and some of them claiming that they're the best one in the market. Some of them, But I think that it doesn't matter much if just a few have access to this technology. I strongly believe that we need to do something to help the general population to adopt this technology. And I think that part now it's gonna my colleague is gonna help us here to figure it out how we're gonna do that or some ideas on how to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Humberto. Um, well, I haven't had my morning coffee, so the moment I start going off script, please stop me, three of you. What I will try to do is I will try to step back a little bit and then try and incorporate all the comments that have been made. And I want to start with the question, how will extended reality, which is the umbrella term for augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, how will it revolutionize customer experiences? And one of the things that I always discuss with the founders that I work with is that customer centricity is important. And I think this is kind of a motherhood experience. Yeah, it is important, but how do you go about incorporating that? In this particular case, where there is a new technology that is coming in, it's still a kind of a solution looking for the right type of problem. It's important to understand what are the current gaps between the customer experience that our companies or industries are providing versus what is the ideal customer experience that is envisioned. And that itself is a moving target, I understand that. But those gaps have to be understood first. And if there are gaps, are these gaps there because there are existing inefficiencies in the systems that are already there, or are these gaps there because there is need for a new technology? Because if the gaps are there because of existing inefficiencies, probably the investments of time and money are better made in optimizing some of those systems. And if there is a true need to incorporate a new technology, that's when you start getting into implementing some of these things. A simple example, one of the startups that I work with, they want to bring extended reality into real estate, commercial as well as residential, and help furniture makers, property developers, etc., to communicate better with the customers. This is a very simple use case. We have all either tried it or we are aware of it, or if we start thinking about mixed reality and augmented reality, these are some of the first use cases that would come up. This chair over here. So I have a living room. I want to buy a chair or a sofa or a couch, and I want to see how it looks. So one option is to get the chair in the room and do the experiments. Obviously not effective because the supplier or the furniture maker would have to come back again and again, out of the question. The other is to have a lot of photographs, and then you can put them up against the walls of the room and see, okay, yeah, looks good. The other is to have these realities. You could hold up a tablet and that could superimpose a digital chair and help you to see, or a digital couch and help you see whether it works or not. Now imagine a company that is building these furnitures, and they say that in order to have better customer experience, we need this extended reality piece in our workflows. And so they invest into the app, and people are able to hold a tablet or have these headsets or AR glasses, and they can superimpose some of their furniture on top of the rooms. And they can also play around with the feel of the fabric, how it looks, the color, and so on and so forth. But if in reality the furniture maker is only providing two or three colors or two or three designs, and the customer experience requires more variety, the technology cannot help you there. So that is what I mean when I say, are there existing inefficiencies or limitations? So if that is the case, those have to be looked into instead of building an entire system. The thing is, you could probably use the system itself to get there. Let's say there are three different designs, three different colors available. If you provide the independence to the customers to use the AR app and choose different colors, even colors of the furniture that you do not currently provide, that information itself can be very useful. That, okay, we provide these three colors, but most of the trials done on the tablets using our AR app go into the fourth, fifth, or sixth color. That there itself is valuable customer research. So we have to determine what are the gaps. Are the gaps because of existing limitations, or are they because of the technology? And how exactly to use the technology to improve the current situation, for example, in this case, where we get more customer information, or to really use the technology and help people to superimpose a couch on top of their room and so on. The next part, in terms of once you have identified a use case, you have to look at what are the costs going to be. And the costs are not always simply economic costs. Important part of the puzzle, yes. Developing the app, or having the type of hardware that is required, all of that. But then there are other costs associated with the technology as well. The furniture example is a very simple one, but if we go back to what Umair was talking about, in healthcare, can we build a system that is fundamentally a step change from our current methods of instruction available to budding doctors? Can VR create, and I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just laying out a question like that. And whatever industry you are in, you could replace healthcare and doctors with the right type of players in the industry. But are we able to create a step change? And at least in the cases of startups that I work with, we have found that more often than not, it is important to start with a smaller problem than to try and impose an entire technology solution onto a very complex system. And some of it follows from Gall's law. You might have heard of it, that every complex system that works properly arose from a simple system that used to work properly. So if you want to build something that is going to be uh, valuable at the right type of cost, start with a simpler use case, a simpler pain point in the customer experience, and go from there. The elements of cost here, as I mentioned, not just the economic cost, but the costs associated with continuous usage of the technology. I believe augmented reality is a simpler technology in that case, but once you start going into more immersive areas like virtual reality, there might be mental costs associated with continuously using these type of technologies. issues like cyber sickness, vision fatigue, and as these technologies become even more immersive, could they lead to PTSD type of things because of continuous usage? Because these experiences might become very, very real very soon. So those type of costs also have to be balanced. The final piece of the puzzle is the content, because ultimately extended reality is about content, and it kind of arises from the economic cost of the entire thing. What type of content is required? Do you require something that is very high fidelity, very close to reality, for example, in healthcare? Or if you are building something, a system in using VR for maintenance of critical components like in the aircraft industry, or if you are using VR for training for firefighters and even military personnel, you need very high fidelity content. So, as a budding startup, can you invest into the infrastructure to do that? Or can you focus on low fidelity content where the quality of the content in mixed reality or augmented reality or VR might not be that high, but that quality is not needed right now. Start small, see what the customers are talking about, and then go from there.
Wow, there's a lot of topics being talked about right there. I think from our side, from the education side, the use case is really the fundamental thing to start with, because not all use cases are applicable in AR or VR or anything like that. And to be able to see whether you have any advantages, like we've tried, what we've done is talking about from the education side and say maybe take our policy class or maybe our nursing class or maybe a cybersecurity class and looked at it and seeing the topics or the outcomes that we want to look at in those particular uh, classes, whether it's appropriate or you really gain anything from putting it into VR, XR. So the use cases I think is very important, like you were saying about expense. You don't want to spend all this money on something and then I'll find out that, it really doesn't really buy you anything into that kind of stuff with that. The other part that we've looked into is also is on AR. Um, we're a remote school, Purdue Global, and we talked about if you do AR, each student would have their own unique things and they could see things in the background. And talking about privacy or any considerations from that point, not even at a HIPAA level, you may, if I, like when we're in meetings, right? We like to blur out or have some kind of virtual background image to kind of blur out what our background is depending on what room we're having our meeting in. It's a similar constraint that we were looking at is with the students, do they really want to reveal some of that stuff that to the other classmates and, the privacy issues along with that piece of the puzzle. The other piece on that is going through when you are talking about proprietary stuff, you could have specific things. Well, being in cybersecurity, I noticed this thing, you do photo forensics and you take a picture and then you can find out all this additional information from it. I kind of look at it from that perspective, but you have to be very careful with that, with different things, with doing things with that process of that. So what we looked at too is trying to figure out also the piece of the puzzle with the privacy was also with the data collection. Because as we know with games, even with general games or even with general applications, they have that privacy policy. And I tell you now, I've been reading more of those privacy policies that come up, whether you want to use that application to get a general idea of what that came up also with AI. In the beginning, they were using some of the information you put in the prompt to train their models. And now, that's a big thing, and they're kind of trying to be explicit at that as to whether they are how are they using the data or the prompts that you're putting into the system. So those are different things that we've looked at from a VR, AR perspective that, when we are developing, when we're at the other end trying to develop an application, what information are we collecting? Because a lot of times from an educational point of view, we are looking at research, right? And we want to pull in a lot of different data, and try to figure out, what's working, what's not working. But then there's the ethics side of that. Is that something that we should be pulling into? Should we be doing that? And how transparent do we want to be with the students? We should be very transparent as to what data we're collecting. So they have an option to opt out and say, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to give you that information. Or when they're signing up for an application, they say, are you 18, or all these different demographics that we're looking at those different areas of things. So.
I have a comment Humberto was mentioning. So for SaaS startups, perhaps, given the current landscape and the bandwidth, how is scalability? I'm going to have you answer that, but I want to touch on a topic that Erwin mentioned regarding cyber sickness. So if anybody doesn't know, cyber sickness is a term for uh, motion sickness that you get while having these sets on your head. So there were a couple of studies in the healthcare space that were done on ICU patients. So cyber sickness is something to look at, but it's not that prevalent. So that's not a huge problem. Bigger problem is strain, possibly on the eyes, neck strain, and the dryness. And this was on ICU patients, but definitely something doctors and everybody will be looking at, and you will be getting calls. Hey, I'm having nauseousness and a headache, just like anybody has in motion sickness. Um, and just want to touch on one aspect, and I was mentioning a few use cases earlier from the client experience or the user experience standpoint. So in healthcare, I see this changing numerous aspects, training perhaps. But one thing that everybody can understand probably much easier is that, for example, people in the ICU or on the medical floor perhaps, and they are bedridden, right? Uh, 90% of these people who are elderly over the age of 60, they end up needing rehabilitation. They have to go to a rehab center because you can't move patients around. Now you put a device on their head, on their face, and they're able to do motions and move their extremities and legs so that they don't get deconditioned. Now you and I, if we stay in bed for 2 days, we'll be fine. But somebody who's over the age of 65 or 70, if they stay in bed for a day, they won't be able to walk the next day. So especially with all the stress in the hospital and the ICU. Um, so definitely, Humberto, if you want to comment on that.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, well, basically the infrastructure that they use is serverless. Some of the time they use specific APIs and they use specific, in order to control the bandwidth, in order to manage the whole connection. So they have a kind of a mesh topology back in the days when they started using this specific the type of communications. Um, yes. So basically, I hope that answered your question. But basically, moving forward with your comment about cyber sickness, yeah, there is a new s- um, new topic here. It's called cyber psychology. And in my research, I found that this is something that is affecting very, extremely dangerous for the teenagers. And also, but also, not only that, that's coming from the social media because my research covers social media too. But in the virtual reality standpoint, this is helping. Actually, they have a therapy. You can actually perform a therapy through virtual reality, and we need more research on this. I'm not saying it's working perfectly fine. We will need to do more research, but I mean the outcomes right now, the data we have till this moment, it's like it's working. It's helping, teenagers, so or people with this cyber sickness. So basically that, and remember something important to follow up him. I was trying to add this comment is that he mentioned something about mixed reality. you know. And this is very important because remember that the virtual reality, the whole idea is based on in four specific pillars, right? Number one is the virtual world, in which we build the actual infrastructure, the environment. We have also the um, I'm sorry, the interactivity. So that basically you can receive interaction, you can interact the sensors too, feedback. You touch something, visual, you know, they make you feel like you are like in the actual place. So the mixed reality, it's a good start point. It's a good, for this technology, basically.
We got about 10 minutes, so I kind of wanted to say, if we got some summaries, if you want to summarize some things, or you have more to say, that's fine.
I just want to comment on the
Go ahead, go ahead.
scalability part. Scalability and the cost considerations. There are two aspects to it. Obviously, there is a technology aspect. Can the cost of the technology be brought down in a meaningful time frame, and therefore can be adopted in a widespread manner? But then there is this other component. Even if the costs are prohibitive to a certain extent, there could be innovation on the business model side. Take, for example, Vision Pro, 3,500 bucks. A lot for a device that probably isn't going to be used very frequently. So while Apple kind of waits to perfect the technology and bring the cost down, there could be a simple innovation on the business model side where, just like arcades, there could be headsets provided for rent in many locations. And what that does is that instead of people having to buy the headsets, they could rent them at a reasonable price for a time period and interact with those devices. What it does for a company like Apple is it provides them valuable user input. And what it does for the user is that they don't have to own a very costly device outright. So scalability has that business model aspect as well, where people can innovate in that area and allow the technology to percolate to larger number of individuals or organizations.
And that kind of leads to where some of the problems we had is, not everybody knew how to set up a Quest 3 or, how to set up the headset just to even to begin to use that. So we had to do some more traditional training or some way of to be able to get them to walk through that piece of the puzzle. And we thought about using some AI and some video combination with the VR, but you need to get into the VR before you can actually get trained for that. So,
Daryl, adding a point there. Actually, that's one of the differences that we have there between Quest 3 or 2 and Vision Pro. Is that you don't need a smartphone to configure, and for Vision Pro, you need it for the Oculus, the Q3, Q2. You need it. You need to actually download the app and do that. So with the Vision Pro, that's something that you don't need to.
okay.
The other thing is the controllers, because it's a mixed reality. So but the Quest 3, they have the controllers, but you have the option not to use them. But guess what? If you decide not to use them, there's some application that you're not able to, they're not able to work if you don't have the actual control.
Can't you use your hands though? I thought you
Yes,
could use.
yes, they have a
Okay.
kind of sensors,
Mhm.
like sensors feedback, they call it like that. But there's some applications that they don't have that feature.
And that's another problem we have is the standardization of the applications. Like we know now in Windows, you got the little Xbox at the window, that's going to close or the underline is minimized. We don't necessarily have a widespread standardization of different icons or different things with that, that we could, that the user would intuitively say, oh yeah, this is what I got to do for that.
Absolutely. So I would like to add my last comment. So I see, as a information technology information system, as a person that loved technology since my early, since I was very kid, very child. I strongly believe, I think that we're going virtual reality. This technology is gonna be here for a while, for a long time, and I think we're gonna enhance this technology. And I think we're going to be able to help not only in the cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence is getting into that right now. So we're going to have more features. We're going to have more tools available for us, and I strongly believe that that's going to help a lot. The IT, the information technology, or the industries around the world. I hope that everybody can have access to this amazing technology very soon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on the cybersecurity side. I think we keep it simple and look at it as a new application, irregardless of the technology or the use case of it, and apply it to our policies or add new policies like AI. We had to add new policies to our IT procedures to look at additional things that are specific to that particular AI, AI in general, or into VR and that kind of stuff. So I think from that policy procedure side, if we can kind of make sure that we make sure that we do our natural audits and be able to, when we add any new system, like if I add a new access point to my system, there's got to be a policy for that, right? For security and all that. So as long as you keep that general policies, concepts, or keep it simple to that, I think then you'd be good. You'd be good with that. You may not know all the answers for that or see all the loopholes for that, but at least that's a start so you can address that and then try to learn a little deeper onto that. I'd like to open it up for any questions or anything. We have a few more minutes, 5 more minutes. Are there any questions? Let's see with the lights. Any other comments, Sean?
Yes, somebody has a question?
Oh, yeah. Be careful.
I think the question is for the three of you. Which industry do you see that could leverage AR VR the most? That probably will be what do a lot of the enhancement or development, and then the other ones will benefit from it.
I see it in education quite a bit, especially there's a move for remote. And with our students, I think the missing piece of the puzzle is a lot of times we have, this interaction, right? I'm sitting here, I can see, I have, you got body language, you have people's faces, you can kind of see and that kind of stuff. With AR or with the VR, we have those rooms that you can get into. We've experimented with getting into some of the standard rooms and even just having um, the video on for the students, and they're kind of just see the face, but they're in the room and they're kind of interacting. We see a little bit of an engagement difference with that. We see that as a thing. Go ahead.
Maybe since I'm a healthcare guy, I think healthcare is probably the main. So apologies for.
Well, no, you're fine. You're fine.
But so I like to look at it as training for both doctors, residents, ALS, BLS, how to do a Heimlich maneuver, everything related to healthcare. Then information, patients communication is a big issue. People don't understand, and doctors and nurses don't have the time to, go down at the basic level to explain everything in detail. AR, VR will be, suitable. Then performance. We talked about surgical performance and outcomes are much better, and training of students in Q&As with the patients and providing feedback. Then sedation purposes or pain control purposes, you can, for a certain period of time, you can have patients forget about their pain, forget about their worries, and make the patient experience a little bit better. So I think that that's probably healthcare. Healthcare is going to be huge, and connected with AI. I think this is going to be huge in the future regarding the use of Da Vinci robots, where currently suturing is being done very aptly, much quicker than through a doctor who's been being trained. So I think healthcare is huge in the application of this technology.
And I will say that in our research and trying to find existing VR experiences, healthcare is way ahead in regards to building experiences that are out there versus any of the other fields that we've been trying to kind of acclimate into, like cybersecurity or anything like that. But we also have been talking with with our healthcare department and talking about those types of similarities where patient interaction, the same with us where we have a student come in and maybe having a C-suite interaction or an IT manager interaction or being able to talk to a group of people, those kind of things like that. So we're trying to find commonalities where, like the cost effect, where we can program some similar types of experiences and cases, but we change the scenario a little bit so that it fits more maybe the healthcare versus IT or something like that. So, yeah, go ahead. Well, one more, and then we'll finish up.
Well, we are around, so if you want to discuss something, very happy to share our thoughts further. Thank you for your patient ears,
Yes,
and
thank you.
looking forward.
Give it up to our panelists. Thank you so much. Incredibly insightful. Thank you so much, everybody. Awesome. Now, I really hope this next discussion is listed properly. I do apologize to Daryl over here. Now, brace yourselves for the electrifying keynote, How to Build New Spaces, Promote More Diverse and Equitable Work Cultures. Picture this, a workplace where innovation thrives and diversity isn't just welcomed, it's celebrated. So, our keynote speaker is about to unveil the secrets behind creating these dynamic environments where every voice is heard, every idea is valued, and every individual empowered to shine. So, get ready to be inspired. Our keynote speaker, Vincent Allen, who is the founder and the managing director of VAAV Industries, and also our gold sponsor, takes the stage to ignite our imaginations, fuel our drive for the future, and including uh, reigns as supreme. So please welcome him in a huge round of applause.
Hi there. Thanks. I'm here. Yeah. Perfect. Sneak past you guys. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. So the first thing I want to do before we get started with the actual presentation or any of the things I'm going to present to you today is I just want to, we're in March. Can we just have all of the ladies stand up, please? Every woman in the room, please stand up. Okay, what I'd like to do, it's Women's History Month, so I just want to give all of you ladies a round of applause for everything you guys do. It's all of that is going to be central to what we talk about today. So one of the things, my background is I'm a broadcast engineer, audiovisual engineer. I founded and run a company that really specializes in those systems. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today and how we move from where we are now to a more remote-centric culture where I think everyone agrees that remote work is the future. And there's been sort of a divide amongst executives. Some people, like GitLab, for example, is a 100% remote company. We'll talk about that later. But then other people like Jamie Dimon, Elon Musk think you have to be in the office to do good work. And I think we both know that's not true. So here's the title slide. My details are up there. If you want to continue the conversation, I have a much longer talk about this that deals with everything from pay gap stuff to racial disparity and all of the things that we talk about when we talk about diversity. This isn't primarily a DEI talk; it's more of a technology talk, but we weave in and out of it. So let's just get started. So during the pandemic, we saw that roughly 6% of the global population, there was a 6% increase in global productivity. Sounds like a small number. It's really not a small number. I'm going to just advance to the next slide. So I want to start with this. A room with a view soothes the mind. I'd also like to say it soothes the soul. Now, this is pulled from a presentation that we do relative to digital windows and other technology in the collaboration space. Does anyone know what a digital window is? Show of hands, anyway? No. Okay, so digital windows have been around for quite a long time. They were very popular in the 90s where you'd take a computer monitor and you would build it into a box and voila, you're looking at Aruba out your virtual window, right? So during the pandemic, they became popular again whereby you're sitting in your home office and the person in LA or New York or Berlin or wherever is right there next to you for a collaboration technology. And I think the nice thing about that is you can be working 1 minute and be looking at Aruba the next, right? And so it helps us to take our little breaks. We know that no human is 100% productive for more than about 40 minutes at a time. We've known that for decades. Like that's why when you started to see things come over from Asia in the 90s and early 2000s, where you started seeing companies put in video game systems in their conference rooms, gyms downstairs, childcare, because everybody knows you're not staring at a spreadsheet for 3 hours straight and you're 100% effective, right? So we're going to keep going. I'm going to move to the next slide here, if we can throw that up. So we just want to talk a little bit about remote work and where we've been, and then we're going to talk about where we're going. So from 2005 to basically now, we don't have all the data for late 23 and 24 in, but through 2020 to 2022, we saw that there was an uptick in remote work from the beginning of the century of nearly 160%, right? That's a lot. Most of us are working on our phones, we're working on our tablets, we're working on our laptops. Can you give me the slide back in the confidence monitor, please? Thank you. So the COVID-19 pandemic revolutionized a lot of things. It was terrible in a lot of ways. We all lost a lot of people. But what it did do was it accelerated everything in that space. I'll give you an example. So at the beginning of the pandemic, I was running AV for Weight Watchers. Right now, at the beginning of the pandemic, they had nothing in terms of how do we do our studios in a remote sense. Their business model wasn't built that way. It just wasn't, right? So we had to iterate and build some things and work with Zoom and some other vendors to be able to build that functionality into there. They had already shipped an iOS and an Android app. We built out a web portal as well. We were able to ship that functionality in 11 days. And in the first 7 days of that product being live, we had less than 100 support incidents. Why is that important? Well, we were able to take people that were now trapped at home and nervous about what was happening and be able to drive content to them from coaches, doctors, celebrity chefs, things of that nature, so you could get this content in your home. That's now part of Weight Watchers' permanent go-to-market, and it actually became the technology that led to Oprah's Soulful Sunday brunches. So there's a significant uptake in that technology. Why is that important? Everybody wants to work flexibly now. Nobody wants to really go into the office if they don't have to. So let's just keep moving. So now we're getting into the diversity part, where, like I said, we're going to weave in and out. So the executive director of UN Women has said that the pandemic has wiped out years of progress towards gender equality and dealing a huge economic blow to women around the world. This is very, very true. I've seen this firsthand. I'm going to tell you a little story really quick. During the pandemic, I was running broadcast operations for a rather well-known national law firm, who I won't name here, that they were talking in this conference. They were educating their internal attorneys about how they deal with their clients as it relates to the pandemic, as it relates to remote work, whether or not remote work could be considered a right, or is that a perk that you can say, I'm going to let you work remotely X number of days a week in lieu of $30,000 a year, which we see today. That's happening. If you just go on LinkedIn, Indeed, any job site, you will see a variance in the salary, and you're seeing people offer $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 less a year for the opportunity to work remotely. Why is that important? So during the pandemic, what was happening was you saw a lot of women forced out of the workforce to take care of children. It was the 50s all over again. You had women at home taking care of the babies and not really getting their just due. I'm going to move ahead to the next slide here. So when we talk about this for a second, 3 million fewer women are in the labor force from 2020 to 2022. It's a significant number. 3 million women from the beginning of the pandemic to the midway or towards the 2/3 of the way through left the workforce for one reason or another. And women lost over 5 million jobs during that time. And female labor participation fell at a rate of roughly 2.5%. This skews different in different areas, different parts of the country, different sectors, but this is a major problem that we need to address. Right? So let's move on. So we're going to start talking about how the office structure came to be. We all know open office plan, all of these things. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on this. Right? Let's just talk about the internet for a minute. There are over 4 billion people globally on the internet, right? Just not just here in the United States, but all over the world. I'd like to pause for a moment and tell you all a little story. Maybe about 5 years ago, I was spending Christmas in Trinidad. Right? And I met this woman in Trinidad who had been a broadcast producer at one point in her life. She got married, had some kids or whatever, and she went home to Trinidad. She was editing video for every major broadcast outlet in Southeast Florida from Trinidad. And this was 5 years ago. It was 2 years pre-pandemic. That was happening then. It should be happening now, right? So we have this technology, and as countries that don't have the same level of infrastructure that the United States has bring online better high-speed connections and these kinds of things, we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do that even more. So let's move along. So Bill Gates, we all know who Bill Gates is. We all remember when he said this. The internet is becoming the town square for the global village of tomorrow. So let's sit there for a minute, right? We've all seen the situation where people perceive Facebook or Twitter, I guess it's called X now, as the global town hall, the town square, the bulletin board, where people argue about everything, honestly, and people perceive a right to free speech on these internet platforms. It's become how we converse with each other, right? It's become like this is being streamed out right now, and there are people that are watching it, that are taking advantage of the ability to communicate with someone from all over the world and to communicate in very asynchronous ways, where you put up a video, you put up a picture and a post, and people will comment when they have the time or feel like it. So how does that impact what we're talking about today, but building these work systems of tomorrow, right? How do we think about that? Well, during the pandemic, we learned that you don't need a conference room to be in a conference, right? And maybe that's plausibly not a good thing. We've all had those days where it's from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. is one big Zoom meeting, and you close your laptop at the end of the day and you just pass out. We all had that, right? I mean, I know I do. Maybe I'm just old. But we all have that happen, right? But we also know that it's much more productive. Those meetings tend to be more productive when you're sitting where you're comfortable, right? You're sitting where you're comfortable, you maybe don't have a tie on, right? And you are doing what you need to do. But even in the context of the office, right? Who's ever, show of hands, ever had to look at a construction diagram? Anybody? Right. Okay. Yeah, I do it every day when we're building out broadcast systems, conference rooms, and the like. I can tell you, reviewing a construction diagram, significantly more effective on Zoom or Teams or WebEx. You throw the diagram up, people are whiteboarding, circling where it needs to be bubbled or things need to change, and you literally have someone adjusting the diagram on the call. So by the end of the hour, the whole thing's done. Whereas we're in the office, you have someone throw it up on the screen, someone's taking notes, and then you go back to the CAD team, to the drafter, and then 3 days later, you get your updated drawings. Right? So just one simple example of how it's significantly more effective, right? We've got tools in my background. I started video editing before you could edit on a computer, right? Like I have memories of working with the guys who made Final Cut in the first version before it was out, learning how to run Final Cut. And there's significant ways we can do online editing now that we just couldn't in the past, where you can literally stream your high-res content from the camera, right, to the cloud-based service, of which there are myriad, right? And you can have your editor right there and your producers and your director making notes in real time. These are not things you can do on a set, right? Sets are chaotic places, right? I've been on 1,000 film and TV sets in my life. They're wildly chaotic places, and they're often not conducive to getting anything done other than that one shot, right? And so there are myriad examples of how we move forward into this. So let's talk about the traditional business scape, because I feel like most of us probably have come up through a cubicle farm to some degree. Most of our professional life is a life imitating art of the Dilbert comic strip. How do you do that? So we're talking about building these smart conference rooms, right? Smart conference rooms, smart meeting rooms, MPRs, all of these things. What we're seeing is that you're seeing an integration, not just of AV and IT. We've been talking about that for a decade, but over the pandemic, We've seen an integration, a convergence, if you will, of broadcast technology. So all the stuff that runs CNN or whatever, right? And the AV stuff, right? Like right over here, I'm going to do a really bad AV guy thing and point out the camera. This is a robotic camera, right? So you will see, if you watch ESPN, if you watch the Pat McAfee show on YouTube or ESPN, you will see cameras like this scattered all over his set. And that's going to broadcast on a major network. ESPN is owned by Disney, who also owns ABC. It's one of the oldest broadcast networks in our country, and they're shooting everything on robotic PTZ cameras. Now, they're shooting them on the $20,000 PTZ cameras, but the technology is the same, right? And so we're seeing all of that converge in a way that leads us to be able to do things in a way that we heard this panel before talk about fatigue. Zoom fatigue is what they were talking about, right? You know, it just adapted for the VR space. Well, why does that happen? And how can we fix it to be able to get us to this place where we're working remotely in a healthful way, right? Well, one of the reasons Zoom fatigue happens is because our brains aren't designed to do this, right? We're not designed to look at the screen, look at the camera, look at the screen, look at the camera, over and over and over again across the day. These muscles are not designed to do that, right? And so you get exhausted. It also just overloads your brain in terms of how long your brain is prepared to look someone in the eye, right? And so that it happens. So we've got to build in some things. Well, one of the things that we saw happen recently is there's a company called Hudley. Hudley makes video conference cameras. They're about so big, right? They plug into your PC and they auto track, right? They have ones that go on top of your laptop, and they have other ones that are designed for very large conference spaces, right? So one of the things that Hudley did during the pandemic, which was really smart, is they called guys like me who have spent a lifetime in broadcast control rooms calling shots. So for those of you who don't know what that looks like, that's a headset and that's standby one you're up, two coming to you, all this kind of thing that you've seen, you know, in movies and stuff before, and built those kind of decision-making processes into their algorithm. So it's called Hudley Director. Well, the cameras are the crew, the director is the network module, and you connect multiple cameras, you scatter them across the room, and then now it's not only just switching to the person who's chatting, but then it's taking a reaction shot of the room, and science tells us that that is significantly easier for us to look at. Why? Because we're used to our entire lives watching that on television, right? You go to church, right? If anyone goes to church or any sort of house of worship, nowadays, everyone's got a live stream at their house of worship, right? So you're used to seeing camera shot of the speaker, audience reaction shot. We're conditioned to it, so it's significantly easier. Let's throw the PowerPoint back up, please. So again, another quote. I mean, doing a keynote, why not quote Steve Jobs, right? Technology alone is not enough. It's technology married with the liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields the results that makes our hearts sing. Steve Jobs. I don't think anybody in technology would argue that Steve knew what he was talking about. I mean, most of us have an iPhone in our pocket because of his brilliance. He was so committed to that. I happen to have one of my cousins was an executive at Apple at this time. When the iPhone was coming out, Steve was so committed to it being revolutionary that he had the only one that existed. The only one. And there were executives that left because he was not willing to communicate to anyone else in the company or anywhere else that they were working on it, and they felt like Apple needed to be moving in the direction of telephony and music together, which is what they were doing, but they just weren't telling anybody about it. Steve knew, all that to say, Steve knew what he was talking about, right? And so when we build these systems, we have to build them with usability, ergonomics, you know, the customer experience in mind. All too often, when we build these technological systems, not to put too fine a point on it, but AV is usually the redheaded stepchild, right? In the construction process, everything else happens first. The fire safety systems, fair enough. The elevators, all of the construction, AV goes in last. And so you usually get the bottom of the barrel in terms of everything, right? And so what we have to do is we have to change the paradigm on that and start thinking about these systems, maybe not first, right? Because fire safety is kind of important, right? But sooner, right? Earlier in the construction and development process so that we can build systems that work for everybody. Who here has seen the movie Kingsman? Anybody know that movie? So there's a scene very early on in that movie. I love that movie for this, where they're sitting at the headquarters around the table, and you've got the different spies who are scattered in their locations globally. Put on the glasses, right? It's one of the best Hollywood depictions of what AR could look like simply in the conferencing space, right? Everybody who has a cell phone has a LiDAR scanner built into your device. You've got multiple cameras, you've got LiDAR scanners, you've got a lot of stuff built in. We could do most of that right now with technology you could go to Best Buy and get. Not even like high-end technology, right? So it's just a matter of will. So we got to begin to change the dynamic, which is what Steve's talking about building these systems that allow people to work flexibly in the way that's most comfortable for them. All right, let's move on to the next slide. Again, Matt Milling, CEO of Automatic. The future of work is remote. So let's talk about that a little bit. Most of us, I mean, really all of us who were of working age when the pandemic hit, had to figure out how to kickball change and work remotely on a dime. Some companies were ready, had a remote work policy, summer Fridays or whatever that they just leveraged when the pandemic hit. Most places were wringing their hands about whether or not to close their doors. Law firms, banks, hedge funds, all of these places have complex compliant requirements that are hurled at them by our government, and for good reason, right? You know, nobody wants their social security number, their financial records just appearing on the public internet, right? So there's good reason for these compliance regulations, but it restricts what they were able to do in some ways, and they weren't ready. And so a lot of work was done during the pandemic to work on that, right? So how do we do these things? What technology is out there that can help us with this? Well, let's talk about Zoom fatigue again for a second. One of the things, who's seen the Aveeno ad during the pandemic where Jennifer Aniston is in the Zoom call on one side and there's the actress on the other? Okay, so that was me. My team worked on that, and what we did was we built a system. We built a system called Skytron for a company called American Movie Company. And basically, it's an iteration of a reasonably well-known film tool called an Interatron, where you're doing an interview and where people can see each other in the teleprompter. So we iterated on that and built that for that client and others. And with the goal of being able to do this kind of stuff. So Jen was in a studio in LA, never saw the director or the other actress for 1 second, not the entire shoot, right? The other actress was in a studio down in rural New Jersey where the wireless signal was very bad, right? It was almost non-existent. We had to fly in some specialty technology to get them online, but where they could see each other across a proprietary communication, you know, basically video conference link. It's basically Zoom, but just leveraging a different application, and they could communicate. But the thing that it also did was that it allowed the director to be anywhere in the world he wanted to be. So you could be in this particular instance, he was in London, right? And so you have direction happening. We leveraged that same system for History of Swear Words on Netflix, which is starring Nick Cage, where the camera operator is traveling from community to community doing these interviews and setting up a green screen, setting up a teleprompter with the camera, and then the director is on his laptop in his pajamas in his living room saying like, hey, can you just a little lower, a little to the left, a little to the right, speak up, you know, all these good things. And now that's just the way the industry works. How many people have turned on the news and seen interview brought to you by WebEx or Zoom or like whatever? It's every day, right? Let's move to the next slide. So I'm going to skip past this. This is part of a larger talk, but let's just talk about some of the examples. We talked about multi-camera video production. I'm going to skip past that. Let's talk about emerging tech, right? So you see here, this is an example of an immersive telepresence robot. You see these at big conferences. You see these at Infocom. You see these at ISE, where the robot, and you've seen these in movies and stuff, where it's like an iPad, right, and a camera, and it like literally follows you around. It's kind of cool. It's a little creepy. But there's other things at play. We talked about Skytron, what we built, but realistically, you guys talked about this in the last panel. The future is VR, right? I mean, I don't think anyone in this room would disagree with that. When the Vision Pro came out, 5 minutes later, there was already video online of people doing a FaceTime call with 3D digital avatars. 2 years before that, Canon, the camera company, shipped an app that no one expected them to ship. They built this application that was basically Zoom in VR. Why did they do that? Because they're not trying to go to business, right? And so before I close, I just want to talk for a minute about, just pose a question to the audience. Do y'all think that you would be more productive if you could work from wherever you wanted to and just put on a headset or put on a pair of glasses and just see your counterpart in your glasses and be doing your work and then take a break and go make lunch for your kids or go pick them up from school or whatever it is, whatever, throw a load of laundry in or whatever else it is you need to do in your life? So a lot of these CEOs who talk about work-life balance isn't real. It's not real because they don't want it to be. But today we have systems. My company, Vav Industry, has built systems and is working on systems to make that easier and to build that out. So if you'd like to continue this conversation, my information was up on the screen before, and I'll be around. So if there's any questions, I'd like to leave a couple minutes for questions if you have any. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe? Complaints? Yeah, can you just go back to the first slide, please, up in the back? I'll do it. There you go. Sure.
Good. Any question? One question?
Question?
Here, let me come to you.
Well, sure, 100%. And we saw this during the pandemic with the kids, right? Like it is, and we've seen this for years with homeschool kids, right? It is that it is a balance. You do have to get outside. You can't just decide you're a vampire and shun the sun, right? You have to interact with other humans. But the mistake that everyone makes is characterizing it as I'm not interacting with anyone else and like whatever, turn your camera on, have conversations. We talked about virtual windows for a minute. VR is going to take that away, right? Because VR is going to be the thing where you're in this VR space and you're conversing with people in this avatar-driven space. But yeah, I mean, it certainly is a concern, right? That there are always going to be some people that don't leave their house for days on end and plausibly haven't bathed and are just, in Fortnite or whatever. There's always going to be those people. But for the rest of us, most of us who have other things to do, like you go to the grocery store, you take the kids to the soccer game, remote work's not new, right? It's finding those other balancing points where you're maybe not the relationships that drive your life, maybe you're not having those same kind of conversations as you would do in the office. But the other side of that is that the way we do the office has become different, and you do have these virtual windows and things in VR where you are having these informal catch-ups and things like that. It's just a matter of sort of changing the way we think about it in the same way we did with the internet, social media, cell phones, like pick a thing, right? We've done this before, right? It's not as complicated as a lot of the chatter has made it seem, right? In my opinion. Anybody else?
Give it up one more time for Vincent Allen.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Extremely insightful. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now get ready to embark on a journey into the future with our next panel discussion on the evolution of intelligence, emerging paradigms beyond AI and ML. So we are breaking free from the confines of ordinary AI and ML and diving headfirst into cutting-edge paradigms that are rewriting the rules of the game. So let's call upon the stage. Our next session's mediator is Tyrone Vernon Moodley, CEO of Bev Counter Inc. and panelists.
Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. don't know. Is this working? Yeah.
Check, check. Yeah, absolutely.
So, as the speaker said, my name is Tyrone Moodley. I'm the CEO of Bev Counter, Yas Money. We're an AI fintech company specializing in moving money from different countries using crypto, as well as using AI to analyze that data. And I'll let the next speaker go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arnav. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I have two different companies. One of them is a little bit fun. It's a machine learning company in the restaurant space, so I get to eat all day. But I think we're not talking about machine learning. The other company, which makes it more exciting, is a geospatial company. We bring some digital solutions to Fortune 500 clients like UN Habitat, World Bank, and build solutions across forestry, mining, agriculture, sustainability, supply chain, and all. So excited to be sharing some insights and learning more from other panelists as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Rohan Rajput. I am personalization domain lead at Headspace. Headspace, if you know about, it's a mindfulness and meditation company. And my primary work is like I build like personalization and recommendation system. I have like over 10 years work experience in the field, and yeah, excited to learn from different people here. Thank you.
Hi guys, thank you so much for the invite. My name is Patricia Mendez. I am the CEO and founder of A2C Port. We have created a AI power unified appointment system, something that the port has been wanted it to create for the past 10 years. We have been able to do it within a year and a half, currently on beta stage. So aside from that, I'm also in the logistics industry. We own a couple brokerage, 3PL brokerage, and a trucking company. Um,
Good morning, everybody. Firstly, thank you so much for the keynote discussion that we just had and the speakers on the panelists before we had. Very empowering and educational. I'm Captain Aditya. I'm a military veteran, served in the supply chain and technology space for about 9 years. Went out to work with private wealth management and again technology space back at Goldman Sachs. Currently working in modernizing the student transportation space with the use of internet and technology for one of the leading startups, and super excited to be here. Thank you.
So I'll just start with you. How is AI changing your company?
Am I audible without the mic? Okay, so I guess AI in a one sentence for us in the organization is it's not here to replace the jobs, it's here to make our jobs easier and faster. So the way we have implemented AI across different landscapes is to find solutions and systems that took a lot of time and were bottlenecks, and now we have been removing them by creating more automations, digital transformative technologies, and bringing in some algorithms that can do heavy computing for us rather than just taking away one's job. So AI is more of a tool that empowers us to build on the new innovative technologies that can transform tomorrow. And we do so by utilizing various sides of it. There's Gen AI for marketing and content creation, there's supply chain AI for visualization and transparency. And there's, of course, a lot of different communicative AIs or language models that are making it easier for us to interact with one another, build systems that can reduce the gap between technology communication and systems thinking in this case.
So you mentioned something about, was it geospatial
Yes.
analysis?
Yeah.
Uh, what are you? Did you hear about Bill Gates using AI to discover copper in Zambia?
Absolutely, I did.
Is that what you guys do?
No, so I mean that's a part of a small. So geospatial. I don't know how many of us are familiar. It's essentially visualizing the Earth from space. So using spatial insights and portraying it in our information systems that can allow us to gain more insights. Now, when Bill Gates designed the AI to visualize, let's say, a section, in this case Zambia, and understand where the mineral deposits are, he was using technology to give relevance and connections with trends and patterns. But there's so much more, let's say, we have explored as well in about 10 years of our company in terms of, let's say, building AI driven tools that can bring transparency into agriculture. So, starting from how much yield production is done on crops to where the supply chain takes the crops to distribution networks and then deploying it across the entire country, let's say on a supply chain. That's one example. Another example could be deforestation, understanding deforestation trends, forest fires, and understanding how these are connected to climate change, which of course is real. I guess all of us have admitted that. And then linking it to how can we take sustainable practices to reduce emissions, to bring in more change, and to allow people to understand the spatial environment around us in a better way. The best example of this is Google Maps. Look at how much we have started using maps. And even though we are quite adept in figuring out our own ways and roads, we still use apps like Uber and like Lyft, which use maps as a daily component. That is also spatial technology that allows us to visualize it in a better way. And AI just makes it easier for us to understand that and makes it faster for us to interpret it.
Are you using this technology in any country other than the US right now?
Yeah, so we have operations across 7 countries, notably India, Indonesia, and Middle East in the Asian sector. Then in Africa, we work across Kenya, Ethiopia, and we are also expanding now our operations in Germany and Europe. Then, of course, there's US and Canada, where we are looking into some transformative solutions in mining, forestry, and agriculture.
So would you say that AI has been a net positive for those countries?
It depends. So AI has a big influence on economic variables. So the first thing I always say is adaptability of AI is like a learning curve. So maybe in the West, the learning curve was easier to adapt. So people understood what ChatGPT is or how it was easier. When we tried to implement these solutions in, let's say, developing countries like Indonesia and India, it was a little bit of a delay, which means that there was a little bit of resistance, and people did not want to break traditions or culture in this case, where there have been systems for hundreds of years. And AI coming and disrupting it brings in the innovation, of course, but of course leads to economic impact. Now, whether it's net positive or negative, I guess we need another 1 or 2 years to figure out in the developing countries. But on the developed countries, I think it has been a net positive in just few months of putting it down there across a couple of projects.
Very interesting. Let's go on. So you mentioned that you work with mindfulness. Was that it?
Yeah, Headspace. So
Headspace.
yeah.
Could you describe how AI has helped people? Is this with mental illness? Is that what's happening with you?
Yeah, so primarily like our company work on like there were like two part of it. Like first part, like we do provide like lots of online courses and like online content to people like those who need like any kind of mental health or like want to have like guided meditation. But there is another part of company where we do like personalized like personalized care providers like coaches to any kind of mental health. So earlier it was a part of like the company name was Ginger, and uh, 3 years ago like Headspace and Ginger merged together, so we are like one company right now. uh, as we all know that mental health is like very sensitive topic, right? It's being like after COVID it get even worse today, and we are seeing that like there are not enough like providers in the world, and there are like lots of costs associated with it. So it's a very important to bring new technologies that can help people to meet that mental like need. We work like and the specifically domain I work is like personalization and recommendation. That so my team actually build like a personalized uh, care plan for you. Like whenever you like log in the Headspace app, like it help like based on your like historical data or like based on your your interaction with your coaches, it generate like personalized care plan for you. On the other side of it, we utilize lots of different types of AI. Like recently, we integrated lots of LLM in that our like chat system that can help us to understand the risk of a patient, that help us to understand like properly match a coach with the patient, and also along with that, like we can create like a entire personalized healthcare plan for you, because it's very subjective and very personal to person that what kind of mental need you need on a platform. Suppose you have like sleep anxiety, or you suppose you have like some other issues. The system helps you to like create those like personalized plan that actually help you to overcome that.
So since we're talking about the future of AI and emerging AI and ML, what type of checks have you have you guys put in place to prevent the AI from being bad and sort of giving bad advice to the individuals, and how is that data being protected?
Yeah, so obviously, like, fair question. Like, healthcare is like, again, like one of the very sensitive topic, and you have to be extremely careful when you apply like these technology, when most of this like AI technology work as a black box. So we do like obviously patient privacy and is utmost important for us, and we make sure that like we do all the like check on the privacy, on the compliance or security, to make sure that our data is very anonymous and protected. We follow like various HIPAA compliance rules, and all that help like to keep that data safe. Along with that, like we don't treat AI as an isolated entity. It's works together with our coaches. Those are like trained certified people who actually give feedback on this to the system, that how this AI system is working. So it's like a, we always keep human in the feedback system, and that actually help us to like overcome all, mitigate all kinds of biases, and address all this ethical complication that comes with like AI system. So that's how like we make sure that like our system perform the way it is intended to perform. And it's like we remove all kind of like that biases or like any kind of ethical consideration that might come into the system.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank
So you had mentioned that your company is involved in logistics,
Yes.
and how are you using AI in for your logistics company?
So basically, there is a massive. I don't know if any of you guys understand how the ports works in LA. We had a massive disruption on the change industry back in 2020 when COVID happened. Unfortunately, there was a lot of things we didn't really had the technology back then. So we all started focusing on working from home and all of that. So what we have done, I was sitting there, and I'm coming from a technology background. So I started pretty much creating a wish list of how I will want a system to have everything incorporated into one thing, because I was sitting there creating, moving over 100 and something containers a week, also on a trucking company. So it was a very automated process that it was taking so much of my time. How it helped us, basically, what it did, it created a robotic process automation. Instead of having us to have four people checking for appointments, the system does it for you, and we can use human interaction to scale the companies. And this is what I done. So I used the people that I had dispatching to scale the business, customer interaction with them, because nothing is going to be talking to a human instead of a robot, right, or a bot. So for me, it scaled my company drastically. So what we done with A2C port is created a platform that does everything related to drayage. So instead of looking for 20 something websites plus the steamship lines, you have everything on one platform that does it all for you. So yes, AI, especially in my industry, I think people are very scared of losing their jobs because how automated the process is. However, if you see it from my perspective, is much of how can I scale my business now? I can scale it now because I have the tools that I need, and now I can use the people that I had to get customer acquisition, customer retention, for instance, and therefore growing. And that's what we done. We were able to open a brokerage. So yes, it has helped us a lot.
So do, do other companies use your service now? Is that
So we're currently on beta stage. So if anyone is interested on, getting any information on A to Z port, I'm be more than ready to explain it to you guys. We have customers, and I'm actually using the service because I also own a tracking company. So we're using it. We're tracking and tracing the containers. We have been able to automate the entire process of making appointments. So instead of having someone to click like a video game and finding an appointment, trying to get a spot, the
Mhm.
system does it for you, it grabs it with automation. So it's like a bot, but is robotic, repetitive, and it does it for you. So I can use my people to do other tasks.
So just thinking out loud, like how
Hmm.
do you see the future and companies like Uber that's going to have automated drivers and automated cars rather, doing all the logistics for you, possibly Amazon.
Right.
How would your system benefit those type of companies?
I think not just benefit, but it will be a game changer for them.
Hmm.
Having to use A to C port as a tool to create and see where your freight is coming, because one thing that we haven't mentioned too, everything, we are the biggest consumer in the world. Everything comes from overseas. So in order for you to track and trace the containers, the whole way is literally going by the steamship lines and checking, making sure your container was there. Then you have to go to the terminal portals and do all of that. Uber now has in Uber and Amazon, for instance, right? They bring their freight coming from overseas. Everything comes from overseas. We don't do much exports in the U.S., but most of it is import. So they will be able to track and trace the freight. So Amazon, if anyone is here from Amazon, we're your people
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Let's hand the mic over.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell us a bit about
Yeah,
your company?
um, I think I can find synergies in most of the points about generative AI, about what she mentioned about the COVID era. And one of the problem statements, let me define that first, that we faced in the student transportation space was that back when COVID hit, uh, we did not have enough, and this is a problem. This is a nationwide problem in the United States of having CDL school bus driver shortages. And it's not just a driver shortage that the school bus industry is facing. It's a shortage that the trucking industry, that Walmart, that Amazon, that Uber, companies like that compete to get enough amount of drivers. And that is where I think AI and internet pitches in a big role, because when COVID hit and we were short on driver numbers, the students could not get commuted to schools. And that is where a lot of working mothers, I'm sure few of you can relate, maybe fathers and parents, had to quit their jobs just so they could safely transport, commute their students to schools whenever they started coming back. So, and then because of this, uh, the routing also took a big hit, because there was no particular system in place wherein a student is coming to school on one particular day, not coming to school another particular day, and then the addresses are changing, the bus stops are changing. So everything that had to be put in place, this industry of student transportation industry, it's so archaic and it's so conventional. It's like chalk and paper kind of industry that has never been modernized. So you might be able to track your parcels on in Uber, your ride on Uber, or your parcels in Amazon, but there was no specific thing to track your kid while it was going to school. And that is where AI and internet played a big role. We launched a parents app on your phone, through which you could track your kid when he or she enters the bus. The kid taps the RFID card on the bus, the internet picks it up, sends a quick notification to your parent, this is where your child is. Once dropped off, again hit the RFID card, and it again tells you where your child is. So that's where internet really played a big role. Another big role where AI comes in, like I was mentioning, is to help with the routing, because if you do proper routing, uh, based on optimization of routes, you do not really need those many number of drivers. And that's like two problems solved with one approach, both the school bus driver shortage problem and the technological piece of being able to track your kid. So that is where AI and internet really helped this industry, the transportation industry, specifically the school transportation industry.
It's very interesting. So, are you using AI to any vision AI to see?
Yes, yes. So when a particular vehicle, like for example a bus rides, we have these cameras which can predict how good the driver is driving, which means it's able to take out safety, it's able to measure safety alerts. Like if it sees a stop sign, and if it does not process a 1 second stop that the driver did not take, it'll automatically hit an alert, which is governed by AI. It'll hit an alert to management or leadership, saying that this was where the driver, or if he passed on a red light, that is again where AI will pick it up. It'll pick up if the stop sign was flashed out for a school bus and you know you're not supposed to cross the road. And if a vehicle did, it'll capture that vehicle tag, provide that information. It'll immediately match up which county, which district, which state, which MVR it needs to go to, and immediately it'll send it to that governmental body and it hits a notification. So that is where the entire ecosystem building and the integration kind of really helped. So
So again, thinking of the future, you have all these companies like Uber and Amazon doing automated AI driving, driverless cars, right? And buses. How are you guys planning on building those type of buses for transporting the kids?
uh, that's a little far-fetched, but I'll tell you my thoughts on it. See, with Amazon, Walmart, it's more about products and goods, which at the end of the day, even if you happen to lose, miss, it's something that is monetary. It's something that is, numbers, finances. But with transporting children, it's a lot more than that. So before you want to make sure that you're transporting a kid in a vehicle which is, run by AI, which is self-driven, we might probably want to take a step back, make sure that the processes, the things, everything is tested. We've done everything at our end. It's been working probably in its QA, in its testing mode for about a year, two, maybe longer, and then get that approved and rolled out.
But in like
That's
50
my
years, like
Why not?
everything's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be
yeah.
done by
Yeah, yeah, why
right?
not?
So
Definitely, this
okay,
industry has a lot of scope there in terms
okay,
of.
that's an interesting use case.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So I guess I will talk about myself. So I just got back from Zambia last night, and I met with some government officials there. We discussed Bill Gates' latest startup in the copper belt, where he discovered the largest copper reserves. And one thing about Zambia is their educational system is not yet there. So there was a request that we come in and we set up an AI school, a crypto school as well, because we're a fintech AI company. And one of the first things that we decided to do was to tokenize their cattle. My uncle is one of the largest ranchers in Zambia. I'm Zambian by origin, and he has over 5,000 head of cattle. But a lot of those traditional cattle ranchers, they're not liquid, so they may have $5 million worth of cattle, but they have no electricity in their house. For all intents and purposes, they're poor. So what we're doing is we using AI to automatically tokenize each cattle, which prevents it creates a cattle bank where they can get liquidity. So that automatically now you have a credit bureau, and all these cattle, uh, farmers can borrow against that. They can invest and build up their communities. So we're using AI and crypto to provide to change people's lives actually. And as Bill Gates now has used AI for prospecting, that's something that we want to start doing as well. So Zambia's future looks good, and I think we in the West we need to work with a lot of these developing countries because they're so far behind that they can skip a lot of generations, right? So you find in North America, you went through the different evolution of technology. You went from the typewriter to the computer to the smartphone. A lot of these developing countries, they went straight from, you know, writing to using smartphones, right? And you could go to the village right now, and everybody's on WhatsApp, dealing with crypto and working with mobile money. So there's a whole economy, and there's so much opportunity there. But that's where I think the future of AI and in our case, crypto and the internet could actually transform lives in a lot of these developing countries. So, anyway, I don't know how much time we got, but if you have any questions, you can ask me. Um,
I wanted to know a little bit more about the cattle bag concept that you introduced.
right,
Can you talk a little bit more about that? I'm yet to figure out how that kind of really, because you spoke about crypto
right.
and how that kind of merged together.
So if you look at Zambia, for example, the Ila people, which are my people, my mother's people, cattle has always been in their lives. For hundred thousands of years, they've raised cattle, and it was sort of like that was their natural bank. So if for example, my grandmother. My grandfather was originally from Canada. They were ranchers from Saskatchewan, and they moved to northern Rhodesia in Zambia. And he was the only Muzungu, he was only the white man in the village at the time. And he married the chief's daughter, which was my grandmother. And what he did is he paid Lobola, the bridal price. He gave her her parents 51 cows to marry her. And this was like in 1960. So today, my uncle has over 5,000 head of cattle, right? So in the traditional sense, he's very wealthy, um, but he doesn't. That cattle is not liquid, right? So you can't just say, okay, I want to borrow $1 million. Nobody's going to lend him $1 million, right? But if we tokenize the asset, right, we provide liquidity to the farmers. So now all of a sudden he has $5 million, or is worth $5 million. And if he wants to borrow $1 million, well, we can take that $5 million and reinvest it, put that money into treasury bills, get him 5% interest. So now all of a sudden we're writing him a check for $20,000, right? Or somebody wants to build an abattoir. We can build that abattoir. Or we can build that new school. So my mother, there was a story where there was a school that needed desks and computers and stuff like that. And she had a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag. She sold a bag, and that paid for everything. But why does somebody need to sell their expensive bag to pay for equipment when they're sitting on so much wealth, right? So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that absolutely does. It's like, yeah.
yeah.
Have you thought about the infrastructure of your country and how AI could benefit from internet to providing electricity and all those things to kind of create more of a sustainable place to live?
So that's actually a very good question. We're currently in discussions with the government to create a coin. Um, Basically, it's a renewable energy coin where we're going to have wind, solar, and hydro.
Mhm.
And we're going to provide a device that captures how much energy these different resources are creating. That's going to create carbon credits. So we're going to tokenize that energy immediately
That's
and
nice.
sell it in London. There's an exchange in London, a carbon credits exchange. So now automatically the country starts benefiting from all these modern technologies. And historically, they've been left out. Um,
Absolutely.
but as a son of the soil, I'm going back and I'm changing the society. And yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Oh, it does. Amazing. Wow. Congrats.
Oh, thank you.
I have a different question, and it's actually for the entire panel, if I may. So, like, we all are talking about evolution of different kinds of disruptive trends. We are bringing in transformation in our respective industries. And what I wanted to learn more from the panelists as well was what is the first biggest challenge or barrier that we faced in respective industries? Let's say you are in the finance space with crypto and you're dealing with governments in terms of passing some kind of regulation that these are going to be accepted as tokens or accepted to convert, let's say, the asset into some kind of liquidity. So, what are the barriers which, let's say, you faced in terms of mental health as well, or let's say in yours in logistics that we need to we need to overcome as people and as leaders in this industry? How should we portray it to our customers that they understand that AI, machine learning, or any kind of digital transformative technologies are not actually disrupting this industry, but rather bringing in the change to assist them and to scale so that like developing countries can pass generations and get catch up to the speed of innovation. So any thoughts on that? The biggest blockers or challenges?
So yeah, so I can start talk about like the mental health space, why it is like very important in the near future. As we have seen, like from the COVID era, the mental health problem is getting worse every day, and now we are in the second phase of the problem coming from the fear of AI. Like we see, like there is a huge, there are some lots of macroeconomic situation going on. I think the world is like, there are lots of wars going on, and then there is a new wave coming of like, job replacement, right? Lots of these automated technologies are taking over like many people job, and there is a lots of fear in people. Like earlier, there was a like a speculation that only like there is certain sector of the service sector job will be affected by AI, but now we can see that there's like other sectors of jobs are also getting affected by AI, and all this problem like leads to like a person level. We see that everybody is worried about like what will happen to my job. Is like will AI replace my job? And that is another mental issue. uh, it's very important to know that like AI is a field like works on like should be developed as a like to support human, not replace human. And specifically, if I talk about mental health space, it is still a very taboo topic in like very developing countries. Even in developed country, people don't want to talk about it. It's not very like easily diagnosable, right? You cannot diagnose that whether you have like any mental health issue or not. AI is a one of the field where you can create your personalized agent that can help you for your specific problems, where you can share something which is you are even hesitate to talk with your spouse, or like there is someone you need who is very trustworthy, who has all the information what you want. Just think about you have like something called like personal agent, like personal chat GPT kind of system where you can talk about that. I'm worried about this issue and I don't want to share with any other person. So I think protecting user privacy is the utmost important thing here. That how we can create a system that is not only like currently we are building system, maybe they are like building in a company standpoint, but how we can make a user centric system that is more close to user, who thinks about user. Even a company provider ask a AI that just give me information about this guy, and that system say no, I don't want to share with it because I am connected to the person, like not with yourself. So that kind of system, that kind of I think trust we have to gain from our users, and that kind of direction we have to take if we want to tackle this problem on a large scale. And uh, that's why I think it's very important that we not only invest like in this personalized agent, but how to make this personal agent trustworthy by employing like all this data privacy thing, putting like high level of like cryptography in there, putting every kind of checks that make sure that like these systems don't leak out information outside their like within their realm, and uh, gain trust from user. And I think that is the direction we as a company also think like we should take in the future. And that's why like one of the thing in the headspace we give, that we give our user right to opt out to share information. Like you can opt out to train your like if you want to opt out that you don't want your data to train on your AI model, you can do that. So such kind of like I think user centric, I think what I say control we want to give to our user, that will make like that will help us to overcome these barriers, like specifically I think the user privacy and data privacy issue that can definitely and also like there are another part which I haven't talked about is the ethics and bias in AI. We know that like the history there are lots of biases associated with data, and how we can like properly remove those biases and integrate like make our system like our agent in a such a way that it does not amplify those biases to like to end user. It's very easy, I don't want to use that term, but gaslight a user with like a biased data. And we don't want our system to tell that like you have this kind of issue and you should do this kind of thing because you have like certain kind of traits. So yeah, once we solve those problem, I think we'll get like more trust from user, and that will solve like lots of barriers. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I guess like your thoughts as well in terms of how evolution and innovation has barriers. I think there's a question from the audience. We should take that first.
Sorry, sorry to make you come all the way here. First of all, thank you, each one of you. It's a fascinating discussion here. I have a question for you because one thing that really struck me as I was listening to you none of you mentioned responsible AI. None of you mentioned about, what AI is going to do to humans. Where I come from is my interest lies in human-centered systems and introducing AI in those systems. So I'm really curious to know what you are thinking about responsible AI. You touched a little bit, I really appreciate that about, ethics and concepts like those. But AI continues to evolve, as we all know. So I'm curious how you think about
I apologize for being irresponsible.
it.
Uh, I guess we're going to leave that to Elon Musk. Uh, some of these problems are bigger than us. I think, you look at OpenAI. I mean, they started as a non-profit, now they're a for-profit. Okay, I mean, who puts the guardrails there, right? Is it the government's job? Is it public's job? Is it Elon Musk's job? Um, and I don't have those answers. Personally, for me, a lot of things that I've done within my AI, uh, I'm a big privacy advocate. I think as a CEO of an AI company, it's very important to understand about privacy. So I also come from a security background. I understand how hacking works. I understand why it's important to have privacy. I've lived in a dictatorship, right? I understand what the government can do with unlimited power. So for me, I'm paranoid about this type of stuff. So in my AI, from the very beginning, we put facial blurring technology to make sure that the user's data was going to be protected. But that's what I can do. So, but I don't know. Maybe someone else has a better answer than me.
Uh, Also, great question. Thank you
Yeah.
so much on the inside. So, I guess one thing which our company looks into developing while using AI in any kind of projects is to understand that the first component is responsibility versus accountability. So, in order to take the responsibility and making people a little bit more accountable for the decisions they make, they need to understand the power they yield. AI and machine learning essentially are transforming our lives in terms of providing us information that was not available to us. They can compute millions or billions of data points in seconds and give it to us in fingertips. But how we utilize that is something humans need to be trained as well. So I think, so fun fact, I graduated university just a year ago. So I'm quite young and I'm leading two different companies. My first question to all my team members was, can you first teach me how to use the system? And surprisingly, no one, not even like the engineers who have been in our companies for over 10 years, understood how to teach someone how to use AI. And that is a big fundamental problem because even our existing systems right now, like studied in the I studied in University of British Columbia in Vancouver. It's one of the world-renowned universities. We do not have a single course about AI. It is actually right now that they're building courses to talk about AI, but they're not using AI themselves. They're backdated. So the first challenge is that accountability is not built. People don't understand the power they're going to be yielding in making these decisions. But if we look back to about a few decades ago, this was the same industrial revolution which was brought by the internet. People did not know what internet could do. And in this case, when it comes on deciding between the good side and the bad side of internet, if you go back to early 2000s, the discussions were about darknet and the discussions was about internet 2.0, what is going to be the next generation. And we are right now, about fast forward 20 years, are discussing about whether AI will be responsible, will be ethical or not. So in order to teach AI and to train it, it's the human's job. So we have to be accountable that in any systems we are building, we are first educating the user and we're creating a user-centric approach. And if we're keeping the user as the first priority, customer as the first priority, it's a fundamental rule of business that we have to make sure that we build trust with them. And when the trust component comes in, that's the security, that the ethics, those are the systems which have been placed in this regard to make sure that visibility is there. Now, transparency and visibility comes on which systems should be transparent and which systems should not be transparent. So, for example, education as a system is quite transparent versus finance as an industry, let's say cryptocurrency, has to have its checks and barriers because you don't want your social insurance number or your banking details going out to every single person. So, I think the way we have trained our algorithms is to understand the user, the need, and then develop solutions. So in any kind of projects we have done, in this case, using spatial spatial data, visualizing the Earth from space. We can work across defense, forestry, mining, and we collect billions of data points every single day. We can practically scan the Earth to 10 meters resolution by just using satellites. This much of information is powerful, but categorizing this information into segments and then educating the users on how they can make insights out of it is the trick of the game. And that is the biggest barrier as well. But at the same time, that is what teaches us to be accountable. That is, gives us the responsibility that we are making an important decision and our decisions will have consequences. It's fine. So let data drive the decisions, but let us be accountable for the choices we make. And let us not forget that we are humans. AI is still made by a human, and humans are kind of smart. We have some amazing things we can do. So let's use AI to transform this industry rather than fearing from it and rather than thinking that it will be the irresponsible one. We have to be accountable in that.
So sorry, I want to throw a wrench in this one, and I'll mention one word, and that's China.
It's a big
Yeah.
wrench. Yeah.
Uh, as I mentioned, I just got back from Zambia, and in Africa, China has pretty much colonized Africa without a gun, just by buying up the politicians, buying up land, building everything you can think of. What was scary was walking through the airport. It's a Chinese airport, the whole airport, beautiful airport. you know, like I mean, the most beautiful airport I've seen in my life. But there's cameras everywhere, and I'm looking at these cameras and I'm thinking, what are they capturing? You walk and there's screens and they're looking at all this data, and I'm scared. China doesn't care about responsibility. Their own people are being monitored. So I think this is where like people in the West need to also ask themselves, how responsible should we be if China doesn't care and they just using AI, to do whatever? Like, do we need to be that responsible as well? I mean, they're gonna leave us in the dust, right? So I don't know. Does anyone have any counter arguments here?
No, I think I'm in sync with most points spoken already. Around security, safety, transparency, visibility, and privacy, of course. Coming from the military, I think these aspects were very important to us also in that industry as well. So to be able to feel responsible, uh, being a user, uh, while using AI is something that holds accountability onto the user, I feel. And it's also about how the product of that particular AI is launched and how many governing bodies and testing bodies have eyes has that product gone through before it's actually launched out to the public. So as long as I feel that part has been taken care of, which for the most part has been, uh, I think AI should be the future, and we should just not, uh, neglect it or look at the downsides just because of couple of 1%, instances. That's my take on it.
But coming from the military, I'm not sure if anybody's watched that show on Netflix, where they basically the rest of the world kind of like gangs up and takes over Teslas and stops all these satellite communication. And it's all basically AI, right? AI hacking systems. If if Western countries don't advance as fast as China and Russia and North Korea, because we have these guardrails that we're always thinking of, how who's going to win the war, right?
Like, I've seen wars in the military, but in my opinion, like, since I've transitioned, it's one thing to be even talking about. Uh, I wouldn't be really talking about the West or the East either. For me, uh, as long as it's benefiting the community, it's benefiting humans in general. I feel is the future, and that's the way I look at it.
So one of the things that I would like to mention is that we're really not looking into AI. Yes, 100%, a lot of jobs will be obsolete with this industry. However, if we really take a look at it, we can benefit from that as well, from having advanced predictive analytics we can really understand how our future can look from weather conditions, political news, and things like that, that we can do a data analysis and check how we can manage business moving forward. So we're not really looking into AI as far as, yes, it's scary, but it brings us way more benefits than the fear that we have. As humans, we have fear because a lot of these jobs, like everyone has mentioned, will be obsolete. There's no question about it. But how can we use the same people to leverage, scale your businesses, and create a better space where we can use AI to predict a lot of the things that we've been dealing with, and therefore forecasting better output up there. So that's my take on that. Thank you so much for the invite, guys.
So just one last mention. Putin said that whoever wins the AI race will be the next superpower. Does anybody else have any words to say on that?
I think that means all humans are winning the race because all of us are using it. It should not
Well,
just
no,
be.
but to win the AI race, the most advanced country.
So that's the thing, beauty about AI, that research for AI is not just limited to geographical boundaries. It's now being shared across the world. So realistically, whatever barriers we had, that A versus B is now not A versus B. It's actually equal in a way. It's about optimizing and putting into application. So building the research and building the products is something we are getting equal access to. Data as well as information is available, and that's the evolution of innovation. The way we optimize this AI, the way we apply this AI, is maybe going to decide the fate of not just a nation but the entire humankind as a whole. So of course we look up to leaders, we look up to politics, but I think as technological leaders, for us politics might drive principles and governing regulations, but for us customers, users, clients come first. And for that, I don't think, like, if AI is actually about to bring change, it will deliver. And it's not which nation will succeed or will win the war, it's humans as a whole who will be optimizing it for their own benefit. That's my take on it.
Oh, that's it. Thank you for
Thank
inviting
you.
us.
All righty, give it one more time for our panelists. Thank you so much. Alrighty, guys, we are going to switch gears right now and transition into one of our most cherished traditions, the recognition session. So before we proceed, let's expand our deepest gratitude to our esteemed sponsors with generous support. And to present this award, we would like to invite Dr. Luis Debrensky to come on up. We are honored to call upon our gold sponsor, Vincent Allen, the founder and manager director of VAAV Industries, on stage. I think he's gone, so we'll give him a round of applause instead. We are deeply grateful for Vincent and the VAA Industries for their unwavering support. Now we gather to shine a spotlight on the trailblazers and leadership and unwavering commitment has redefined boundaries, ignited inspiration, and are set to shape the future of technology for generations to come. So let's get into these awards. So number one, Ala, please don't shoot the messenger. I was just briefed on these names, guys. I'm not trying to offend. But number one, Ala Raksha Sheikh, Outstanding Leadership Award. As the Chief Information Officer at Madison Mutual Insurance Company, Ala excels at driving IT innovations and transforming operations to align with business goals, building a high performing team culture and consciousness, improvement, and creativity. Give it up for Ala. And next is Amrith Kandershare, the Outstanding Leadership Award. Amrith?
at all? No? All right, well, we'll give him a little introduction, but an engineering leader specializing in cloud, AI, and ML engineering, and has significantly contributed to cloud migration and ML adoption. Do we have him? No? Okay, we're still figuring out the flow of things. And number 3, Archer Now LLC, the Outstanding Organization Award. The award is to be received by Rung Q Pham and the CEO of Archer Now LLC. HOA delinquent data and analyzes trends to help you make the most information decision for your association. Congratulations. And next we have Arvind Katari for the Outstanding Leadership Award. He is a fractional CXO and investor in various startups, SMBS, and multiple profits, leveraging his vast experiences in energy, mining, and FMCG industries to guide, support new ventures across the USA and India. He excels as an advisor, fundraiser, connector, and dedicating his resources to promoting growth and innovation. Congratulations. And next we have Carlos E. Vargas for the Outstanding Leadership Award. He is an enterprise architect at Coral Springs, Florida, and a beacon of technology with over 120 certifications, notable one of 22 Microsoft Masters for email, and beyond tech, he was certified for the Executive Leadership Coach. Congratulations. The next is the Preparedness Network for the Outstanding Organization Award. No? All right. So the award will be received by Jeffrey Wise if he's in the building. Yep. I love that suit. The Preparedness Network is a collation of experts from every discipline of disaster services and community assistance organizations. With over 50 years of collective experience, the Preparedness Network uses the power of technology to provide educational classes, get prepared tips, talk shows with preparedness professionals, and other information to help you and everyone around you thrive and survive almost any disaster. Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Kamalakar Patel for the Outstanding Leadership Award. He is the ambitious individual who is passionate about creating businesses association applications. He is skilled at managing workflows and progress design and excels at using technology to increase a business productivity. Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Cardwell for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Kevin Cardwell, an expert in computer forensics and hacking with a 22-year U.S. Navy background, led the startup of West Africa's first digital forensic lab and authorized multiple cybersecurity courses and books. Next, we have Melissa Drew with the Outstanding Leadership Award. Let's see. I feel like I'm a teacher taking attendance out of high school. Melissa Drew, the digital transformation executive and top 25 global consultant, is celebrated for her TED Talk and AI leadership of women leadership in data and AI. She precedes over the blended pledge supporting diverse voices in tech. So give it up for Melissa. Next, we have Nathan Clemens, the Outstanding Leadership Award. No? Oh, okay. So Nathan is the CEO of Simple Games Incorporated, nearly 1 billion plays sessions and hundreds of thousands of dollars donated directly to charity. Simple Games has been at the forefront of the metaverse for the better part of a decade. So give it up for Nathan. Next, we have Omar Chowdhury for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Omar, the founder of DPD, drives digital innovation and strategy, design, and development with a focus on e-commerce, metaverse technology, and inspiring industry-wide impacts. Congratulations, Omar. Next, we have Paul Bordeaux with the Outstanding Leadership Award. With nearly 3 decades of experience as a seasoned C-level technology executive, Paul prioritizes ethical technologies, practices, and spearheads high-performing software development teams. Fluent in over 10 programming languages, Paul advocates for ethical considerations in all decision-making processes, promoting a culture of compliance and social responsibility within the tech industry. Next, we have Pavel Yosifovich for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Oh, that was exciting. Pavel, a distinguished figure in software development, training, and mentoring, is renowned for his contributions at Scorpio Software. With expertise in Windows internals, he co-authored Windows Internals 7th Part 1 and authored Windows Kernel Programming 2nd ED and Windows 10 System Programming. His dedicated to education is evident through his Parasite and courses with Windows internals, along with numerous open source tools and GitHub. Next, we have Rohan C. Japut for the Outstanding Leadership Award. So Rohan, a senior data scientist at Headspace, is a renowned figure in personalization, serving as a personalization domain lead. His achievements include a patent, features in company blog posts, and appearances on data science podcasts, reflecting his dedication and expertise owned by the roles of Fortune 500 companies such as Disney and Ticketmaster. Congratulations. We have Shika for Outstanding Leadership Award. Shika is a dynamic software QA manager, merges a deep understanding of quality assurance methodologies with advanced expertise in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Lead QA teams to new heights. She incorporates cutting-edge automation framework and leverages AI to elevate software quality to unprecedented levels. Congratulations. And last but definitely not least, we have Tyrone Vernon Moodley for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Tyrone, a dynamic and visionary leader, has revolutionized the beverage industry as CEO of BevCounter, transforming into a global leader into beverage management solutions. With a background of business administration, Tyrone's you guys, we got to get to lunch. Spirit drove him to spearhead cutting edge technology solutions, enabling business to streamline operations and enhance customer satisfaction. Congratulations. So honorees, congratulations. We will be waiting to witness your ongoing triumphants and bold aspirations by becoming the months. Before we disperse to lunch, we're thrilled to announce our upcoming conference in Dubai is in December 24 and Las Vegas in March of 2025. And we are rapidly filling up the esteemed speakers, generous sponsors, and innovative exhibitors. If you're interested for these future events, please feel free to connect with any of our teams, especially the registration booths. Now let's take a well-deserved break for lunch and make sure to use the hashtag Internet2Conf. Enjoy lunch, y'all.
Testing. Testing, one, two, three. Testing. Yeah, this sounds great. That's perfect. Yeah, I would prefer this if this is how it's going to be. Yeah. Awesome.
Welcome back, Internet 2.0. How was lunch, you guys? You guys enjoy it? About Michael Kolsch or anything? I get it. It's fine. You guys are too stuffed to talk. I get it. Well, welcome back, everybody. Now let's continue with our next keynote session. So if you guys could have a seat, get cozy, we're going to dive into that. This next session is going to be very interesting. It is the art of communication jujitsu. So in this session, our expert speaker will talk about how to communicate like a pro in this incredibly digital world. Get ready to don your metaphorical black belts and master the art of communication in the most fun and dynamic way possible. So please welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, Young Hugh Pham, CEO of Archer Now LLC.
Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the prime speaking spot right after lunch, so I have your undivided attention. The nice thing is if you don't like the talk today, you can just slip into a nice little food coma, and in about 30 or 45 minutes, we'll have another subject to talk about. So, but anyways, my name is Young Pham. I am the CEO of Archer Now LLC, and I'm actually extremely excited to talk about what we're going to be discussing today, and it's the art of communication jujitsu. The interesting thing is this: why are we talking about communication at a tech conference, right? We're among some of the great minds of our field as far as tech, AI, all the fancy programming and all the development analytics that are out there. Well, that's part of the problem. I'm on the other side of that house. I'm in operations, and I'm a layman when it comes to the tech field. So that's why I feel like it's very important that subject matter minds like yourselves are able to communicate with laymen like myself. So the context of the speech today that we're talking about is not actually just about all kinds of unfettered communication. What we're dealing with is specifically internal communication within our own organizations. And that's where I really want to start harping on. To get some of the other pleasantries out of the way, I want to talk a little bit about Archer Now. Archer Now has been a very small niche HOA business. What we do is twofold. We build very high-powered Power BI business analytic dashboards for small businesses so they can start to see key performance indicators to run their businesses better. The other thing that Archer does is we operate in the HOA space. And what we do there is we are the antithesis to collection companies, right? We're an antithesis to law firms. We try to provide better platforms and better solutions that are conscientious for homeowners and for the communities that you live in. So that's Archer. As far as introductions are concerned, I was born in Saigon, Vietnam, and my mother, my aunt, and I migrated here as political refugees when I was 2 years old. I have 25 years of accounting and financial experience, so we consider ourselves as a company very tech forward, maybe not necessarily tech savvy, right? And then our education is in accounting, finance, psychology, and business. I am also a former nationally ranked college and high school debater. And most importantly in all, that wraps up into our conversation today, I am one of the world's worst Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioners. How did we go about getting to that? Well, the interesting enough, here's proof that I was actually doing currently Jiu-Jitsu. So say hi to all the guys back in Austin, Texas. Thank you teammates out at Team Robati for helping me kind of put some of this together and actually giving me a lot of the guidance that I've experienced on my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu journey over the last 8-9 months. So how does a 40-year-old man decide for no better reason to start doing, full contact sports, right? Well, in April of last year, I had quit smoking after 20 years of cigarette smoking, and I gained about 25 pounds. So I was at the heaviest I was at in my entire life, and I needed to do something different. It was starting to weigh down mentally for myself, for work, and things like that. And that's at that moment where I realized I needed to make a change, a substantial change. What I did not realize 8 months later was the journey that took me on. That was much more than just fitness and self-care. I want to start off our conversation talking about seeking out a calming voice. This is something that has been a very poignant part of my life over the last few months. Not only did I start out and decide to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at the age of 41, In January, just a few weeks ago, I decided to also enter into a international Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament locally in Austin. The interesting thing is this. I had never had any real athleticism or background. I mean, let's be honest, I'm a nerd that sits behind a desk all day. I analyze spreadsheets, right? I help, organizations help each other talk and communicate. Uh, I was a debater in high school, so that means I'm not very athletic in high school as well. But somewhere down the road, there was a calling to me to figure out after 8 or 9 months of constantly practicing, what was how did I measure up, right? It wasn't even really about anything else. So what I managed to do by the last part of January last year was, this year, I'm sorry, was I lost about 45 pounds in this process. And it wasn't for vanity. It was actually for sheer survival. See, what a lot of you guys don't understand in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournaments, if you don't make the 222-pound cutoff, it's an unlimited weight class above that. So needless to say, someone that is 5'8", 5'9" on a lucky day has no business being up against guys that are 6'7", 300 plus pounds. So my first objective was I needed to lose as much weight as possible just to make that weight division. And it wasn't to try to win or become world champion. It was so I wouldn't die, right? So my first match comes out. We start off on our feet. I get taken to the ground, and I froze. I am not afraid to admit it. Everything, the sound went away. My vision went blurry. I was literally on the ground getting smashed on by my opponent. And I'm just surveying the entire auditorium. And there's probably a few hundred people in there. And it goes completely quiet in my head. But then the only thing I saw was my opponent. And I'm just kind of like, hey. And then I keep surveying again. And then out of nowhere, this wonderful, raspy voice, which is my coach, Professor Kevin, comes out of nowhere. Think of a dark tunnel, and all of a sudden you find that one voice. And he's like, Young, you got to do something, man. Grab his leg, do something. And then from that point on, I was able to turn that match around, right? You need to think about your communication with each other in your organization as the same thing. We are seeking out that calming voice. When we talk to each other, the truth of the matter is, all we're wanting to do is try to understand each other a little bit better. And find that voice, find that Professor Kevin's voice out there so that we can understand and finally have proper discourse with each other, right? And here's the craziest thing. 41-year-old, heavily overweight person with not a lick of athleticism actually won a match. In fact, I also lost a match. And this is not some self-grandizing thing. I just want you guys to know, like, the idea of doing something like this is just adrenaline rushing, right? But it taught us so many different themes that I'd like to share with you guys during this speech today. But thank you again for the applause. I was not trying to purposely do that. The first principle, the first concept I want you guys to go over as we talk about the art of communication jiu-jitsu that translates from jiu-jitsu over to how we talk to each other is what Bruce Lee has always talked about. Be like water. Be adaptable. Be flexible, right? How many times do we constantly talk at each other instead of actually having communication? In a world today so divisive, so full of hate, maybe for once, if we're willing to talk with each other and have conversations instead of talking at each other, we might actually realize we're a lot similar than we are different. And that's the basis of what we were talking about today. There are 6 principles of communication. There's a ton of them out there. This was actually borrowed from Dr. Cialdini's 7 Principles of Persuasion. And in it, it states this, right? There's a principle of clarity, which is how you deliver your message as it's intended. By as it's intended, it's how you intended to give that message. The principle of timeliness conveys your attitude about your conversation. That's the concept of responsiveness. The principle of urgency, letting your audience know that you're serious about what you're talking about. Principle of conciseness, expressing to folks a level of competency, right? What we talk about, we also need to have some sort of an understanding about before we can even express that to each other. A principle of courteousness, right? There has to be an innate level of respect when we talk to each other. And of course, the principle of completeness. covers all aspects, and eliminates any need for a future discussion. So, what do all those principles and those communications have to do with each other? Well, as I told you before, I know you guys, I'm coming on right after the lunch hour. What I want to do is highlight a couple takeaways throughout the speech. And I always do that every time I go up and I talk to people, even if I talk to my team back in Austin, Texas, or anything like that. I want to make sure that if you forget everything else we talk about today, right, there's a few takeaways. If you write down, you're going to basically be able to have a synopsis of the entire conversation. And it is one of the most powerful things I've heard in a very long time. Think about this for a second. Every communication moment is an opportunity for meaningful engagement or complete and final disengagement. That's key takeaway number one for today. Let's take a couple seconds to process what that really means. When you talk about every person that you interact with in your organization, in your professional life, that is an opportunity for you to be able to really hook them in, really have them buy in, really build that rapport, build that trust, so you can bridge that communication gap. But it's also that very moment that you can completely break down an employee or a team member to the point where they will never have the same concept of how they want to communicate with you ever again. That is a very powerful thing to think about. And it's actually quite a bit of responsibilities, which may sound very serious, but it's important for us to really discuss, right? Every engagement we have with each other is an opportunity for us to actually do something meaningful with ourselves. Has anybody heard of something called the learning pyramid? Awesome. So a couple hands were raised. This was actually developed by the National Training Laboratories Institute. It's a nonprofit organization, and what they do is they center around the concept of how do people best learn, right? How do we instruct people? How do we get people to retain more information so we can train them quicker, right? Here's what's the cool thing. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I highlighted a few of these, right? At the very top, we only retain 5% of the information that we're lectured or talked to. Well, all of us have been in school, right? That is the number one method of how we're taught, is we're being lectured and talked to without any kind of feedback or discourse back and forth. Here's what's alarming. We only retain 10% of what we read and 20% of what we hear and see. That means any communication we're talking about today, I'd be lucky if at the end of this conversation, you guys retain 20% of this, right? But here's what the crazy thing on the opposite side of the learning pyramid teaches us. Over 90% of what we teach others, we retain. Doesn't that change the whole complexion of how we should have conversations with each other, of how we should train each other? Key takeaway number 2 is this learning pyramid. We'll hit the back list a little bit later. So, concept number 2, another concept that has to do a lot with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right, is the idea of the top versus the bottom game. If you ever watch a grappling match, you'll notice that there's always a person on top and a person on bottom, right? They're actually doing two separate things, cohesively, basically, right? Now, before we continue, one caveat. I am a one-stripe white belt, right? It generally takes about 3 years to get to a blue belt, to then progress to a purple belt, brown belt, black belt, which is usually 10 to 12 years away. So my understanding of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is an infant's understanding of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So my concepts are not something that you should try to translate over to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So in case there's practitioners out there, I just want to give you guys that caveat, right? But the important of what I'm saying is the top and the bottom game is we can translate that in the same way as we do with our communication. When I think of someone that is on top in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu match, I think of someone that is muscle memory, that is offensive, that can react immediately, right? And they're the ones that are there, and they're trying to just move and pass. When you're speaking about someone on the bottom position in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu match, you're dealing with someone that's more methodical, that is kind of laying in wait, that is in a more defensive posture. Well, when we deal with communication, there's two basic types of communication, right? Where we deal with in the workplace or where we deal with each other. The first one is the spoken communication, which we consider our top game. When we deal with spoken communication, it's very different from our written communication because it's very fast, right? You only get one opportunity to really make an impression of what you're saying. That's why it's very important for us to be mindful of what our tone is and when and where we enunciate in a phrase or a sentence. You also only get one crack. So that also means that it's very important that if you're saying something, take a couple seconds to think about what you're going to say before you actually say it, right? These are all very basic concepts. I mean, everyone in this room understands the basic tenets of proper communication. The question is, with tech-savvy minds, people that are authoritative in your fields that know so much, do you actually want to take the time to have proper discourse with others that don't understand your field as well as you do? The other thing I would say is simplify your terms and concepts, right? So one of the big things is avoiding jargons and acronyms. First of all, if it's an acronym like ASAP, right, those are things that we commonly know. But don't string together 4 or 5 words and create your own acronym and then expect everyone else to know what it is. I know it might make you sound smarter, but it sure as heck doesn't help the rest of us when we're trying to communicate with you. Same thing with jargons. Jargons are a big thing. So I am big in fintech, finance technology, right? And one of the biggest buzzwords I've heard over the last 3-4 years is the idea of fractional. Fractional CFO, fractional CIO, fractional COO. Has anybody ever looked up in Webster's dictionary what the word fractional actually means? It means short-sighted, simple, insignificant, small, right? So essentially what you were basically telling each other is like, hey, if you want to pay me a decent sum of money, I'll give you a small bit of advice, an insignificant bit of advice, right? So you have to be very careful when we start using these buzzwords that you know over the eras come and go. You'll notice in the top game and the bottom game when it comes to communication, I have the exact same slide for both, which is to be authentic and genuine at all times. That is probably key number 1 of making sure that we understand each other better. Don't talk at people. And be aware of your body language, right? I've already probably had a few faux pas here, but be careful of your hand gestures with your body. Like that's different from the written communication, right? Your spoken communications. What are your hands doing? What kind of eye contact am I having? Is it too much eye contact? Is it too little eye contact, right? Be mindful of things like that if you're trying to convey your message a certain way. Let's talk about the bottom game, the written communication. Written communication is very interesting. Reread your emails to make sure that it's not a tone that would be conveyed differently to someone else, right? I do that all the time. I don't mean to be curt, right? I'm busy. I may write shorter responses. You know what? That's not acceptable. I remember growing up in this business world, and I was taught that high-level executives don't use a lot of words when they respond to you, right? They're just too busy to. I think that's a bunch of horse crap. I think to me that conveys disrespect that you don't have enough time to articulate out 1 or 2 sentences to explain what you're saying. It makes you sound high and mighty, but again, it does not fit in with proper communication and proper discourse. Don't be too brief, right? Because it's disrespectful, but also don't be too long-winded. Because just like a novel, if you put too much out there in an email or a communication piece that's written, you lose sight of what your message is if you're constantly going over, above, and beyond. Make sure you're spelling, be authentic and genuine, and always be accurate. So, the final concept I want to talk about today is the concept of pulling guard. If you look at the picture up here, you'll notice that the gentleman on top, most people that are laymen to grappling would assume that person is in a better position, right? Well, actually in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, whoever's hip is higher is actually in the dominant position. So the gentleman on bottom is the one that's actually in a dominant position. And the reason why pulling guard is important in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because it protects you. It gives you time to then react and then make your next move. Well, that's very similar to how we communicate with each other. We have to take time to pause and react to what we're doing before we just blurt out and just start making our next move or our next statement or our next phrase. And because of that, I'm going to give you guys a great gift, courtesy of my wife, and I'm going to show you guys how to properly apologize. There are 3 basic tenets of apology. A proper business, heck, even a better personal apology. The first step, you have to say you're sorry. No qualifiers, no context. I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt. I'm sorry you don't understand. Nope. Just, I'm sorry, or I apologize. And then just stop for a second.
and let them process them. People seek comfort in knowing that you take accountability for your actions, especially when you screw up. Step number 2, it's not enough to just say, I got it, I'll get it fixed. Give some specific details on how you're going to go about fixing whatever it is that you messed up, right? It's important for people to know there's a plan in action. And the third and final step, advise them on what you're going to do differently next time, right? It's important to also assess why we made those mistakes. Because if you're going to just apologize to me 8 or 10 times in a row for the same thing over and over again, after a while, it kind of becomes the same thing, right? It kind of becomes a point where I don't really care to hear your apologies anymore because you haven't done anything different with it. So I liken this back to my wife all the time gets on me because our trash day is on Friday morning. And for whatever reason, our trash guys like to come at like 6 in the morning sometimes. Not always. And unfortunately, there are days where I'm not great at waking up very early in the morning, right, to go deal with the trash. I also have 4 animals, so I have to pick up, dog poo, dealing with the cat litter and all that other stuff. So for me, first of all, honey, I apologize. I'm sorry. I missed the trash day. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to our neighbor's bin, who's clean. I'm going to swap it with theirs. I'm kidding. That is not the solution. I'm actually going to take the time to go drive it and find a truck, actually go dump out the trash. But most importantly, what am I going to do next time? I'm going to start doing it on Thursday nights, knowing that I won't be able to do it on Friday, right? And that is the third takeaway is how do we properly apologize with each other to be genuine, authentic, but also efficient. So as you can recap, the 3 key takeaways that we have from our communication today. The first one is meaningful engagement. Every time you interact with someone in this convention, at home, in your offices, know that that is an opportunity for you guys to have a meaningful discourse that actually binds them into your organization, binds them into your team. The learning pyramid teaches us that only 10% of what we retain is from what we read. And we only retain 20% of what we hear, but yet 90% of what we teach. Because when we teach, we learn. And lastly, a professional apology requires 3 basic steps. If you follow these basic guidelines of communication, what you've come to realize is this. We're not building a work family, right? Families are dysfunctional. I tell people that all the time. That's not what I'm trying to build at work. I'm trying to build a team. I'm trying to build a championship team. One that is flexible, one that is adaptable, one that communicates properly with each other. And if you do that well, you end up having something pretty cool like this. This is my local gym. This is my local team, Team Rabati. I'm even repping their t-shirt today. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu teaches us adaptability, the ability to seize opportunities, the ability to move yourself when you cannot move your own opponent, changing your position, and dealing with pressure. How are those not the same things we deal with in the business sector every single day? Appreciate your time today, guys. I'd like to open up for communication.
Give it up one more time for young Q fam. That was incredibly insightful. I like hearing about that jujitsu. All right, folks, we'll buckle up because we're about to dive into a topic that got everyone talking, challenges in datafication. So now we all love data, right? It's like the magic sauce that powers everything from our favorite apps to groundbreaking discoveries. But let's not ignore the flip side, the real world with challenges that come with it. We're talking about stuff that keeps us up at night, privacy, security, and ethics. It's like having a navigational minefield where every step requires careful consideration. But fear not, because we've got an amazing lineup of folks who are here to share their wisdom and guide us through their murky waters. They're not just experts, they're real people with real insights ready to tackle these challenges head on. So please put your hands together for speakers Jeffrey Weiss, CEO of the Preparedness Network, and Chris Martin, President of Technology Services at Micon General Contractors. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
you hear me all right? Testing, 1, 2, 3. We're going to meet each other for the first time.
Meet you for the first time.
I have a mic coming up for you.
There you go. So what are we talking about?
That's a good question. We are talking about the challenges in datafication.
Challenges datafication. So what is datafication?
That's a really good question. So I've heard, I think we all have the buzzwords over the years, the cloud journey, digital transformation, digital workforce. I don't know. What have you heard?
Well, it's the one biggest problem in this is what is data, and how do we manage data? There is so much that is a really big problem in managing and maintaining data. We all know that this came about with the Congress saying, "Oh, TikTok must sell to a United States company," and because it's a Chinese. Well, there's a lot of problems in datafication and security and all that. Is China really the problem, or you know, is Facebook just as bad of a threat as China is? Because when you have your data when your data is being captured by TikTok, it's also being captured by all the other platforms, and they are monetizing that platform. When you have a Gmail account, they say people think that's free. It's not. They make $30,000 to $50,000 a year on your email because they own your email. They have the right to go through it and take your data and strip it and do all that stuff. So that's kind of like datafication for me, is the proper management and ethics behind the massive problem of datafication.
Very true. So I actually work in the construction industry, and for those of you who are familiar with that industry, we've been paper-based for, what, 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Maybe longer. One of the problems there is that the collaboration is really difficult when you do paper. So we've seen a massive increase in performance, and we've done a lot better with collaborating with our industry partners when we started digitizing things, but we did not have a standard. Everybody started digitizing in their own way. So interconnectivity is a big problem. When you first start digitizing something, you go, oh, great, now we've got a digital copy of it.
Right.
CEO comes along and says, guess what? I want to do data analytics. You're like, that's fantastic.
What does
All
that
our
mean?
stuff is in PDFs, Excel files, maybe some scans of documents here and there. There's no law, no order. And so that's another challenge. Data formats, data collection formats, all these things have been huge challenges for some industries.
And it's how do you manage that? How do you really manage that? So you have to turn all your construction PDFs and your platforms and your plans all into digital, and then how that is all managed and how that is all taken care of. I work in the broadcasting industry. I've been a broadcasting for 30 years, and we've seen the migration from data. If you look at the guys who are producing the videos here, the shooting here, it used to be that we had a mixing board, that we would control the lighting and the sound and all that be done with that. Now it's all done on an iPad, and it's all programmed. We used to have 7 or 8 people Fox had 20 people in a control room. I went in and redid their control room. They had 2 people. They didn't need one of them. So it's like, it's data is how we manage data, how we're migrating all of our technology into the cloud and infrastructures. Cloud is great, but cloud is also very unsecure, and it's wrapped with all kinds of problems that we don't know, and we're rushing into this without thinking about it.
Very true. And that's exactly what I was thinking. When we start digitizing a lot of these things, which previously we could kind of hide away in a locked closet, right? Yeah. You used to be able to take that PII or those employee records or whatever and just shove them in a corner, lock that cabinet, and they were safe. Now we've gone and digitized it, and we've given out that access to partner organizations.
Yeah.
Now we've exposed ourselves to quite a lot more risk, and a lot of companies are working to catch up, right? So now I think you see policy frameworks that are coming out. You start to see regulatory bodies trying to jump on this and try and fix it. And the problem is that you need that data to do your business.
Right. Well, OSHA is for your business, OSHA is a perfect example. OSHA has been, is going to go 100% digital by 2026. That's their mandate. Whether they'll make it or not isn't, no, but that's OSHA going that. But then OSHA, all the employers like you have to now go digital and now do all their forms, all the reports that they report to. Now they have to transfer that from where they did it on paper to now digital, and they have to scan all that in and put that in a database. Have an OCR program, optical character recognition program. Turn those into text fields so they can capture that properly, and all that has to be done at your expense, of course. OSHA's not going to pay you. They have to require you to do that. And if you don't do that, when they say,
It's penalty. Yeah, that's another interesting discussion topic. At what point in time do we force change, and at what point in time do we catch up to change? And I think
Right.
that's the conflict we see very much in the digital transformation space right now. Certain regulatory bodies say, hey, in order to accomplish these goals, we have to have this change, and we're fighting against everybody else who's like, but that's going to cost me money. Who's going to pay for that change? It's worked fine this way. So that's a real struggle that we see, that, who's going to foot the bill for this change?
That's one. On my end, it's all about it's all about manage. I've been a member of SMPTE, which is Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, and one of the committees that I've been most really involved with and is the data management, the asset management committee that does the standards for media asset management for the entertainment industry. But it's the responsibility of who is in charge of this data. I could go back to the first thing I brought with TikTok and with Facebook and with Twitter and YouTube, all these platforms with Microsoft and Google. We're giving them all this data and they're monetizing it and they're controlling. Everyone knows you go on a TV and all of a sudden your ads pop up on your computer for whatever you're watching. We all seen that all the time. That is metadata. They know everything about you. They know when you're connected to your phone to your TV and your kid's watching Disney and your little 5-year-old kid is connected to that phone. They're analyzing, capturing data on your children. And when you go to the supermarket and you swipe your card, they know that. When you get in your car, your smart car, they know that. They know all that data is connected and being analyzed. And who's in charge of that data and what is their ethical responsibilities? And there's a big push for doing a global ethical responsibility on metadata. And so that's, it's a big thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, up until now, the drivers of data collection have not been altruistic.
Yeah.
They've been commercial. So you've got the likes of Google who have been collecting information so they can sell you better ads or so that you have a better conversion rate. It would be very interesting to see a more altruistic approach to data collection where it's genuinely there to help and improve. And I was kind of hopeful when OpenAI originally came out and that was their original intent, was that we're going to protect the human race and all of that. And then business kicks in and reality of
Business, politics.
who's financing it.
Yeah.
So where I'm especially excited though is I think in the medical space, while I've seen a lot of practitioners there, they are motivated by some measure of funding and things like that. I think a lot of them are motivated by better outcomes.
Yeah.
Which is, to me, a much better approach to your data, because at the end of the day, you're trying to fix something for people, not for profit.
Right.
And that's where I would like to see more people go, right? Where we go, this is for the betterment of all, and it's not so I can make a buck.
Yeah, unfortunately, that we live
do.
in this world.
We
and
do.
This world is all about making the buck and how we can, and not just about making the buck, but how we can control people and how we can, because people are really, the one thing you can do with data is instill fear, and fear is the one motivator that everyone throughout history is always uses to control people. Hitler didn't say hate the Jews at first. He said, "Fear the Jews." You know, politics. Donald Trump didn't say, "Watch out, there's some." He said, "Hey, fear the migrants. They're coming to rape us and kill us." Whatever your politics are, that was instilling fear. And by feeling fear, when people instill fear on you, they can then control you because you are the answer to their fear. And fear turns to hate. Hate is a manifestation of fear. So when we control metadata, we control the data that you're looking at, and I can then turn that into finding what your fears are, and then turn that into controlling you and focusing your fears into channels of hate, because it's much more easier to channel hate than it is to channel love, even though love is more powerful than hate.
That's a good point. So something also to remember that data is our most valuable thing.
Absolutely.
Our data, the data about us, is the most valuable thing on the internet that we own, right? We may own assets and things like that, but knowing who we are, knowing what our preferences are, it's massively important to a lot of people. And there are legislations out there that are basically trying to change who owns that data, giving the sovereignty back to the individual as opposed to the platform that collected it,
Yeah.
which I think is a really interesting move, because really, fundamentally, we should own our own data, just like we should own our own DNA or we should own our own, blood type or whatever. To give the data back to the individual that it's about or who's the principal in that discussion, rather than to a company who's going to use that data. What if we change the world to where those companies had to pay you to use your data in research?
Yeah, but then it goes into because so you say medical data. So we all have, many of us have iWatches, and iWatches have an EKG. That EKG system is sent back to the company. Your insurance company gets that and says, "Oh, this guy has a bad EKG. He's subject to having a heart attack. Let's lessen his coverage." Because
But
you
let
give
me
up
play
your
to the other
your
side.
data, but your data then be used against you.
What if you're a healthy person and they get that information back and they say, you know what, you have good healthy habits. You eat right, you live a healthy lifestyle, you're not as big a risk to this insurance company.
Yeah.
Is there a benefit there, or does the risk outweigh the benefit?
That is a good question, and how that is done. But I think that mostly they use it to. I mean, they use it for the good or the bad. But the thing is that people voluntarily give up their things. We go down these rabbit holes of of giving up our rights so easily. You know, people throughout history have been swallowed up by dictators and people because it was so easy just to give a little bit, and then just a little bit more, and then just a little bit more, and pretty soon, no one cried for these people when they came for them, and they didn't cry for those people when they came for them, and they didn't cry for these people when they came for them, but when they came for me, no, who was there to cry?
Yeah, there's nobody left.
So
Yeah.
that's going back to Shakespeare and all of that.
Yeah, but I mean, there's definitely a risk with collecting data, putting more data out there. Um, this is a completely different scenario, but even in our company, when we started our data analytics journey without proper governance right at the beginning, we started digging into the data and then inadvertently exposed data to the wrong people in our company.
Yeah.
That's another example of how a risk that wasn't foreseen because we weren't experienced in it yet. So I think a lot of the things we're going to see, even with AI, right? There's risks we don't know about yet, and we're going to have to catch up with solutions to those risks. Same thing with datafication. As we digitize everything, we're now getting governance that says, okay, now we're going to protect those bits of data because that's what's needed.
Yeah, I mean AI is a big thing, especially in the entertainment industry. And there was this big union fight about AI being used to replicate actors and replicate voices, and you can have an actor for a couple of minutes. I've seen it happen. I've seen them take an actor's videotape an actor doing a scene, and then they can take that through AI, replicate that, and create and have an AI version of that person who's just as say and do and act and do everything there was. So yeah, it's definitely always all there.
it goes down to the, how are we ethically managing this, and that's what needs to happen. What needs to happen is there needs to be an ethical standards for metadata. We need to ethically manage and and put it out there. But then how do you do it? And okay, so we say, okay, so we can ethically manage companies in the United States for that. That's possible. But how are you gonna tell China to be ethical with metadata? How are you gonna tell Putin? How are you gonna tell any of the other dictators on this planet that you need to be ethical in your metadata instead of manipulating it to control or put your point forward? You look at how, you look at how it's happening in India. The amount of data that's being collected on the Indian people in India, and Modi it has just funded a huge data center for collect. He's spending, was it $20 billion creating a data center to capture and analyze data from his people and ours as well.
Right.
And India is abreast with many of the um, scammer people that are going out and scamming little old ladies in England or the United States or anywhere with of their hard-earned savings,
Mhm.
and that's all done through metadata. And they used to have banks of people on phone calls calling people. They used to have all these with hundreds and hundreds of people in a building calling people. Well, the problem is some of these people felt really bad about cheating people out of things. So the owners of these scammer companies now have an AI robot dialing people, and it has a script, and it just says the script, and it follows these scripts, and people fall for it, and they think they're talking to a real person when they're talking to a computer, and a computer
Yeah.
can talk to thousands of more people than a person can,
More cheaply.
more cheaply.
Yeah, but something to remember too is that we've been here before. We haven't been in this exact scenario before, but over time we've adapted. We've found the new risks, we found the new problems, the new things that have to be legislated, controlled, and adapted to, and then we've got smarter people, right? Remember when you first started trying to teach your parents or your grandparents how to use an iPhone?
Yeah.
It was such a foreign concept. Now they've had an iPhone for, we just found, almost 17 years. They're pretty familiar with the framework, the way it works. You get them a new one, it looks very similar. So I think we're going to get to the point where we will have good enough controls and there will be the right way to use data. But I think that journey is going to be turbulent.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you look at social media today and we talk echo chambers or we talk narratives and you talk all these different things. And today we just really don't have a good way. Everybody's trying to find a way to say, hey, let's minimize that without damaging free speech, right? Like, how do we do these things? How do we find these balances? And it's just going to be a turbulent time. I mean, look at history. Basically every 20 years, we have some kind of turbulent upheaval, right?
Yeah.
Things change. This is no different. We will adapt and we'll figure out how to work through it.
Well, yeah, I mean, as bad as, we're painting a little blink picture up here, but as bad as things are, we are in a much freer, much more powerful, much healthier society than we were
Mhm.
20 years ago and 40 years ago, and so on and so on. Like you were saying, we don't have the massive amounts of diseases we have. Yes, we get plagues, we get these COVID-19 things that come up. I heard about it a couple years ago, and that come up. But basically, we are in a freer environment. Most of you people couldn't sit in this room 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And so we live in a better environment. We live in an environment where women are considered equals to men,
Yep.
pretty much.
Getting there.
Getting there. We're getting there. We're still working on it. So that we are progressing always, and it's always better than today than it was then. The problem is that we look at it as, oh, it's really tough for me today. I wish I was in the turn of the century. I wish and it's like, yeah, but you don't realize how bad it was back then, in the Shakespearean days, with all the, or the, I had this went with my wife, I had it a little bit ago, and he was like, oh, I wish I was back in those, and I was telling her, no, there was plagues and there was diseases, and you weren't considered a person, and this and that, and but we look at that as a romantic time back then, but we're in a better, but yeah, I mean, and there was, there was control on our thoughts back then. The church controlled everything we thought of. That we were the church told us what we could think.
Yeah.
Now the church does not tell us what to think, pretty much.
Well, I mean, it has definitely improved the quality of life, and I think the balance to sort of the paranoia about the collection of data, and I think there should be a healthy hesitation there, but I do think that the balance to that is by building a smarter city, for example, using sensors, using IoT networks, we can actually better provide for those who are underserved, while at the same time conserving resources and making everybody's life better, just democratizing it a little bit more. It's just a question of, who gets there first? Do the good guys get there first, or does are we we are in a new arms race, right? And hopefully we win.
Well, yeah, nuclear bombs are not really, because today's nuclear weapons don't spread massive radiations around. They
we
destroy
also
the area
control
they're in.
it, right?
But yeah, we control hydrogen bombs. Don't eradicate the areas with radiation. They destroy the areas that they're at for many years. But we don't have that. But we have we have all these movies about these robot revolutions and stuff like that. And I think we just got to make sure that when we're traveling down this rabbit hole, that we don't create the Ministry of Love, Truth, and Justice. We need to keep those ministries at bay, and really try to understand how we can ethically create standards that we can all abide by and all live on and all understand. And we got to spread the education about what metadata is, and give it back, like you said, give it back to the people so that they can control their own metadata. The problem is we have companies that will give you a free email for your life story.
Right. Nothing's ever truly free,
Yeah.
right? It's was it Steve Jobs that said that?
I think so.
I can't remember exactly, but if it's free, you're the product, right? And I think people are getting smarter, right? My kids today are so much smarter than I was back then. They start to realize that, oh, this is a hook. This is what this is. And so that's why I'm cautiously optimistic that we will adapt to the risks, learn how to mitigate them, and I just hope we don't do too much damage in between.
That's it. That's good. So what else is on our list to talk about?
That's what's on our list.
That's what's on our list.
Any questions?
Any questions from the audience? No, I guess not. So I guess we can continue the conversation. So tell us about what you do.
What do I do? So I am a VP of technology for a general contractor.
Okay.
And we do industrial and commercial development.
Uh-huh.
And it's been a great journey for me going into a world that was kind of set back 10, 15 years in technology. And I loved Young's speech because it was just so true to my world, right? I'm trying to take technology and explain it to construction workers and bridge that gap between you need to have multi-factor authentication. Well, I don't want anything on my phone. Big Brother's watching. It's not Big Brother. Like you have to do that whole conversation, and really having that communication has been a thrilling journey, but at times it's frustrating.
Yeah. Well, tell them that they're going to go from filling out that OSHA form that take them an hour to 10 minutes on the OSHA app. That's now. But yeah, I understand. I get that.
But we're getting it's generational too, right? And I've been extraordinarily impressed with our superintendent group, which they've been building for 30, 40 years without these tools.
Yeah.
They've been doing an amazing job, and now they've been kind of forced into using technology, but they've actually come such a long way. And we have a few of our older ones who are actually the champions of technology. Here's an iPad. Here's how you fill it out, those kind of things. And they've learned and adapted.
Yeah. I mean, you take the Chicago Police Department, who instigated a system with an iPads, where then once a criminal is put in their database, it actually appears on all the iPads, all the cell phones of all the police officers instantaneously.
It used to be a printout.
You used to have to go to the back of the station, get that printout, put it in their car, and travel around with it. Now they can flip through databases of all these pictures. And I know one officer I talked to, and he says he was flipping through and he saw a guy walking on the street. That's that guy. And he was able to catch that guy who was a pedophile. And so it can help us in a lot of ways, and it can do that, but we have to learn how to ethically manage it properly.
I agree. I agree.
So I'll tell you a little who I am. Oh yeah, question about there. Yeah. Well, decentralization. So her question was, how do we understand? How do we grasp? Let me see what I got here. How do we grasp this? All this. Everyone knows. Everyone controls and knows your data. With the with the datafication problem we have, and who's responsible for it. That goes back to different organizations like the SIMPTE organization that I belong to, and other organizations in other industries who are trying to create ethical standards for this. And there's actually in the G5 the G6 summit, that's one of the areas that is brought up is global ethical responsibility for metadata. That is one of the big topics that was done, and that was one of the topics that our Secretary of State was most involved in at that thing, and also Pete Buttigieg, when I think he was involved in that as well. So the U.S. is very involved in that, to some extent. But the global ethical metadata standards, creating responsible ethical standards for how countries and how companies globally handle that data, because it's not just a TikTok problem and a Facebook problem. It's a global problem, from Russian companies to Indian companies to companies in Brazil and everywhere. These companies, how are you collecting the data globally and being responsible? That's a big, big problem. And so that we had a question back there too. Yeah, the blockchain and yeah, so yeah, every day we collect more data that day than we did in the entire history of mankind or personkind.
So without proper controls, you could actually make that worse, right? Now, storing it on the blockchain, that might be a great control. But to your point, if we just start decentralizing the data, more people have your data. Are all those people adhering to a good data standard? And we've seen from the last couple of years that's not the case, right? You might put your data in one system and then a contractor gets access to that data. That contractor gets breached and the data is leaked, even if the primary holder of the data was responsible. So
yeah, you put a code to how to build a nuclear bomb on a data center, and that data center gets hacked by some terrorist organization, and then next thing you know, that information is out there. So there's certain essential information that needs to not be decentralized and kept confidential, and it's just how do we do that? How do we do that? That's really central to everything we do. How are we kept? For instance, in broadcasting, there's laws and rules on how long data can be kept at a news organization. If a news organization shoots an event, a protest, in a square at a thing, and nobody in that square signed off to have that news media keep their data, keep their facial recognition, all that stuff. What is the responsibility of that news organization? How long can they keep it? And they can keep it for 2 years. So there's limits on how long they can keep it. They can keep it for proper news to broadcasting, because they were there broadcasting, and you have a tentative authorization, but you did not give them the rights, so they can't keep it longer than that. So there are standards and there are ethical things on how you can do it, and certain things need to be decentralized and need to be free for everyone to get, and certain things need to have ethical locks on them so we can keep it properly in there.
Yeah. Any other questions? It was a good question, by the way.
So I'll tell you a little bit who I am, so you can get an idea. I'm Jeffrey Weiss. I own a company called the Advantage Video Systems, and I've been a broadcast engineer for almost 30 years. I've built over 250 TV stations all around the country, actually all around the world. I built post facilities for video editing, motion graphic studios. I've built video graphic systems for things like Marvel Studios, big companies like that, to small companies like Asylum Entertainment, is famous for like Sharknado and stuff like that. And we build all their systems. And so I've been very involved in the broadcasting industry and also in esports, designing arenas and designing systems for esports and helping develop some of the new technologies that esports is using and all that stuff. We just opened a brand new facility in Beverly Hills, near where I live, where we presented a whole new studio up there where you can come and create your own TV shows. And we have a TV network called Traverse TV, and you can actually create your own TV network there and create your own TV shows and do that stuff. And then on the left of that, I also developed, I've been a volunteer for almost all my life, and so I wanted to help some companies that I worked with, and so I created a company called the Preparedness Network, and we go out and we do things like disaster preparedness training. How do you prepare for disasters, fires, floods, earthquakes, active shooter situations, and then how do you build a volunteer culture in your company? Because I'll tell you, if you want to, the three things that every company wants is to retain their best employees, attract the best employees, and to build their brand. And nothing does that like volunteering, And so how do you create that culture so a construction company can go out and volunteer correctly and stuff like that? And so we teach that. And then disaster preparedness training, extremely important. If you're not preparing for disasters, you're going to react to one because there's one coming to you. So, and how do you manage your data? How do you back up your data properly and stuff like that? So you have proper management data. But yeah, so that's a little bit of who I am.
Yeah, awesome, very cool. Where are we at for time? Can't really see anybody in the
So
back
what was
there.
the actual
10
10 minutes? So
minutes?
what was it? Go over the panel discussion title for us, so we can maybe pick up something else.
So that was our discussion topic. It is. Oops, that's the wrong one. I don't have it here in front of me.
My phone's over there.
Hang on. Okay, it's challenges in datafication, privacy, security, and ethical considerations. Do you think we've covered that?
I think we've covered that a little bit. It is really a big subject because how there's been a lot of challenges that we've worked with a lot of companies. I worked with like I mentioned, one of the companies I worked with was Marvel Studios, and they've gone through several breaches where they've had so the big thing right now in broadcasting is editing on the cloud. And you have and so when they started editing on the cloud, and so what they'll do is they'll shoot their movies, put it on a server at Amazon Amazon, and then their editors will log in remotely through terminals and will then be able to edit it. Well, they're sitting in a coffee shop and some guy takes a screenshot of a raccoon shooting a machine gun. And next thing you know, it's on the internet. It's all blasted all over the place, and everyone knows that a raccoon is shooting a machine gun, and it kind of hurts their movie and stuff like that. So and there's also downloading copies of that. People have we all look and another discussion we can have in this set is torrent sites. We all see these torrent sites, Kick-Ass Torrents, Pirate Bay, and all these things like that. And and so you put a movie up on that. You put a movie up on Pirate Bay. People download it, then they don't go to the movies, and it costs the movie industry money. It costs and everyone because there's tens of thousands of people that are involved in making a major motion picture. We 200 $200 million movie, you know, there's over 10,000 people involved in that in making that movie. So when you say, oh, I'm just gonna download that movie and I'll watch it, because I don't want to spend the $4 on Amazon to watch it, or this and that, that all hurts the movie industry and hurts the 10,000 people that are now now threatening their jobs. But on the other hand, you can look at the other thing is that they say some movies have been helped by that. There was I can mention Silent Entertainment. They had Sharknado. When Sharknado first came out, it was a dud. The Sci-Fi put it out. It was one of the worst movies that came out. For people who watched it. Then they put it on. Then somebody put it on a torrent site. People started downloading it, and it gained some recognition. Then Howard Stern talked about it. And next thing they released it, and it was their biggest movie. And then they made 6 more of those. So if we're on the whole, piracy is a bad thing for the movie industry or any industry. You can look at books, publishing books. I can go to Amazon and buy a John Grisham's latest book, or I can go to a torrent site and download that book and basically steal that book. It's the same thing as going into Barnes and Noble and taking it off the shelf and stuffing your
So would
pocket.
you say that's in the data privacy world, right? That's a flaw of datafication because now it's digitally exposed.
Right.
So it could go beyond just your movie assets, right? We're talking about intellectual property. We start talking about digital art and those kind of things.
Right.
If not protected properly, you could, in theory, actually have significant loss beyond just record loss or regulatory fines. You could have actual monetary loss.
Yes, definitely. Because if you're a publisher and you publish your book and you put it up there on Amazon for people to buy it, and then instead of people buying it, people are downloading it for free, that is a major problem because that's your income.
Right.
You're making your income, and you may not, it may not end up hurting John Grisham in the long run because he's got a lot of money, but it does hurt him if he loses 10,000 sales.
It does. So let's extrapolate that into other industries. You're developing a new product.
Right.
Right. Before that was firewalled behind, a computer that was not connected to the internet. Now you're putting that on cloud servers, and somebody has to protect that data. Otherwise, your intellectual property could leak before or be stolen and developed by somebody else. So another risk. I mean, the controls around the protection of data haven't really kept up with the speed of the exfiltration of data by whether that's nation state or by hackers or those who actually understand how these systems are built.
Yeah.
So that's another a way that increased risk has come about because of datafication.
Well, yeah, that problem's been around a long time. I mean, Windows was hacked by the Chinese government when it first came out. And Bill Gates went over crying and yelling and screaming to Congress, China stole my Windows program and their, and the motherboards and logic boards and Chinese are infinitely famous for taking technology at a board and then reinventing it and coming out with their own version of it, 100 times cheaper.
Right. So
because they have no, if you don't pay your employees, your costs go.
Right. Well, then that falls to our community to protect the data. And it becomes, we've seen how the IT guy is no longer in a closet or in the basement. They've become a member of the board because the actions or the inactions of the technology group directly affect the products and the profitability of a company.
Right.
So it's changed the type of IT people we have, and it's changed the sorts of people we have in leadership because IT leaders have now actually had to no longer just be what technology am I using, but it's how do I protect the business, how do I further the business, and how do I use technology to enhance the business.
Right. Well, and it's changed the way that broadcasting is done because there are no, we used to have broadcasters And they used to plug in a cable, an SDI cable, which is a coax cable, into a camera and run that camera to that. Nowadays, we're IP. I helped develop the standards for what's called SMPTE 2110, which is IP broadcasting, which is basically everything is on an Ethernet cable now instead of running through HDMI or SDI or any of the older type cables that we had. So data is all there, and it's very complicated. So broadcasters used to be broadcasters. Now they're IT broadcasters. They have to know IT technology and how protocols work and how subnets and masks and and zones and all this. They got to understand entirely this kind of technology to understand how to really run a broadcast correctly, because it's become that it's integrated into the technology of the internet.
I saw something very similar in the surveillance industry.
Yeah.
Where it used to just be the low voltage guys would run a coax cable and you'd stick your camera.
Yeah.
Then it changed to IP, and all of a sudden you needed networks and network guys and IT administrators. It's the same change.
Absolutely.
So, any other questions before we give you guys a couple minutes back? No? All right.
All right. Well, I'm Jeffrey.
I'm Chris.
Hey, Chris. Nice to meet you. Nice
Thanks,
to meet all of
everybody.
you too. Thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for the gentleman. Thank you so much to Chris and Jeffrey. Perfect. Let me start this. All righty. So, in a landscape where our actions have profound effect on our environment and communities, how can technology be our ally in driving positive change? This isn't just about fancy gadgets, it's about using innovation to make real difference in our world. Join us for a down-to-earth conversation on how we can harness the power of technology for our greener, more equitable future. Let's roll up our sleeves and get tech savvy for a better tomorrow. Please welcome our session's mediator, Gemma Boulos, CEO and founder of the Reinventor Lab, and panelists to discuss the topic of leveraging technology for environmental and social impact. Give it up for Gemma.
Not going to be just me. I have some fantastic colleagues who will be coming and joining us. And as she mentioned, we are going to be talking about the use of technology. The actual name of the panel is Leveraging Technology for Environmental and Social Impact. We have Dr. Kyle Hodebeck who will be joining us, and Evan Blumenthal. And if Adora, you're here, I'd love for you to come and join us. Great. And Logan, if you're here, great. Logan, were you able to get a microphone? Oh, why don't you go ahead and step in back and grab the mic, and then we'll. Wonderful. Welcome, Adora. Great. I'm going to move one over just because then we'll be bookended by two empty seats.
Where do you want me here?
Right here. Would be lovely. Great. So, in the ever-changing landscape and the and how everything is changing so quickly now with AI, machine learning, all of these challenges around AI, I think one of the big conversations we're having now just publicly and around privacy, around integrity, around all of these things. And so where does the environmental and social impact element of this come in? Because certainly we're trying to drive sales and certainly trying to improve products and services. What does it look like when we're driving so fast on this track towards increasing efficiency, and we might be losing the human element and the environmental element as a result. And so we're going to be exploring some of these questions in our session. I'm going to have each one of us introduce ourselves for about 1 or 2 minutes to talk about what we do. And then I'll ask some general questions to the panel, and they'll answer based on their perspective and their experience. So my name is Gemma Boulos. I am the CEO and founder of the Reinventor Lab. What we do is we work with company teams and improve their cultures for decision making around how to make informed decisions, how to make decisions that are going to be, they can still take risks, but not feel so unprotected. I work with teams to build that culture so that they're able to have a sense of inclusion and belonging in their teams so that they can move forward effectively. So to my left, I'm going to introduce Evan. Evan, if you want to tell us a little bit more about what you do and why you're here at the conference.
Sure, thank you. Evan Blumenthal. I am a professional EOS implementer with EOS Worldwide, also the founder and CEO of EJB Global, LLC. And I started my entrepreneurial journey inverse of most entrepreneurs. I started at the Fortune 1, working at Walmart. And then I went to a family business, small to medium-sized business, and then I started my own company. And so it's kind of inverted from the way that many people kind of start a company, they bring some family friends together, hopefully they get to that unicorn status, have some exits, and go from there. So I swim upstream, I do things the other way. But what I found throughout my career is that I am energized by helping actualize potential. And sometimes that's leveraging technology to be able to help people or processes do that. I saw firsthand and learned in my 4 years at Walmart how much of an impact you can make when technology allows processes and efficiencies to be present, like as just the natural order of things. But I also saw how when it's missing, there's opportunities in, for example, in my family business, there was opportunities for operational efficiencies. And so then, kind of transitioning to this role as a coach and a facilitator and a teacher to entrepreneurs and working with executive leadership teams today, it's really about helping them gain clarity around where they're going, how they're going to get there, instill discipline and accountability, and work together as a healthy, cohesive team together. So just in a nutshell, a little bit about me.
I'm not sure if everyone in the room might know what EOS stands for.
It stands for the Entrepreneurial Operating System. So it's not a technology, it's a people operating system. It's a way of harnessing human energy. So if you think about it, it's a way of harnessing the human energy in one's business so that no matter how many people you have in your business, you're all rowing in one direction, helping you accomplish whatever it is that you set out for.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
Kyle.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Kyle Hodebeck. Started my journey at West Point in the military, went on to medical school, got my board certification in family medicine. I spent my first 17 years as a physician leader in the U.S. Army, culminating my last 3 years being recognized by the Surgeon General as the U.S. Army Physician of the Year. Finished up my time in the military, transitioned to a area that I knew nothing about in the health insurance space. Just for perspective, on the Army side, if you order something, it's taken care of, so you don't have to worry about insurance. And of course, I hopped into something I knew nothing about. So went in as the first medical director of utilization management at a small startup called Oscar Health out of New York City on the health tech, health insurance side, helped grow them nationally. We went public a couple years ago. Since then, wearing 3 hats now. So I went on to my next startup, which is called Juna Health, a online wellness platform, cash pay. Other hat is been doing pretty well on the startup side, so I started a health tech venture capital firm, which I'm a partner at, and then I do healthcare advising. A little bit about me.
Great. Thank you so much, Kyle. And Adora.
Hi.
Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Can you hear her okay? Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is Adora, right? I started, I've been in tech all my career. Um, I am a software engineer primarily. Um, but apart from my full-time job I'm a software engineer. I do things on the cloud, so thinking, building distributed systems, scaling those systems, monitoring those systems. So the entire stuff end to end from, being a software engineer to being a cloud engineer to doing all the DevOps and SRE things is kind of like where I sit. So I typically sit in between the backend and the cloud. Um, and that's my full-time job. That's my real job. But I like teaching. I like to help people. I like, all those things. Um, I am a cloud engineering author. I have 3 books on cloud engineering, and I speak all around the world around about like cloud engineering and systems and how you build systems at scale and how you build systems that are resilient. And I also have, I'm also the founder of a nonprofit called Nexus Skill. And what we do there is provide simulated work experience to entry level people, because we found that it's very crazy for people coming into tech because they need experience to get a job, but then you also need a job to get experience. So that's kind of like a chicken and egg situation. Where do you start from? So the goal, what Nexus Scale actually does, is to connect people to projects that they build, companies where they work for as apprentices to sort of like shadow real full-time employees, and they gain work experience from doing those things, and they can now take those things into interviews and get jobs. So that's like the second thing that I do. So I'm a software engineer and the founder of Nexus Scale, which is the nonprofit I just spoke about.
Great. Thank you, Adora. And Logan, do you have a microphone? You are. Great. You're mic'd.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So my name is Logan Fumacola. I'm the founder and CEO of EcoStar also known as ESD. My technological journey originally began when I was about 12. I started building computers. I found a lot of fascination with overclocking them, tuning them, volt modding them, you name it. I really got into it a lot. I also got to work for Medtronic on a temporary and as needed basis when I was 16. So that really engaged me on like a humanitarian side on how to actually help people and use technology to do so. So a bit later on, I actually founded a company, of course, and we're looking more so at doing renewable energy projects to help with generating power. We actually have like 1.72 megawatts per hour is possible in certain conditions per unit. So driving innovation, driving positive change in certain sectors is definitely my company's focus, as well as my personal focus as well.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Great. I'm so excited to be on this panel because we have expertise, across the spectrum. We've got operations, we've got venture, we've got health, we've got cloud, we've got software, hardware. Everyone here has some sort of investment and devotion and commitment to the the improvement of social and environmental impact. So I don't necessarily have a background in tech, but I found myself on this panel because my background, I didn't say that much about it earlier, is that I started 3 social enterprises in 3 continents. 2 of them were one in sub-Saharan Africa and one in Asia. And it was about training women in rural communities to be able to build water and sanitation technologies and improve the health of their communities. Technology has always been a really important part of upskilling communities in the global South, but they're often thought of as just the hardware. But what we don't really think about is the software. How do we, one, provide access to the cloud, to information, so that they can collect data? There's so much rich data out there that has not been collected because of the lack of access to these technologies. So that's why I was really interested in actually moderating this conversation, because there's so many different ways in which our panel is approaching it. And I wanted to ask just a general question across the board. So in terms of your work, operations, venture, health, cloud, hardware, software, where is it that you think we are doing really well as in tech to support social and environmental impact, and where do you think we can do better? Sorry, I didn't tell you guys I was going to ask that question.
So I'll just jump in here. Working at Walmart and also being a supplier to Walmart for many, many years, I saw, I'm using that as an example, I saw firsthand of how they are leveraging technology to not only keep track of the varying ways that the environmental and social impact is having and is making a difference, not only for their company, not only for their customers, not only for their supplier and vendor community, but for the environment at large. And they don't only play in the domestic United States. They're in many many different countries. And so that's just one microcosm example where they have a project called Project Gigaton, where they're literally tracking by vendor, by product, how much waste is being reduced, how much sustainability is being impacted in a positive way as a result of the efforts that they're making in terms of product packaging or efficiencies in how their truck routes or what types of trucks and what types of fuel and autonomous vehicles. And there's so many different things that can impact both the environmental and social aspects of things. It's just I've seen it kind of on both sides. So like there's so much that is being done on the plus side.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, ESG is such a wild west right now, but it's the reality. And people are definitely starting to, and companies are definitely having to really commit to it just because we've got a generation that cares about the future, that cares about social impact, about environmental impact. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
I want to add to that, and this is coming from I worked at Microsoft for 4 years. I recently resigned, and I know that, and I can speak from like what I know because I know that Microsoft does a lot of things around AI for good, and that didn't start yesterday, right? It's been something that's been around for quite a while, and even tech for good generally. So while I was at Microsoft, I was building mixed reality on the cloud. And it's like, okay, how do we use this mixed reality technology to help people that are visually impaired do other things, live their lives as though, they were not, but still be able to do all these things because we're creating these technologies that aid them to function that way. Or how do we build AI for translating, across like different languages to help people communicate and reduce that communication barrier? Or how are we using AI to help people that are blind actually navigate certain rooms or certain spaces and things like that? How are we using technology in general to help people that have, one kind of um, to help people that are, what's the word, disabled in some way be able to still function, right? I know that this is something that they do and they've been doing for quite a while, and they have like partners, non-profits, different people. And I mean, at the end of the day, if we're not building technology to make the world better, so whether it's for good or even if it's for profits, but it has to have some kind of impact anyway, then what really is the point in the grand scheme of things, right? So um I know that they do that. And like generally as well, like when we dig deep into the reasons why some companies exist, I mean, sometimes there's always like a deep mission behind that particular thing. I recently heard about a business in the UK that their goal is to use technology to connect SMEs who are supposed to be the backbone of the economy, but somehow they're the people in the economy that are the most forgotten, right? To connect these small, medium enterprises to funding through technology, right? So there are different things and there are different industries. Obviously, this question came as a shocker to me, so I'm not able to think to provide like many use cases. But the truth is, there are a bunch of use cases where people are using technology to drive positive change. I think we can do better because I think that there's still the the interesting thing about technology is that it would solve a problem and then somehow unknowingly it would create new problems. So there's always constantly something to be improved on, something to work on, something to change. So I don't think that we're there yet, but I think that technology is doing pretty great today at um, providing that sort of like impact across the board.
Yeah, I agree. That whole conversation around the unintended consequences of tech, like AI, right? That whole unintended consequence. We think we're going to be efficientizing, but now we're also creating vast, disparities where we're not being able to think for ourselves. Where data privacy, all of these things are becoming an issue. But it's becoming a cost of what we actually, yeah, of what we build. Um, do you have anything to comment, or should I put, yeah?
Yeah, on the healthcare front, as traditionally healthcare specialists are located around heavily populated areas. So if you go out to small towns, they're not going to have access to subspecialists. So technology is able to expand upon the reach of those subspecialists so that they're not focused on just large populated areas. Like I live in Houston, for nearing 3-4 million people, but you get out to middle of nowhere, Texas, you're not going to have those type of that type of access to medical specialists. So I think technology is really great at this point, and that's something I invest in on the venture side, on how we improve access, how we make these technologies a force multiplier, a healthcare multiplier, so we can improve population outcomes on the healthcare front.
Thank you.
I kind of want to add to something he just said. So when you look at, like, I don't see technology as an industry. I don't think tech should be an industry. I think that tech is, I don't know if department is the word, but like, what? Well, I wouldn't also call it the backbone, but it's an accelerator across different industries. I'll put it like that. And that's because you talked about accessibility for healthcare. But if you look at technology as well, could help democratize a bunch of things in a bunch of industries. I know that now it's pretty easy for someone to pick up their phone and say, hey, I'm trying to invest in Tesla, or I want to buy stocks in a bunch of all these companies. But there was a time where you couldn't do that if you were not going through some kind of, I don't know, I think they're called stockbrokers, or you have to do these things properly and go to these banks and meet these people. And now it's like it's pretty much in your reach. Technology as well has democratized education. Now there are a bunch of things, there are a bunch of people in tech and even beyond tech. There are a bunch of like careers now that you can have where you don't have to go and get a full degree, because a 9-month diploma that you can do on your bed is enough to get you trained for the job. And all these things are able to happen because even like communication, I mean, like once upon a time people sent letters across, and now it's like, yeah, so there's this thing called social media, and we've democratized how people talk to each other. So that's one thing that technology has done, um, and constantly keeps doing, that I think is, we might not think about it as impactful, because when we think social impacts, we only want to think about the things that are non-profity. But the truth is, even the things that are businesses and make money at the end of the day are changing people's lives. So just wanted to add that too.
Thank you, Adora.
I
Are you-
I want to let Logan say something,
yes,
but
can we?
I have to come back and comment on something
I would
you
love
just said.
that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe putting more focus on renewable energy would be of great benefit. There's some newer technologies and ideas, some from like think tanks, some from companies that bring a lot of ingenuity to the table. If we can generate more power in a renewable energy sense that can lessen dependence on certain other areas in the energy fields and sectors, it could bring about a revolution and change that benefits humanity. We could also have power, Wi-Fi power essentially, that would be accessible to people who are less fortunate and cannot typically access that power. So there are a lot of possibilities in the future, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So, yeah.
Thanks, Libby. Yeah.
So I have an experience share. For about 15 years, I was involved in a nonprofit organization that helped empower college and university students from around the world to help people in need, focusing on environmental, economic, and social impacts that they can make in their lives. And um, as as no, as Adora was sharing earlier, it sparked a memory. There was this one college student who came up with this project idea where, just quick poll, how many people have received a handwritten letter in the last year from anyone? Okay, I see like maybe about a half a dozen-ish hands, give or take. To your point, years ago, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, it was much more common, right? You can send an email, a text, a tweet, a social media comment, like, etc. It's not as common today. So what this girl did is she realized that there was a lot of women, she was based in the UK, there were a lot of women who, for whatever reason, were either underprivileged or weren't able to work a traditional type of job, but they had great penmanship. And she said, let's use technology to bring companies that want to send handwritten letters and thank you notes to their customers and clients, let's leverage technology to empower these people to actually handwrite these letters. And so she created a company whereby she's marketing to companies, of varying different sizes, where they are sending handwritten letters and thank you notes to their customers and clientele. The impact socially and economically for these individuals who were handwriting letters was very positive. Obviously, the impact for the companies was beneficial, but they were leveraging technology to bridge that gap. And so it was just an example of leveraging technology to make a difference from a social standpoint. And I had to share that as you
I
try to.
love that. That was actually my next question. Kyle, what is an example of a current project of yours that employs some sort of novel technology with a positive environment or social impact? I'll ask that actually of the group.
Sure. So one of my projects, one of my focuses is global health. I've been fortunate enough to have worked in about 120 different countries on the clinical side. So right now I'm working on a project with a modular building that is light enough to be lifted by a pitchfork, so very light, but can be also be dropped in by via drone. It's self-sustaining, so it has its own power, water, sewage system. So it literally could be dropped in places with pretty poor infrastructure traditionally, and be working instantaneously. So we're working in a few countries, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Grenada, Costa Rica, right now to set up satellite clinics that are self-sustained, modular, so that we can continue to build either outwards or upwards. And a lot of these places are impacted by hurricanes, so the traditional infrastructure goes down every single year. We see that in Puerto Rico and other places as well. So that is now a moot point. These are self-sustained. So we're able to provide healthcare access to these traditionally poorly accessed locations, as well as do it in a way that is sustainable. So that's a cool project that we're working on.
Yeah, that's amazing. All of those, I don't know what percentage of containers are out there that are just being unused, and the fact that you can make them modular and do all that, that's amazing. And so minimal, right? Such little investment. Logan, how about you?
On right now, actually a blueprint of it. So this is a more simplistic design. Of course, does not represent exactly what we're working on, but I have a few engineers I'm working with, and I'm quite sure well you can see all of this, but essentially the combination of a wind turbine with solar power and kinetic-based buoy operation when it's within the ocean, for example, can produce quite a lot of power. And this power can be used to help benefit, of course, society and humanity. So this is probably a core aspect of how my company is trying to help leverage technology to benefit humanity. This would be the main project we're currently focused on. It's more of in a prototype concept phase. We've have all the math backing it up, all the engineers backing it up. And there's been some interest in actually developing it. So that would be my hopeful contribution in the near future.
Amazing.
Yes, thank you.
Did you want to share any, Dora? Do you have one?
Yes, I can share something. So my nonprofit primarily is connecting people to opportunities that help them start and scale their tech careers, right? And this is something that we're doing, well, started in Nigeria, but now trying to set up chapters across Africa. And in Nigeria, one thing that we've noticed is yes, we're connecting people to these jobs, to these opportunities that help them build. Some people are lucky, they have, the education, they have the devices. What they just don't have is the experience, and we're connecting them to that. A lot of people don't have access to the technologies that even help them build on technology. So, for example, you want to be a front end engineer, but somehow you don't have a laptop. How do you learn? Right? How do you build? How do you actually get to a point where you do things and you continue to upskill and also build projects that now allow companies notice you and hire you? So we started this thing called a laptop sharing initiative, and the goal is when you have like many people in the hundreds of thousands that need a resource, and you're not really well funded because a bunch of things are done via partnerships. Some things are, sometimes funding comes in, sometimes it doesn't really come in. So it's we're operating on trying to have like the maximum results with like little access to funds that we have. So when you're not able to buy computers for like hundreds of thousands of people, what do? You buy few computers and you leverage partnerships to help those computers reach people. So we started these partnerships with hubs across the country, in different parts of the country. So a hub could have like 10 to 20 computers. And if you're a community member and you live around those hubs, you can walk into those hubs and you can use those computers when you maybe are learning and there's like, tasks that you need to complete that you can't just do on your phone from your house, or when you have an interview and things like that, right? You're able to walk into those hubs and use those things. But then that's a social thing. Now, where technology is helping us here is the fact that, let's say a hub has 25 laptops and somehow 80 people want to go into those hubs to use those computers. What happens, right? So, in the community, a bunch of engineers built an asset management system, right? And what this does is that the hubs are able to manage the assets they have, saying, okay, we have, 20 computers, 10 of them are booked, 10 of them are available, and people can book computers on certain days. And that whole process is sort of automated and managed so that that possibility of that whole supply chain problem that could have existed is something that technology is solving for us. And it's just making it easy for people to decide when to come or not come to the hubs that are close to them. Or, okay, for example, I tried this hub in this area and it doesn't work, but there's another hub closer to me. The Nexa Skill also has laptops. I'll go book there instead. And it just reduces the stress, right? So, and that's why I was talking about technology being an accelerator, because this is very much a social problem. It's like, okay, we're giving people laptops, we're helping 5 people share one laptop at different times. But it's like, how do we use technology to make sure that their schedules don't clash? How do we use technology to make sure that the experience is seamless overall? And that's one thing that within the nonprofits we're doing today.
I just have a clarifying question. Do they have to book those slots online?
Yeah, they have to book those laptops online before they go in to use them.
Because if they can't get to the laptop to book it for the slot, I don't know how that works. But
You'd
okay.
be surprised at how many people have smartphones.
I mean, like, many people have
kidding.
smartphones. Laptops are what's crazy.
There are more people who have cell phones in Africa than toilets. And that's my background. That's what I know. And I'm working in sub-Saharan Africa as well. And we have these, and there was this, so one of the ways in which we approach technology, we work in a sector, I wouldn't call it sector, but we focus on what's called appropriate technology. And appropriate technology is technology that can be built locally, that doesn't need any kind of importing. It's durable, it's effective, and it can be maintained locally. So you don't need outside or external organizations or people to manage it. And one of the one of the criteria that I have when introducing these kinds of technologies to teach the women that we're working with in sub-Saharan Africa is that, can women build it? And in and because oftentimes the technology is only the entry point for leadership building, because what you are doing there is, if you can get a technology that people can learn how to build locally, then you're reducing costs in that they don't have to get external parts. You're reducing labor because you're building it locally. You are using local materials, so you're not damaging the environment in any way. And so how do you design technologies in a way that it is benefiting both social and environmental? And in the case of the technology I was just talking about, it's called the biosand filter. It's a water filter that can treat water anywhere in the world, and it could be made out of local materials. Everyone has cement, everyone has rocks, everyone has sand. Um, when it was first designed, it was this flashy plastic thing, and they were going to send it all around the world to save everybody who didn't have access to water and sanitation. But that was that was not a sustainable model at
Logistical
all.
nightmare.
Yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. How much transportation, environmental damage, everything. when literally all they need to do is build it locally. So how do you come up with those kinds of technologies that are going to be useful in those kinds of scenarios so that it's not this giveaway, but it's this opportunity for empowerment of the community. I have a little problem with the word empowerment. Empowerment implies the transfer of power when people who live in these communities actually have the power within themselves and around themselves, that they can actually do it on their own with just some resources. So on that, where are some of the areas that you're a little worried about technology and where technology is going? And maybe we can be even more specific about, um, you know, internet or not like not hardware stuff. Where do you kind of see some roadblocks, some places we need to have a little bit of concern as we move forward in trying to maximize technology for everything, basically?
I would say security. So security is the one thing that I will talk about there. And I know that yes, we have these there's compliance requirements when you're thinking about data security, data protection, depending on like where you are. I know that the EU is very big on GDPR. California has their CCPA thing going on. Nigeria has NDPR, which is very similar to the way GDPR operates. And there's, these different compliance regulations, and if you are building things that people in these sort of like geo zones are supposed to be using, you have to be compliant when you deploy whatever applications that exist, in these zones. But the truth is, there's still a lot, because when you think of security, yes, when we're thinking about cybersecurity and why that's a risk, it's in the context of technology. Cybersecurity exists because, rather, cyber attackers exist because technology exists, right? And I know that yes, we talk about different cybersecurity measures, doing things proactively and also reactively when some things happen. And in the context of like security, there's actual security and then there's safety. And like we talk about all these things generally. But the truth is, there's also social engineering, which is something that you can't, still sort of ties back into technology, but you can't really control because you can't stop human beings from being human beings. And as long as human beings are the ones using technology, we're always going to have these issues. So, um, I can't talk about, or rather, I can't sort of like suggest a way to solve this problem in the context of security, because even if I say, okay, let's have more stringent laws for privacy, let's train more people, let's do all of that, people are going to do it. But then there's also the social bits, which is also the very important thing. But in the context of my worries, it's actually security. It's not AI. I know that many people might think, oh, AI is, AI is the worry. AI is coming to take your job. I don't think AI is coming to take jobs. I think that many people will lose jobs as a result of AI, yes, but it's not coming to take jobs. It's coming to evolve the industry. So if maybe a job, and this is something that has happened over decades. When Netflix started, Netflix was renting out videos. And today it's a streaming platform. So what happened to those people that were in the offices renting out the videos working at Netflix? They lost those jobs and they're probably doing something else now. So it will take your job, but like I talked about technology, it solves a problem to create like five new problems. So it will take your job and then give you five new kinds of career options that you can build a career in if you are interested. So AI isn't actually what bothers me. I think it's the security bit, because there's the human side to it. And as much as there are many things that can be put into place, and policies and regulations and sanctions and lawsuits and things like that, you ultimately can't really control how human beings behave sometimes. So
Anyone else have any
Yeah,
thoughts?
I think there's a great power to AI, and I think the main key aspect to focus on is the direction we put that emphasis on. Of course, people have offensive purposes for it, they have defensive, and in between. I think it's very important that we designate the categories that we want to focus on so that it can progress in a way that benefits humanity and not in a way that's too offensive or focuses on one side versus the others.
I'm trying to remember what ChatGPT told me to say for this.
Yeah.
Some of these questions I got from ChatGPT, by the way.
Yikes. Yeah.
No, but in all seriousness,
topic.
for me, I think it's speaking about the humanity side.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV, but just anecdotally, I see the difference between some of my kids who, my older kids were more involved in using technology from a younger age. My younger kids, less so because my wife and I have been more intentional about that. And so I see my kids playing outside more and playing with Legos or blocks or Magnetiles or whatever the case might be. And so just seeing the social impact personally between using more versus using less. I'm not saying or suggesting that we shouldn't use technology. Obviously, it's going to be there. The question is, what are we using it for, right? It's just a set of tools at the core. It either, to what Logan was saying before, it can help enable things efficiently. It can also be a detractor, but it's like any tool or a series of tools. It's how you use it and what you're using it for. So I think it's like recognizing the impact, but because of the acceleration and the pace with which technology continues to evolve, I think the biggest unknown is what the actual impact on the humanity side is. And we don't have enough data. We have some, but we don't have enough over a long enough period of time to really understand what that impact is yet.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll ask ChatGPT that one.
So Kyle, you're in the healthcare, sector. That's where I would probably worry about it the most. Where is it?
I see so much potential there as far as I have doctor friends that say, oh, they're going to, AI is going to diagnose, and AI can help you diagnose, but AI itself cannot diagnose a doctor or provider has to diagnose, but it can help be a tool to help you do that. My concern is that when you bring in these diagnosis augmenters or tools, we need to understand where their training tool set is from. If you're not engaging or training your AI from the correct population, then the outcome is going to be, CRAP. So what goes in comes out. So we need to make sure, and that even happened before technology, like going back to, 20 years ago, we based our, like when I was being trained 20 years ago in medicine, how I was trained to treat hypertension and hyperlipidemia was based on studies like the Framingham study, which is this itty bitty, pretty much 99% white town in Connecticut. But now we have to apply this to every one of you out there. Does every one of you look like the 99% white people in Connecticut? No. So how does that apply? That's the question, right? So it applies to that population, but doesn't apply to everyone else in the world necessarily. So we need to take that lesson from pre-AI, and then as we're training our AI, ensure that we're including all the population so that we can make sure the outcome is accurate and worthwhile.
Yeah, so now you're going even further back into the design. Who is designing it? Whose perspectives are actually contributing to the design of these technologies that are supposed to help us be more efficient, to be able to help diagnose things? And so there's some really, really huge ethical questions around that, and 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 determining and who's making those decisions, who's making the hiring decisions, who's making the decisions around how those teams are built, who's determining what parameters that we're creating, and criteria we're establishing in order for us to create these, and sometimes we just don't know what we don't know, right?
That's fair.
And that's where the big kind of fear is. So I'm going to stop like taking us down a really like very bad dark hole, and I'm going to I'm going to stop asking ChatGPT questions and actually ask you all if you have any questions for our panel. Open it up to the audience.
Couple in the back.
Yes.
One in the back. Is there a mic?
Yeah, is there a mic for someone? Do we have a mic for the?
I could actually do that. I was listening.
Okay. We won't test you.
Environmental, in the sense I'm really interested in. Can you speak a little bit about how global warming can be is being, addressed, either directly or indirectly? Like how Bill Gates speaks about it, that something in that area. Touch base on.
So the question is, how are you saying leveraging technology around the reduction of reduction of global warming? Wow, anyone have that expertise? I can't speak to that at all.
I can say something, just a little bit. So when we think about data centers, right, like we're we're using technology, we're creating fantastic solutions, but then there's like carbon emission, and that's not nice, even if I'm smiling. But then I think that a lot of cloud providers and people that own data centers are beginning to see why this is a problem and address it. And for example, databases emit a lot of carbon, right?
Just
A lot.
websites alone, yeah.
Just the databases, right? I'm not even talking about all the other hardware infrastructure that exists in the data centers. And so being able to, and this sort of like comes back to the hardware that is being used to build out the sort of like those supercomputers, as well as optimizing the code that is written on those computers as well. Because sometimes something running for longer than it needs to, for example, we might not see the effects if you maybe write code, or maybe somebody calls an API. I'm trying not to use really technical terms here. Somebody writes something in a website that is supposed to run for like 3 seconds and runs for like 8 seconds. It's not a big deal because the difference is just 5 seconds, right? So it's like, okay, 5 more seconds, it ran and whatever carbon emission that we're talking about, and that's just 5 seconds. But when you have systems that scale and people are making 1 million calls to that same computer, or rather to that same process instance, and you are having 1 million 8 seconds as opposed to 1 million 3 seconds. Now, the difference is 5 million seconds, which is a lot more. And if this is a process that happens multiple times in a day, just think about how much carbon is getting emitted, right? And I know that this is something that a bunch of um, companies, cloud providers are beginning to think about. I don't know so much about hardware to speak, deeply into this conversation, but I know that this is something that is currently like happening, and you'd hear even within these companies, like these big companies, they have sustainability teams and they're talking about how they plan to reduce their carbon emission by whatever percent by 2030. So this is like something that many people are thinking about, and it's really top of mind. That I know. How is what I can't speak because I don't, work in that space.
Well, I'd like to also just share, as you were sharing that, it reminded me of a story. I know I keep going back to Walmart, but I think it was in 2000 that the then CEO, Lee Scott, at the time, made the commitment to focus on sustainability as a corporate initiative, which 24 years ago wasn't a popular topic of conversation. And people were like, what are they doing? But they've really led a lot of those initiatives because of their scale and because of the impact that those 5 seconds, so to speak, for everything that they do or don't do. And I don't remember the exact year, but I think that they're planning to be carbon neutral within the next 10 or 15 years. I don't remember the exact time frame, but that's it's amazing, because they have over 11,000 physical store locations globally. They did $611 billion in revenue last year, so that's kind of a lot. The Fortune 1 for a reason. But I just want to share this story because this was so interesting just to show the impact. Early 2000s, this question had come up to a number of store associates there, and they said, well, what kind of impact can we make at the store level? And there was an hourly associate who came to their manager after that meeting and said, we had this meeting in the break room, the associate break room. Customers never see this break room. It's just where the associates go to have a break, have a snack, lunch, coffee, breakfast, whatever the case might be. And there were, a smattering of vending machines in that break room, soda machines, snack machines. And so this associate said to the manager, I don't know how much of a difference this will make, but do we really need the lights behind the logo of the front of the vending machine to be on. We don't really need it. Like we could still use the machine if the lights are off. So what if we just unscrew the bowls for the 4 or 5 vending machines that are in the store? It won't really make a difference in our lives. It doesn't affect the customers in any way. Let's try it. He said, it's a great idea. They did that. The store manager told that to the district manager, and it kind of went up the chain. They ended up making like a policy that they're going to unscrew all the bulbs in all the associate break rooms across all the stores, and it saved millions and millions of dollars in electricity because it was frankly wasted. And one hourly associate had this idea to environmentally impact, the unnecessary use of electricity just from, sitting there like, what if we just unscrew the bulb? Like it could be as simple as that.
So yeah. 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 I was just I was just at COP28, the UN climate change conference and this year it was in Dubai. And one of the big initiatives they're doing right now is making what's called a just transition. It's making that transition so that anybody who's being affected by climate change and the reduction of it it's going to be fair across the board. It's not going to affect just the rich countries who can afford it, right? And they started what's called this loss and damage fund. The loss and damage fund is to be able to sort of the reparations uh, for nations and communities that have been the first climate change refugees and trying to rebuild. And you see this data going around and you see how important it is, and and they talk about this just transition, but meanwhile only $700 million of that money has been raised from these other countries. We're still trying to deal with the whole uh, oil and gas. We're trying to, everyone's still trying to figure all that stuff out. There's thinking so big that we're starting to lose those, it's still not a just transition when you have the people who are the first climate change refugees not having a home because their islands are underwater. So there's definitely some climate change uh, tech that we could absolutely use in cases like this. Yes.
Yes, climate change is extremely important. It's driving people a lot. One of the uncited facts is that there's tremendous attention here in the United States about immigration just coming from Central America. A lot of that's driven by climate change in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Central American countries. But here in the United States, some of what the use of our technology is driving negative environmental impacts. We have how much of the products that we're talking about deploying are based on plastics, when the cancer rates in Louisiana between Baton Rouge and Shreveport are 9 times the national average because of plastic. We have plants that are emitting particulate matter 2.5, largely in underserved areas, which are causing asthma, lung cancer, GI cancer, breast cancer, and unless we deal with those in the way we're producing the technology that we're deploying, we're making the problem worse.
Exactly. Unintended consequences of tech. Yes, sir. I think with this, we have time for, yeah.
Couple seconds left, so there you go.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Emil, and I'm the founder of Balto, where we are working towards something regarding this topic because we are building a data collection tool specifically for ESG data. So my question is, what do you think of the upcoming ESG regulations? What do you think, or what are good tips for us to succeed in that area, having been in that industry?
Anyone? I have plenty of thoughts, but I'm taking up too much space. Does anyone else want to answer that?
I'm going to
Yeah.
give more of a general answer on this, but it's more perhaps thought-provoking. We all know that what gets measured gets done, right? And so the more we're starting to measure and track data around ESG and other things that are important, not only to us individually or at a company level or at a national level or at a global level, but the more we pay attention to these things, the more we can impact them for the better. But I think for a long time, part of the issue was we weren't even paying attention. And now we're paying more attention, and so we're making, I think, collectively more of an impact and a change.
Anyone else have any thoughts? Yeah. So, like I mentioned earlier, ESG right now is such a wild west. It's like whoever is designing these things are kind of determining what should be measured. And I think what could be beneficial is just finding some standards that can be agreed upon, that can be like monitored and checked against, because especially now that they have, oh gosh, what is it? Is it 2 degrees? Um, the, 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 the increase in temperature, if it increases by a certain amount, I think it's like 2 degrees or something, then we're in real danger, right? That of not of going past the point of no return. And so now that we have that sort of gauge, how can we check our environmental impacts against that gauge so it doesn't increase it beyond that cap? Because that was one of the big conversations during COP28 was, there were times there were 2 times last year that we exceeded that cap. And so what does that mean? Does that mean we have just passed the point of no return? How long can we be past that cap in order for us to and be able to come back from it? So that kind of data is now out there. So how can we start standardizing it against that cap so that we don't exceed it? So that's just information that I was able to gather at COP28. But knowing what I know of, because I teach social entrepreneurship. I used to teach it at Stanford, and then I just finished teaching it at a small liberal arts college in Southern California. And everything, and right now, everybody is learning about what they should be tracking in terms of their operations, because so many companies operate in such different ways. Their suppliers, their supply chain, their demand chain, all of that, they're all very, very different. So how are you going to standardize something that is going to show that they are making market differences so that they are not creating more damage? So that's just my thought. I'm not an expert.
Thank you, leaders. Thank you so much. Give it up to our leaders one more time.
Thank you.
All righty, you guys. Give it up one more time for our leaders. That was a great discussion. Now, moving on, wearables like smartwatches and fitness trackers are becoming an extension of ourselves, and robots are lending a helping hand in our daily lives. It's like something straight out of a sci fi movie, but guess what? It's real, and it's happening right now. So get ready for some mind blowing insights and futuristic vibes with our speakers, Kate Visconti, CEO and founder of Five to Flows LLC, and Michael Cooch, the public speaker, CEO, and co founder of the Michael Cooch Group. Give it up. Sorry? Handheld. Yep. We ran out of microphones for the last panelists. Alrighty, here comes Kate and Michael. Give it up for them one more time.
Last time I had a mic in my hand on stage, I was doing stand up. So, uh oh.
That sounds good. That sounds like a story.
And it is a good one.
All right, how do we start?
Um, well, do you want a story of how I ended up on this stage right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Um, I volunteered to talk about this topic on a panel because I can talk about anything for 10 minutes with 5 other people.
Yeah, exactly.
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are. And I got called in just because I've got a pretty good experience from my time at Samsung and certainly at Apple with wearables and what the future is going to hold. So appreciate you guys taking time for us today and look forward to sharing some insights and hearing your questions and feedback. A lot less formal than a podium speech and a panel. So
Yep.
how's that?
That sounds great.
Yep.
Where's the fire?
There's the fire. Anybody have one? Come on, that was a joke. Lighten up, guys.
Fireside chat.
End of day. Fireside chat.
How awake is everybody? Are you wearing a wearable to monitor your heart rates right now?
No,
All right.
that's fair. So where do we start? What do you want to start with?
Well, I think based on your talk earlier
Yep.
about the future is faster than we think.
Yep.
I know I don't look like I'll be turning 50 soon, but 25 years ago, I was running the ATM channel for a Midwest regional bank called Huntington in Columbus, Ohio, and I was also a school teacher, and I needed extra money.
Mm-hmm.
And our ATM channel had spools of receipt paper in every single ATM, and every time there was a jam, anybody ever have money at the ATM not come out? Every time there was a jam, you were responsible for calling the bank and telling us.
Oh,
This was before IoT.
right.
And so I'm running the ATM channel. We're spending millions of dollars a year sending our armored courier service out. And they were bringing the spools of paper back. And my part time job to make extra money as a teacher was to read through spools of receipt paper to find the missing $10 that didn't come out when you tried to take it out of the ATM. Can you imagine that? 25 years ago?
It's amazing. I mean, we were talking about it earlier today for the guys. If you can't hear me okay, I'll try and speak up a little bit. The progression of what was to what is and what's about to happen is exponentially faster than most people realize. I can tell you in sitting down with meetings and even just talking to individuals here, the stuff you guys have in your hand right now that you probably bought 6 months ago is a relic. Okay, just plan for it. Much like 20 years ago when I was building a restaurant in downtown DC, I had a 1 megabyte digital camera and I thought I was a king. And now my Canon 5D is obsolete. It's amazing what's happened with phones, with wearables, with what's going to happen with projection and how they're going to be used, and what the thought process is that goes behind it. It's not as simple as detecting somebody's heart rate, how bad their golf swing is when they're on a golf course. Like I use one of my wearables for that. But I can only tell you that to adapt to what's about to happen, the technology is going to move so fast. It's going to be like the iPhone and Samsung phones rolling out every year. What is it, S20? Is it i15? What is it that's coming out this year? Because it's just going to change everything. And it's going to change from physical to perhaps implanted within the next 10. So it's coming. All the stuff you saw in movies 5 or 10 years ago, it's coming.
I was telling my colleague who's here about this movie I watched years and years ago with Robin Williams, where there was an implant in our brain that recorded our whole lives. Has anybody seen that? It was a really bizarre movie. And with that future is faster than we think thing and all of the stuff that I was thinking, reflecting, if anyone's gone over to the CXO 2.0, it's freezing in there, but it's really warm in here.
It is.
And so they don't have IoT with the Nest, with the thermostat, like
Right.
setting us up. So I think maybe one thing that's probably good for the audience is, what does IoT and robotics and wearables really mean? What does it mean to you with your company and how you've built all these amazing stores that I've been obsessively watching on YouTube now, to think about one of the things at one of my previous employers, Acumen Solutions, which is now part of Salesforce. We had a technology that we tried to implement back in the 25 years ago with ATMs, where it would know what ATM you were using, and then we could alert them and say, did you know there's an ATM closer to where you are that isn't a foreign ATM? And we were on that bordering of creepy. Like, so how many of you thought that us knowing where you were was creepy? And now it's like everybody knows where you are all the time. So what I was thinking about with that journey for you, and when people walk into an Apple store, and if I have an Apple Watch and they know immediately I walked in and what I'm interested in, they can come right over and know I'm there and just start talking to me like they know me.
Sure, sure. And I'll give you two perspectives because being lucky enough to work for, Apple and Samsung, two very different methods and ways of working about how they go about approaching wearables and how they go about displacing those products. in the particular stores. From my team, Angela and Eric and Brian are here today, and they can share some of their insights from our efforts at Samsung. But I could tell you at Apple, as you may have heard in one of the sessions earlier today, a little bit of a different approach to product and displacement in stores. Hey, we got an Apple Watch. Our marketing team has convinced you it's the greatest product ever, and it probably is. Samsung's effort was to put the product into an activity. So you had to associate it to something that you absolutely could not live without. We spent a lot of time just analyzing how I can convince you that that watch that Samsung has is more important than anything in commercial you would ever see from Apple, simply because we showed you the how. When you go into an Apple store, it can, in some areas, it can be a static display, and you're relying on commercials or feedback that you've seen on the web or on TV to tell you how that watch is used. Samsung, different environment. It's about product and activity. So two different ways of working is what we saw in retail across the board with those two companies.
I love that. I think one of the things, and I want to share a little bit about my company and why I was interested in talking to you, is what we do is help individuals access flow in the workplace. Has anyone ever heard of flow here? It's like the state of being fully immersed, like you all are right now in this riveting conversation. And one of the big issues with wearables that I'm even noticing right now is I forgot to put my watch on Do Not Disturb because I wanted to track my level of immersion in our conversation. And it's very distracting. So, how many people here, just a show of hands, think you're distracted at least 3 to 5 times at work? How about maybe 10 to 20 times? How about like 64 times an hour?
It's true.
And so
Very
here
true.
we are. I want to talk a little bit about the balance we need of wearables and robotics actually adding value to our lives at work, and like how maybe the stores you've built helped those employees access flow.
Sure. I can tell you that there are certain customers that we're working and engaging with. One in particular in New York is fully immersed in how your phone and how your watch engages with touchless environments. Is it within a 5 foot span, so a door span opens within 2 or 3 seconds? We call them the Star Trek doors. Is it something where people pass their watch over it, etc., much like Apple Pay does, or things like that? They're exploring different ways of using things in the post-COVID world, like we talked about this morning, so people don't have to physically engage with a particular effort within a constructible building. That's just one particular way. And then obviously you've got there are companies that I know, a good friend of mine and I talk all the time in logistics and product logistics. You can tell when people are having issues driving a truck down the road with the watch that they're wearing. Get them off to the side of the road and get some sleep. So it's not just about, oh, I need a text or I have an alert on my phone or timer, etc., and all those emails that you get there and do not disturb. They're trying to explore how everything can be used from a watch standpoint. And certainly with goggles, the people in the health section next door, they're talking about how to look at VR and things like that, and how doctor visits are taking place in the future. And certainly in real estate, it's its own little animal.
I love that. I want to talk about the truck driver story because um, my friend, when the Apple Watch first came out, she was super stressed out at work. And this was when it first came out, and it would say, like, your heart rate's high. Don't forget to breathe. And she looked down at her watch and was like, I don't effing have time to breathe. And of course, her heart rate went up. And in the flow cycle, this is struggle where you're releasing cortisol and adrenaline. And we need to like also let our workers get those reminders to take a break, not have a session go right up to 350 and start a new one at 350. So everybody's brain is in a little bit of cognitive load right now. So I'm curious with how you've been working with these locations and different clients and your own experience as a father. I think you shared with me how you leverage technology, IoT, to make our lives take out the stuff that we don't want to do and then feel and know when we need to take a break.
Sure. So I'll stem that off into a shameless pitch for the last keynote I have for tomorrow morning over at CXO. We talk about people, and we talk about the age groups of people and how conversion is playing into wearables and how they're actually used. If you were to ask somebody who was born in 1950, 1955, 1960, 1966, I'm here with wearables, right? I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's something that I can actually run with. If you were to ask my 19-year-old son, absolutely, Dad, can I get an Apple Watch? They're the coolest thing ever. I can't live without it. So what we're seeing is by age group, there is a defined conversion by what's being used and what isn't, and no more so as it is in wearables. Uh, if and I hate to say it that way, but it is true. When you look at the numbers and how conversion is playing in the retail environments, just 5 or 10 years ago, everybody thought that RFID was going to change the world. You were going to have cashierless stores, and you're going to be able to walk in and walk out. Well, lo and behold, 45% of people like that. Okay? That means 55% of the people aren't going to go to that store for that reason. So there's still a balance that's going to take place over the next however number of years where people are going to be working towards conversion of product, and not just because of a necessity, but because they've always become used to it. There's still folks like me that are still on the fence and may or may not use an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch, and I've seen all of them. I remember when the first Samsung Watch came out, it was half the size of your arm. And that was what, 2014, 13? The thing was a monster. It looked like something out of Dick Tracy. And the commercials were phenomenal. But as they got smaller and the tech got better, it certainly became a more viable product. But some people love it. Some people are still here. Yeah.
Well, I think it'll be interesting when you mentioned in your last talk about the aging of the world and healthcare. And so a lot of my other stories on this, another friend of mine who just found out he's in AFib through his watch and now is getting like preemptive medical care. So it was an interesting thing that I associated then to a story of my own when I went skydiving in New Zealand and I had my watch tracking my heart rate. Anyone want to guess what it was as I'm jumping out? It was over 200. And it was an interesting thing to track, but like similar with fitness, getting into health. So I'm currently on this 100-day challenge to work out 45 minutes every day, and my watch will remind me. So I'm curious with you, and as you're seeing that aging economy, what you think. What we can also delve into robotics and surgery and things that you're seeing that interest you.
Sure. I mean, if you look at when we go back to the demographics of who we are as people, mentioned it earlier. Some people have never heard this before, but for the first time in history, there are 5 generations in the American workforce, and there's about to be a sixth. It's never happened before. So then, as you look at the younger generation being outnumbered by the older generation by the year 2030, it has a direct impact on the stuff that we're doing in the working zone. So, folks that have been used to a traditional designs are still going to be working. And those are the guys we still deal with, but they ask the same kind of programmatic questions. Are we doing the right thing? What things should we be doing? And our questions back to our particular clients are simple. Tell us about what you want the environment to be. Rather than saying, let's make the watch work in the environment, let's talk about your environment. Does a wearable work for it? Is it something else that you should be using? Is it a badge reader, etc.? There are a lot of varied answers that come out from some of our clients currently, rather than people taking tech and trying to just say, make it fit. There are others that are asking the hard questions. Do we need to make it fit? And, certainly employee monitoring and things like that are always coming into play. You hear it 99% of the time. But I would just say that as you look at the demographic of the groups that we have from the age, it it's not going away anytime soon. It's not being converted into full use anytime soon. But you can bet the folks over here next door in health, they're using it. Certainly some of the teachers are using it too. I think the best use case for wearables will continue to be in the medical and education departments, and then certainly personal use.
I love that. I have a friend who's a teacher now, and then my friends with kids, they're taking their phones to school. And I couldn't get my kids to pay attention when there was no phone or computer. And my first student that said to me, I asked her a question, and she said, "Why don't you just Google it?"
Right.
Do I look old enough to go Google what's
Yeah.
Google? So yeah, it's a funny journey that we're on, and one of the interesting things I was hoping to get into with the wearables and robotics, to your point on asking the right questions. I recently hosted a panel on AI, and the speaker, Zach Fink at Aquas Consulting, said, "We can, but should we?"
Right.
And one of the biggest things that we talk about from a flow perspective is clear goals and a collective ambition. And so I'm curious, as you're consulting your store builds and things like this, how do you get them to articulate what they actually want to achieve to know which pieces fit in?
That's a great question. And we talked about it the other day, and I think we shared a good laugh. And it is kind of a funny story, but I'll share it anyway. And I hope that I know there's one former Samsung employee in the room. Is there any current Samsung employees in the room? Okay. Um, it was a privilege to work at a company that has so many unique divisions. Okay. Robotics, cars, clothing, home appliances, mobile, television screens, wearables, tablets, all of these divisions within Samsung. Okay. And I can tell you verbatim because I sat there. Coming from Apple, we were always asked the question, about, working with Apple and how that worked. And they were curious to see how different Apple was from Samsung. But when it came to the different teams working with each other, I'll just give an example. The table here, okay? I have the Senior Vice President and CEO of Home Electronics, Senior Vice President of Mobile sitting next to him, and she's the Senior Vice President of Wearables. And we're all sitting at the table in Seoul, Korea, in Crystal City, and JY Lee is talking, and the company itself was so fragmented that I was sitting next to Mr. Lee, and I would listen to the gentleman from Home Appliances say, "Can you please tell the person from Wearables that I'll be willing to set up a meeting with her next week?" And I'm looking across, I'm like, "Who's he talking to? She's sitting right there. Let's just hammer this out." So when I say that Samsung and Apple are two different companies, I'll flash back to the time in working with Steve, where you left your phone, you left your Mac, you left your notebooks at the door, and you didn't leave the room until it was fully resolved. And you didn't roll anything out unless it was absolutely perfect. So, to your point, there are companies that have pillared systems that are difficult to work with. They can't commingle, try as they may. As we found out, when IoT first got rolled out by Samsung, unbelievably gifted people. I was privileged to work there. But what I found was they couldn't find a way to talk to each other. And the victim of that was guys like myself and Brian and Angela. We're trying to displace products in a world, this world, washers, dryers, etc., TVs, screens, tablets, all of them together in an IoT world. But the true IoT world is interconnected. But I couldn't get the various divisions to talk to each other. So an interconnected IoT world was very hard to translate at Samsung 837, simply because of the pushback we got from the various divisions. Now, within other organizations, some Microsofts of the world, I've not worked there, Apples of the world, certainly been there, totally different philosophy. So it really is, to answer your question in a long sort of way, um, it is company centric of how these particular companies work together and how they solve their problems.
I love
Does
that.
that make sense?
I think the interesting thing too is they called themselves divisions. Very divided. So in that context, one of the things we love to do at Five to Flow is this cross organization survey diagnostic to understand how all of the employees are thinking and feeling. And one of the most important things is to take that information and see what innovative and creative ideas your people have. And in this world where technology is changing literally by the second, like with every data point put into AI, all of when I used to run a fraud department, and the whole rest of the world had gone to chip and pin, but the US. So I'm at this huge fraud conference, and they're talking about all of the IoT of theft, right? So crime is increasing as you sweep people's information off of unprotected Wi-Fi, et cetera. And we're talking about massive investments in things to protect us on this journey. So as you think about all of that and all of my data flying around in the air.
Hmm.
How are you protecting your team, making sure they're able to have continuous learning and time away from their hard work day to like keep up to speed, like come to conferences like this?
I still think it comes down to being old school. Um, I'm not saying it's more efficient, it's just a different way of working. It certainly makes it easier for me because I understand it more. Um, but I would say the collection of data is the one piece that's driving a lot of the eventual solution. Think of, and this is going to sound funny, so bear with me. I ask my wife a question all the time. How the heck does Google know that the traffic here is backed up? How do they put a red little color zone there on that street when I'm not tracking anything and I'm not going somewhere? I don't have my directions in there, but Google darn sure knows that there are 20 cars backed up here waiting. How do they know that? And how do they know that it's green for 300 yards and it's yellow for the next 2 or 3 miles and then red again? How do they know that without pinging your phone specifically constantly? And I reference that because I know when I worked at Samsung, we pinged phones. I can tell you verbatim. I know exactly how they do it, and I know exactly why they do it from the employee standpoint. So the conversion of that is hard data. The city of the future is going to be based upon swarm data. How people live, how they work, how they play, how they move, how they go in their neighborhoods, and the future cities are going to be designed based upon data that's being pinged right now and interpretation through AI. It's coming. You see it in some of the gifted individuals are already talking about how AI data is being used. I would just say it's going to be unbelievable how that data is going to be used in the future. Right now, it just seems like, to your point, data is everywhere, and they don't know how to filter it and use it. But you can bet that there's some people working on that.
So I don't know. Do you want to take any questions from the audience?
Yes, because I
Um,
talk too much.
what is everybody's biggest IoT wearable or robotics question that you came to this event for? Because everybody knows you're here.
Sure.
Everybody. You want it or you want me?
I'll take part of it, and you can take the rest.
Okay, you
How's
go.
that? I think it's probably the best use case that's out there because it has a use case, again, an activity, associate a product to an activity. So all of a sudden you've got a specific reason to go about this. I think it's brilliant. Why would you not use something that could save somebody's lives? Detect AFib 6 months prior to, or somebody who has a tendency to have this heart issue or health issue down the road because of their current lifestyle. I personally think that's a great use of technology and data. Um, we live in the United States. Okay, so as you know, whenever you buy a wearable device, you get a little package that's about this thick that tells you all the disclaimers and legal information that goes with it. So, as a society in the United States, I think it kind of limits us simply because there's so much to do with attorneys and all the stuff that goes on about your data, and nobody ever reads it.
Right.
So, there's a lot of that going on there. But to your point, the use case of wearables for health is off the chart. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. My comedic response to that would be I need my watch to tell me when I'm too close proximity to an ice cream store
Mm,
because my dad had diabetes and he used all of these things to monitor him. So it's a great question.
yep.
But when anyone has a propensity to those things, it's an amazing tool to use to make sure you're monitoring those things in advance and being proactive. What I would love to say about it too is the premise, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my co founder, who is a health and wellness consultant, and our goal to help people prevent diseases such as type 2 diabetes or anxiety and depression or things that lead them into burnout, et cetera, at work. And so, how do we think about with all of these things, with robotics, with wearables, that we're able to automate the stuff that demotivates people and get them really interested in their role and feeling healthy and well at work so we can be preventive on all sides of it, right? So if I have a propensity for the glucose issue, wearing that monitor, and if high stress is going to trigger an insulin response, or if it's going to stress me out and put me into an unhealthy situation, much like I prefer to have the dogs do that, the health and wellness dogs that know when you're about to have a insulin coma. But it's a very interesting concept to think about how much more proactive and preventive we can be, not just as individuals, but employers who help the employee know exactly how to get into a healthy state at work.
Sure. I think if you go retroactively back 25 years, I'll get your question just next. Um, I don't know if you guys ever dealt with a company called Buxton's Data Management. They, about 25 years ago, your email, your address, and your name. And they sold me on the product by saying, hey, just give me those three things, and we'll tell you everything about you. 2 weeks later, they came back with a book this big. And they told me how I tended to shop, why I was shopping there. They elaborated on all the data they had. Well, now that elaboration is going to take place in less than a millisecond. When you talk about the use of AI and the incorporation of all that data that you are through your phone or your device or wherever, it's going to happen that fast. So how do we use that data?
So for my next date, I need to just call this company and give them the guy's name and email, and then I can find out everything I need to know before.
It's scary, yeah. Scary. I remember I was blown away, and then now that we're in this tech generation, you can see where it's going.
Yep.
The tech is that much faster. Go ahead, please. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Great question.
I'll go first on this one. One of the when I mentioned I was monitoring something specific on my watch right now. There's an app called Tuesday that monitors your level of immersion and psychological safety in a given moment. So a lot of organizations that manage the culture on the wearable use to help us see how people are feeling in their workday. They also use it for levels of immersion when watching a commercial during the Super Bowl and other many use cases that they could share. But the biggest thing for us at Five to Flow, from an understanding of the culture perspective and that remote work and the separation, is how can we get back to collaborative teamwork and potentially use some of these tools, um, what I was mentioning earlier, if robotics and other things can automate the things we don't love, and then the time we get to spend together as humans is more spent with that intellectual conversations and all of that. So, you said it. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the individualization of it is a huge thing. Like, we can't make assumptions that a one size fits all for an organization is ever appropriate. And then following a really structured, which you mentioned change earlier in your talk, having a change management around it that's engaging for each individual to make sure that we are working as best as possible as groups, and also allowing that autonomy for people to work when and how they best work. So part of what we were thinking about from a robotics and IoT perspective also is thinking about how we don't have the adverse effect or the collateral damage to some employees when we're doing these other things and engaging them in that. But I wanted to leave time for you
No,
on that too.
I think you're spot on, and I would say I'm privileged enough to have worked in, uh, we'll just say every country in the world. I built something somewhere, with the exception of Cuba, and I can tell you that I've built a site in North Korea. So when I say I love your question, I love how you phrased it in the Asian culture, because the American culture is unlike any other culture on the planet. So I could say that how the folks in Tokyo relate to their coworkers is extremely different than those in San Francisco and New York, than London, than Berlin, than Moscow, than Stockholm, and then Oslo, etc. So I would say that, to your point, if it relates to the data and the ecosystem within that work environment in that demographic, how do we make that more efficient? So we understand these people are this way, and this is what's best for them according to the data that we maintain. Absolutely. Is it different here in the States? Absolutely. But I would still say it would needs to be centric to its demographic location, than rather than just a one size fits all. That would be my thought on it.
And one thing I'd love to add to that in regard to efficiency is, in my many years of change management, is if I said, we're doing this for you to be more efficient, and everybody else hears, oh, somebody's losing their job because he's going to do more with less. So the goal with a true change management is to tell you, what are you going to do with this newfound time that you didn't have? So when you were inefficient and we're helping you be more efficient, you can now spend time on the stuff you love, more strategic conversations, going to conferences, working on your own professional development. And so we have to really work on that change message of, all this technology isn't coming here to replace you. We have to make sure we're really conscious of, we're helping you get home earlier to your wife and kids. We're helping you have a less stressful day at work. We're helping you actually spend 5 more minutes with that patient who really needs that. I saw a question back there.
Sure, a great question. And certainly, again, shameless spiel. We do have the presentation tomorrow where we show a little bit of that, and then I showed what the city of the future could look like. But again, it's based upon data that people want. Is it predictive swarming, so we can manage traffic flow? Is it about some sort of next version of Uber? Obviously, electric cars, et cetera, that comes into play, more green, more efficient, et cetera. But the question then becomes is, how do you change Los Angeles from Los Angeles? Do you do it in sections? Do you do it in neighborhoods? Do you do it in boroughs? How do you change New York? I mean, obviously, that's an extremely tough question. I would say, based upon my time in China, in Chengdu, Shanghai, et cetera, and I know this is going to sound really funny, but I literally drove by a city that was completely closed off that was being built. So I can tell you verbatim, when you drive by and I say, what is that? And they said, that's a new city that's being built. I said, great, who lives there? Nobody. They were just building the city to house 6 to 8 million people sometime in the future. Is that something we can do in the States? I don't know. But is it something that we know that what we're currently going through isn't sustainable? Okay, we know that if you drive in Manhattan, I don't like driving in Manhattan. You look up in Boston, all the old streets, it isn't a sustainable living environment. So, how we're going to go about it, block by block, street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, is it going to happen in our generation? Possibly. Will it happen in our children's generation? Definitely, because it has to. It has to.
That's all he's got to say about that.
Yes.
I was just thinking about all of that. I lived in a lot of the cities you mentioned, and um, for Boston, smart city for me would be, would you please let me know there's a marathon today so I'm not going to move 4 inches in 45 minutes?
Or a
So,
Dunkin'. Or a Dunkin'. I love Dunkin' Donuts.
I think you can't throw a ball in Boston without hitting a Dunkin'. But I also lived in San Francisco, so very similar things. My IoT apps in San Francisco warn me when I decide I'm going to be healthy today and walk all the way to that business meeting without realizing that the incline of the last 500 meters are like,
Yeah, crazy. Yeah.
I got a mile straight uphill and then I'm really sweaty and
Yep.
unable to take the meeting. So stuff like that for me, just from a fitness perspective. I don't know a lot about smart cities, but I definitely have lots of ideas. I'll
Yeah,
share
smart
with you.
cities and robots are coming. I mean,
Yep.
we've already seen robots. We've seen transportation robots for product displacement. I've seen companies that have already created what I call the terminators. When they walk in a room and they make that, you've seen them, you hear them. Now, how are they going to be utilized? Are they going to in a warehouse? Is it in an auto repair shop? Is it in a factory, etc.? You're seeing the first evolution of what's going to come. Now it's just a matter of time. How do we get these particular environments to start syncing and talking together? Is it a dangerous time? Absolutely. As we know, we've seen data in the wrong hands can be a very big problem. But data in the right hands with visionaries like Steve, like Paul Marciano, like J.Y. Lee, those types of people getting their hands on data to create great things, I'm excited about it.
So my brother's been working building robots for 25 years at an automation company, and some of the different companies he shows me, a lot of them I think would end up in smart cities, but they build machines that then get taken to factories and those robots make the things. And what I'm most fascinated with that is level of accuracy, right? So when you think about the robotic arms doing surgery, he's building a machine that makes the sutures for surgery and how much better they are because the robot made it. But then I think about, well, then what does that do to the guy's job who took it away? But I'm like, now he's got a job to build it. So I like thinking about that whole cycle of
Sure.
we're all going to get to do cooler things maybe with our lives,
Yeah.
be more motivated.
True. That's true.
I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it was.
Boston's still my favorite city.
And Dunkin' is still my favorite coffee.
Awesome. Give it one more time for our leaders.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you both. Alrighty. So are you ready to peek into a crystal ball and see what the future holds for mobile app development industry in 2025? I'm sure we all have some exciting ideas. So let's hear it directly from our mediator, Ankit Bhuti, the Chief Customer Officer of Cordify Inc. and panelists. They will be tackling this session of how is 2025 going to be for mobile app development industry. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name's Ankit. I'm the CCO at Cordify Inc. We're a professional services org. And I just want to welcome my fellow panelists here, Cyril and Omar. Hello, how you guys doing?
Hi, very good, thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a seat. I know this is the last talk of the day, so thank you for being here and thank you for hearing us out. So, Cyril, Omar, why don't we just dive right into it? Why don't we start with some introductions?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Cyril Kemin. I'm the CTO of Nextday AI. I've been in computer engineering and software engineering for the past 16 years. I've worked in a French consultancy. I've worked in digital identity in the UK. I've also worked for Shopify, and I'm now the CTO of a generative AI company. So obviously, it's a buzzword. But I'm quite passionate about mobile application development. I spent 7 years focusing solely on that. So I'm quite looking forward to debate some of those topics with you.
Awesome. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Cyril. Hi, I'm Omar. I am the founder and CEO of the digital product discipline. DPD is a product strategy firm. We help small and big companies with product strategy and bringing their ideas to light. At DPD, we believe in empowering small and big companies and helping them achieve their digital goals.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here as well. So just to kick things off right away, what do you think is the role of AI and machine learning in mobile application development going forward? I know the topic says 2025, but let's just start with 2024 first. You want to
Do
take
you want
this?
to go first or? Sure. So I believe right now, with ChatGPT coming out and AI being such a big word, big buzzword, and all of these companies really um, racing to do something with AI, what is happening is there are people right now who are using AI in 2025 um, to help build applications. So, like for example, some of the clients that I work with, we have introduced almost peer programming with our programmers with ChatGPT, and it is really helping them move forward. However, I think in 2025, when people get a little bit of a chance to slow down and really think through what these experiences, AI experiences, should be and will be with some of their products. Like, for example, I don't know how many people over here know GitHub, which is like a code repository, right? Imagine in 2025, they actually have some time and you're going to have an app that is going to actually code with you, right? Like it's going to be almost Chat GPT, but for the coding world, which will know your entire code base. It'll know your company. It'll know what you're trying to achieve, and it will help you build it by you just prompting it. So I think in the future is going to be less pure programming with AI and more really letting AI do the work and you being the director of it.
Cool. That sounds about right. That's how the trends are going. What about you, Sorel?
I have a few points to add to that. I think what I found quite fascinating right now is the versatility of AI, right? It can help you uh, fixing your code, it can help you understanding a feature, a platform even. What costs a lot of money when you developing a mobile application is making sure that it is tailored for the right platform. Is it iOS? Is it Android? And that takes a lot of time. So I think what AI can help and can transform is fast forwarding those gap in knowledge, as well as helping you picking the right tool. If you're a little bit familiar with the world of software engineering, there is literally thousands of way of doing the same thing, right? And I think AI can not only help you pick the best tool for the job by giving you a summary of how it has been done throughout what it has been trained on, but also helping you understand on how to integrate it and how to fast forward the usage of said tool. So I think this is quite interesting, and it can happen today already. Now, if we try to move a little bit forward in time, I can see AI being able to tell you that actually that particular tool is not relevant anymore. You might as well use something that is just brand new, that just popped out, or even telling you don't use the tool because you don't have the usage for it. Don't create this entropy in the code that creates bugs and that makes application development a lot more difficult. Perhaps just do it in a much simpler way or remove the feature altogether because actually it won't help your user base. I think this is where the key is for next year. Today, we're seeing AI as an assistant, a tool that helps you doing things a little bit more efficiently. But I think where we're going to go is to see AI telling you, actually, don't do that. You want to use that tool to do to potentially improve, I don't know, user acquisition. And if you're doing that, you may increase your user acquisition by 2% over 6 months. But next year they will drop because this tool will get deprecated. There has been a notice of deprecation on the website and so on and so forth. And all those little detail that seems perhaps a bit too technical sometimes, that's the one that creates entropy that costs a lot of money to software engineering team, and that makes application development and product engineering a lot more difficult.
That makes sense, right? So AI as a tool is a trend that's been going on for a while and started 2023 actually. So in terms of UX, mobile is obviously the prominent form factor out there. Most of us have smartphones out there, and mobile app are now, one would say, as if not more prominent and pervasive than websites or web applications. So what about UX specifically, or mobile form factor UX that you see will change with AI? Because currently, what we're seeing is either you talk to a bot or you chat with a bot. Do you see any other UX alterations with AI
That's
in the
a
mobile form factor?
that's a very interesting question. Um, if you are familiar with what ChatGPT is doing, it is called generative AI, and the way it works is by trying to guess what is the most likely word to come after the first one it has been selected, right? So it's generating content, and in case of ChatGPT, it's mostly text that is being generated. What you're alluding to is what we've seen out there, which is generating images that exist already, is synthesizing voices is also already existing. And we've seen, I hope you have seen that, those mind-blowing videos that have been generated from a text prompt, right? You have fully fledged 3D videos that we can generate from explaining what you want. Now, to your point, I do believe that we can leverage very soon, if not already, in the coming weeks, we can leverage the power of generative AI to generate a different type of content. Should it be the code that generates your user experience, the code that will generate perhaps, a button or a screen for your users, or the screen itself? So if you've done product engineering, there is a point where you want to test, is this screen or this flow better for my users in this side of the world, or my this category of users? You probably even have noticed with your friends and family that sometimes you have a different version of WhatsApp than your other friend, or a different version of LinkedIn than your other friend. That is because they are doing what is called as A/B testing. They're trying out different screens, different user flow to see which one works best. That needs to be coded. It means if you have 2 or 3 versions of the same flow, you need your engineering team to do it 2, 3, or 4 times. With the help of AI, I am very convinced that in the coming months, not even more than that, we'll be able to not only ask AI to generate those flow for you, alternative flow based on your existing code base, but more importantly, to suggest for you, or you have an issue in your user acquisition. I keep using this example because that's the one that drives money. You have an issue here, and every month toward the last week, for example, you have an inflection of 10% in user acquisition. AI could suggest to you, this is based on this screen, this button is not clicked as much as it should be. Therefore, it can suggest for you, here is 4 variation of the button or the flow around this button, and you have to select maybe the 4, maybe the 1, 2, or 3. You press a couple of buttons, maybe 10 buttons, and you're live in production. No coding involved, no issue, no bugs, and you have all the tools required for you to understand after a couple of weeks if this A/B testing was successful. We are not there yet because I haven't seen, and maybe it exists, I haven't seen software focusing on that, but we can generate text, which is which is the same usage for coding. We can generate images, we can generate videos, we can generate audio. So everything is there to be able to do exactly what you said.
That's right. Uma, what do you think about it?
Yeah. And I think, yeah, just to piggyback off of what Cyril, you're saying, I believe that by like the middle or by the end of 2025, you're actually going to have generative AI that is going to be able to that you're going to be able to tell it that this is my design language, these are all my buttons, this is how everything looks, and you're going to be able to give it suggestions, and you're going to be able to give it a directive to always have my conversion at a certain level. And it is going to be able to generate these different experiences and test them, A B test them, ABC test them, and be able to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to stick with this one. And what we're really talking about over here is hyper personalization, right? Like what Cyril was talking about at the very beginning of just everybody having their own experience, their own app. If you are left-handed, your app will look a little bit different. If you hold your app a little bit, uh, on the top side. Most of your optimized buttons will be at the top, but the app will learn how you behave and how you interact with the phone, and it will update the experience and the UI accordingly.
I like that. App will learn. We know machines are learning, but app will learn. That's
Right.
pretty cool. So, for the mobile developer community out there, we were just about getting settled with no code and low code style of development. And all of a sudden, we have AI doing the code for us, like you said. And probably AI doing the code would just yield better results than no code or low code. What's your take on that?
Um, I think I so I believe that it's a good thing, right? I think it gives our engineers more time to think about things that um, like AI is probably not best suited for. Um, I think that it also negates the need for us to, like, for example, if you talk about code, no code, and cross-platform and everything, right? Like a lot of times we were now using frameworks like React Native or other not native frameworks to be able to optimize coding for two different uh, native apps. So for iOS and for Android. Um, but with that came a lot of cons, right? Like it is not the most optimal way to do it. It is not the best suited for it. The performance isn't there. You're not able to use the device's native capabilities to its fullest extent. Now with no code or like almost low code or no code, you're able to forego those kind of shortcuts, those kind of band-aids, right? Like you don't need React Native anymore. You can, within the same time frame or even less, build an app that is optimized for iOS, build an app that is an Android app optimized for both of those operating systems. So what, in my opinion, what you're now going to be looking at is way more engaging apps that are able to utilize the hardware to way better extent than what we were able to do before, and only because we were trying to be efficient. And with this now, like that, there's no need for it. So now you can build on the native device itself.
Right. So you think that's the trend for cross-platform development on mobile going away, or do you think that's going to stay and just going to get augmented in a certain way?
I believe it's going away. I believe it's going to go away. I believe that people are going to start building apps that are completely native apps that are going to fully realize the optimizations that they can and the capabilities of the native platforms.
Sounds good. So what do you think about it?
Um,
Cross-platform development and AI doing code for you.
I'm going to make a bold statement, I think, but I think what we see with AI is it can do repetitive tasks better. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is software engineers, what they are currently paid for is to uh, put together some text, some language, some coding that executes some task. You know, if you press on a button, it does something. Why software engineers still have a job is because we do that imperfectly, right? We try our best, and maybe it's subconscious to keep our jobs going. I don't know, but there is always issues if it's non-trivial. Now AI comes, and now you can ask AI, look at my code. You copy paste the code in Copilot or in ChatGPT, and you tell it, fix it. It can do it. Uh, Now, back to the question, I circle back to it, and following on your point, Omar, we are wondering how far AI can go. Coding, software engineering is based on text generation solely. ChatGPT is an expert at text generation, at inferring what is the most likely, the best combination of word for the desired output. That's coding, like 101. So I believe, my bold statement is just coming around now. I believe that with AI, we won't need to do coding anymore. And I don't think this is that far out. I would say maybe it's a couple of years away, maybe even less. So for the mobile ecosystem, we won't need to do cross-platform development anymore because we won't need to be coding anymore. We would just ask the AI, I'm going to describe, oh, I want a chat application that is able to do group text that support images. I want to be able to download and to upload the image. I want to be able to delete. You can go on and on and on about your requirement, and it will produce it. Like it already does that on a much smaller scale. Let me give you another example. In my current company, we have a website, and we had some issue with some production issue. And we needed to delete a huge amount of data. We have 1 million users, so when there is a big issue, it's 1 million of wrong data. And because it was urgent, we used ChatGPT to say, I need to be able to delete this type of data with this type of identifier in this language on this particular tech stack. The code was 99% correct with some example, some comment in it. So clearly, we won't need to do any mobile cross-platform development. We won't need to be able to do coding. We would just have to retransform as engineers and as leaders to find other tasks, because those one which I've been doing since the age of 12, I love coding, but the reality is coming to an end.
That's true. That's true. Well
What do you
said.
think yourself?
So I've been coding for about 15, 20 years at this point myself, and I love GitHub Copilot. It makes my life so much easier. If I was churning out, let's say, 1,000, 1,500 lines a day of code when I'm working on a new project, now I can extend that to 5,000 lines of code, and refactoring becomes easier. You can just not A/B test your functionality, but you can write ChatGPT. You can tell ChatGPT to give you two different variations of the algorithm, so you have multiple algorithms and all these choices in front of you. Looking up APIs and googling the language semantics or the grammar is just gone out of the window, because now I don't need to know that. As long as you know fundamentals of computer science and programming, you can code in any different language or any language, right? So earlier I was just an expert at C, C++. Now I can code in 10 different languages, and that's a plus. So I can definitely create a lot more software fast, and I love it. But uh, I think I think coding still has a place because software has architecture associated with it. And what I don't see AI doing right now is architecting systems. It's a great model to produce code, but it's not a great architect just yet. And I feel like that's where the sweet spot is for any software engineer to come in and figure out what the right architecture or the systems architecture is for the product that they're trying to build. Uh, Switching gears a little bit, uh, one of the core use cases of mobile, and we've been talking about this in the conference a little bit, is gaming. And we know the future is XR, AR, VR, MR. VR probably will have a different form factor, which is the glasses, but augmented reality runs on phones, right? And that's essentially just a mobile app. So how do you see, outside of AI and even including AI, but how do you see future of mobile application development along these lines of extended reality?
Yeah, I think currently it's underused, and perhaps because it's not super efficient just yet and not fully functional. I have a few examples I've used at home. I wanted to hang some paintings, and I was like, oh, I'd like to see how they're gonna look like on my wall before I drill a hole.
Right.
And well, it's not straightforward to find that. So that's one thing. You can find, an application. I think IKEA does that, I believe, where you can actually put furniture within your home and you can look at them. I think it's IKEA. Maybe it was Wayfair. So, but it is very limited yet to their use case, and it doesn't work as much as it can be. But I do believe that it will definitely open up to a different type of application. Now, thinking about content generation, because that's what AI is focusing on nowadays, you could think of, instead of using IKEA and being limited to IKEA type of furniture, you could ask the AI, can you please tell me what sort of table I should put here? You film your living room, make sure that you know the right color, the right lighting, whatever are the requirements, and you tell it, okay, now give me an option for 3 tables, and you could see those tables on your phone. Even better, yeah, in different colors, in different styles, and even better, it's on your phone, and now you say, okay, can you put it on the TV so everyone can look at it, and you ask your friends, your family, your whoever is with you, what do you think? Now you can take a screenshot of it, and you can say, oh, send it to my mom. My mom is currently living in France, right? And She's much better than me at interior of the decoration. I mean, I'm bad at this. So I will ask her, I'm like, oh, what do you think about this? And instantly she could be on the call, on the TV, looking at exactly what I'm doing, the augmented version of my living room with my 3, 4, 5 tables. So I think it will be um, a new trend, and I think AI will definitely help making it a lot more uh, easy because of the amount of uh, choice you will have from a user perspective.
Right. Omar, are you seeing a more demand for applications which have XR, AR enabled?
We did, I would say, like last year and the year before, there was a lot of demand for like augmented reality kind of applications. So, like for example, we were working with this jewelry company that wanted to digitally scan all of their product and be able to for people to be able to see it on themselves or try it out before before making a purchase. We were working similarly with a furniture company as well that wanted to, have their product and be able to have people see it and try it out in their homes and things like that. Um, I will say though that in my experience, s- and even with clothing, for example, we had somebody who wanted to do it with clothing. We actually worked with a large luxury distributor where we helped them create an app that digitized their product and created and had them become NFTs, which can then be worn and bought by people on a Zoom video, or if somebody was wearing um, virtual reality glasses or AR glasses, they could see you in your new Versace coat that you just bought digitally. But in my humble opinion, I don't feel that the medium of mobile device of like mobile phone is really that conductive to like it's not a very good medium for AR or VR kind of experiences. I think I and even like the new the Vision Pro, those kind of things that have come out, like too bulky just yet. I don't know if you guys know, but Ray-Ban just worked with Meta to come out with those glasses, like AR glasses. I think that's where a lot of your AR and VR is gonna come out from. Like, it's AR is going to be in glasses. I don't think phones are going to do it justice. You need a huge phone to be able to do it any kind of proper justice. And then virtual reality is full headset.
Right.
So yeah, I think mobile device is just not the right medium for it. But we did see a lot of people trying to minimize their returns by letting people, try things on without, ordering 4 or 5 different versions of it and then returning the rest.
Well, there's tablets, right? I mean, it's not a headset, it's not as small as mobile, but then I see a lot of tablets being used in specifically in education use cases where there's augmented reality learning content, and schools are using that for engaging their students. Uh, you mentioned engagement with AI and XR. Uh, you mentioned that developing mobile apps will be easier, and it's going to get easier and easier. No code, low code, AI doing the code. Let's talk about distribution. There's already millions of apps on both Android Play Store and Apple App Store. So if you're looking at developing an app which is now getting easier and hopefully more engaging, what's the future like for distribution of these mobile apps? How do you get your app into the hands of customers if you're starting out from scratch now or in near future?
I personally believe that going through the native app stores is going to be by far the best way to distribute your app. I know that there has been recently this ruling, against the Apple App Store, and you're supposed to be able to distribute your own apps outside of the App Store and everything, and that is great, right? Like people should have the ability to distribute their product however they want. They shouldn't be limited by an app store. But I believe that um, when you have Google Store, Google Play Store, the Apple App Store, they provide a service where they try to maintain the quality of what is being built for their devices. um, if you take away that garden, or if you take away that policing, or that like quality control, what you're going to start seeing is a lot of apps that are not very good, you know. And what's that's going to turn into is, well, if you want to go and get a good app, you're going to have to go to the Apple App Store. So by design your app stores that are from those native from those native platforms are going to be the better place to go anyways. So I think it's good that people have more flexibility and more, and that you don't have to pay the homage to the Apple App Store, and you don't have to pay them for distribution, and you have other choices. But I think if even moving forward, if you wanted to get a good quality app, you would still be going to the Apple App Store.
Makes sense. And Cyril, I'm going to have the same question for you, but from a business perspective, right? I mean, if you end up paying one third of your revenue to the App Store, and if you can truly implement SaaS in its native form on the App Store, and given that we can expect that there's going to be more and more number of apps, and the volume of apps is just going to keep increasing on the app stores, then how do you strategically differentiate your app?
I guess I mean it's a very good point that you made about the what it costs, right? Apple App Store and Google Play Store are excellent platform, but they take a third of your revenue to provide this service.
That's right.
They have an agreement. Both of them is exactly 30%. Not anymore now in Europe. It has changed, and we can talk about that maybe offline. But so I think it is expensive, and for young companies, for young startup, for someone that just wants to create an app and have some revenue, or maybe as a side gig, it could be a lot of money. So I think from a business perspective, the question you have to ask yourself is, where are your users first and foremost? I believe that technology is there to bridge gap, to make people more linked together, to allow them to access what they couldn't. So to that point, I think Apple's strategy to be quite elitist is not quite in line with that, but they're doing very good product. But there is not only um, let's say the rich countries which can afford the extra price that you're gonna have to pay to use the app. You have a lot of emerging country that don't have a population that can afford an iPhone. Therefore, if you want to reach those users, then you can put the app on your Apple App Store and paying you 30%, but you won't reach your users, right? What happened in those places is they usually don't have iPhones, therefore they have Android phones, which I think is globally around 80% of the smartphone on the planet they are Android. And in those emerging countries, they also have alternative to the Google Play Store because then they can offer a less bigger cut. Sometimes it's free, and to your point, Omar, when it's free, where you pay what you get, which is here, you don't pay much, so you don't get very good quality. You get fake apps, you get viruses inside your app. So there is that to consider. But if you want to reach, I'm gonna just name few countries that I've worked with throughout my career. Thinking about Brazil, thinking about India, those countries they have alternative to the App Store because they have Android phone and they have not the latest smartphone. When you return your smartphone and you get a bit of money off, those smartphones are shipped off to those other country to get less of a lesser grade smartphone, and they have also less powerful phone. So you need to think about where are user base, what service do you want to provide, and then maybe you have to get familiar, get acquainted, or get comfortable with those alternative store. They are lack of rules, but they are bigger reach because it's great to be able to provide again, as well services in Apple App Store and Google Play Store, but you're only going to reach so many people. Like I said, if you're doing I know they are very popular in India, matrimonial app, for people to meet. If you only on the Apple App Store, then you not gonna succeed
Right, right.
at all. Um,
Actually, I read a news very recently that some of the matrimonial and matchmaking apps in India were removed from the App Store, and there's a big fuss about it. Funny that you mention it. Um, because we're talking about trends for mobile development and up till 2025, 5G is pretty common now, and they've already started to talk about 6G coming fairly soon. The mobile processors now with more GPU power is becoming stronger. Where do you see compute in future? Is it going to be in the server or the cloud, or do you see the edge on the mobile is sufficient compute to make these strong futuristic apps that we're looking to build?
It's interesting you mentioned 5G because I think we are in the world where there are multiple speeds, right? We here in the US, in North America, I'm talking about 5G, 4G. You're like, yeah. Even though I'm saying that, when I landed here, I come from Canada, and I received an SMS telling me there is no 5G where I am. I was like, what? I can only use 3G apparently around here. I haven't rechecked if it was just temporary or not, but here in the US, there was a time between the airport and the hotel here where I couldn't use 5G. So now let's talk about the rest of the world. I know that we are very much North American centric, but even in France, there are a lot of blackout zones where you don't even have 2G. Uh, and let's talk about emerging country where they don't even have data. They use SMSs to make transaction. So, and I know it's not where the money is, at least not yet, but this is where the user is. This is the people that are coming up. They are emerging, right? They are not third world country anymore. They are emerging in technology. So it's great to think about these, but I want us to try and be a little bit more inclusive. And AI and technology that helps us developing faster means you spend less money on development. So hopefully you can spend more money on making it available for more people, including the one that will in 2, 3, or 4 years be your new customer. Like in the company in which we are working, a lot of our customers are coming from North America and from the developed country in Europe. But we have also a huge amount of people from Brazil. They are different type of users. They are not spending as much. They are not converting easily, but there are a huge amount of people because there's an appetite there. There is a desire. So how do we help and how technology, 5Gs and all the things is factored in your development. If you are a global brand, then you have to understand that you can't have an angry application that is require relying on heavy and fast network because you don't have that everywhere. And again, even in the US or even in Canada, you have zones where you have barely any data. Still have people there.
Right, right. I mean, that's certainly true for consumer apps. Omar, what's your take on the compute? Is it shifting to the edge, or it's going to be in the cloud for the next few years? I mean, obviously the mobile market is fragmented based on the power of the phone and the spread of the cellular networks. But
So I think uh, like what we were talking about before, where AI is able to help you optimize your applications based off of what you're trying to do with it. I think there is a role for AI to play in over here as well, where based off of the device, based off of what your speed is on your app, on your mobile device, based off of what country you're in, based off of where you are, the app can function differently. It can optimize, it can go from being a server side app to a, on the client app. Like it should be able to shift and be, again, like hyper personalization, right? Like be able to personalize it to that degree that, hey, you are using a 5-year-old phone that has this GPU. Most of the time, you're getting a 3G, if that, connection. If you are downloading this app, I am going to optimize it for your experience. I think by the end, like by middle to end of 2025, those kind of things and those kinds of optimizations would be possible.
lovely. All right. I'll probably open this up for audience. Audience, do you have any questions around mobile application development in the future? I'm sure all of your businesses, if not a few, at least have. Sure, there's a question right there. Yeah, thank you. Right. All right. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question. For everybody who does not know Maui, Maui is kind of like React Native. It's the new technology from Microsoft, allows you to do cross-platform mobile application development. But essentially, consumer versus business apps and some serious business apps which need complex logic are frameworks like Maui and React Native still going to be relevant, or how soon or slow you think this trend of custom development for each platform through AI code will take place?
Um, there was a lot in your questions, and I'd like to address them all, but I don't think we can. I think I'm gonna take an example from my experience. So I worked in UT, which is a digital identity. In terms of non-trivial app, we are still scanning document on the phone. So scanning your passport, your driving license, reading the chip from the phone. We were also doing face authentication, face verification, face matching, liveness matching to make sure you're a real human being. All of that with a heavily encrypted, in a heavily encrypted manner, with almost a distributed form of storing the data across all devices. So non-trivial was an understatement. Uh, we were the first early adopters, pretty much, of one of the technology that is doing multi-platform, because we wanted to make sure that the critical part of our system was done once, tested properly, and reused multiple times. Now, I was at a time spending a lot of time with the technical leads to implement that and to go, around the issues with the platform. It took us a fair amount of time to understand how this cross-platform tool was working and to make it work. And for the exercise, I'm still in touch with them. I was like, oh, do you remember this problem that we had? And I sent them a video of me typing the question in ChatGPT and having the answer. So that is how far we came from, what was it? It was in 6 years ago to today. So I do believe that AI will move at a pace and will be that efficient that we won't need to have to consider cross-platform, because AI can produce the code for us and most of it. Because cross-platform is only interesting because it saves you time to not have to do it twice, to not have to test it twice, and to have to implement it differently because of the platform specificities. So if you remove the need to have to understand how you make it, working properly, if you can ask, okay, produce this piece of code for me, I need to do X, Y, Z, but not A, B, C, and you can do that today, then you don't need to have cross-platform uh, development anymore. I'm not saying that they are going to disappear, because that's not how things work. But equally, if we ask the question a year ago about what we can do with generative AI, a lot of people didn't think that today we will have full-blown 3D videos generated by generative AI, right? That's how quick things are moving. So I'm going to double down on my statement. And I do believe that next year at this conference, we will have a far different conversation as to how much is left for software engineers to code themselves.
I like that. You're doubling down on the fact that we will not need it. Umar, do you have any thoughts on that? But more specifically, Umar, business versus consumer apps. Because to her point, business apps will be like an extension to what's already on the web. So it's not just about sharing code between iOS and Android, it's also about sharing code between web and mobile itself.
Right. So I think um, there's a difference over here, right? Like a lot of your business apps kind of they suffer from not being mobile responsive. They're not, and it's less so of developing an app that is specifically for a mobile device or cross-platform, but is more about designing the experience so that it is mobile responsive. So whether you are on a desktop or you are on a tablet or you are on your device, as long as your design is mobile responsive, you don't have to worry about whether that is going to be cross platform. So I think business apps need to become, or business app developers need to better understand the value of design and mobile responsive design, and not just think about like people sitting in their desks and being on a desktop, and understand like what, like be able to cater to both of them. And that problem goes away with mobile responsive design, less so of cross-platform development.
Makes sense. I mean, one thing that we do not have time to touch on, but I just briefly want to mention is 10 years ago, I had two different laptops, one for my enterprise job, one personal. Then a few years ago, my company allowed us to take the laptop and we had a VPN software on it. But then when business apps comes on your phone and you have your work data on your phone, mobile VPN or VPN for your mobile device is still not as pervasive. Uh, I don't know, for some people, maybe. I know there's tools out there. So security of business apps on your personal mobile phone is another thing to think about. And I think it's going to get more and more complex because if you have AI running on the phone and your work data is on the phone as well, and the companies are actually paying other companies to kind of protect their data on the cloud, who's protecting the business data on your phone, right? So it becomes a little tricky over there. Any other questions? I think we have time for one last question. And I know, again, this is the last session for the day, so we'll take any questions. Yes, please. Yeah.
So I would say that it's less so about like where we are and more so about the fundamentals of good application development, right? Which is user centric. Like you have to understand your user, you have to understand where they are, where they're going to be when they're going to be using your applications, what is their pain points and what are they trying to do with your application, and based off of that, which medium works best for them. Which, regardless of whether we have AI or we are in 2030 or 2035, it's the basics, right? Like you have to understand your user. If you're just going to go ahead and build an application to do certain thing without truly understand your user, without truly being user centric, having a user centric design, and then like if your users are on their mobile app for the most majority of the time, then yes, absolutely, it should be mobile first. But if your users are going to be spending 95% of their day at a desktop with a screen that is a 25-inch desktop screen, then you optimize for that, right? If your users are going to be on the go and they're working from home and they're going to have a a a laptop with a 13-inch screen, then you optimize for that. So it really is first truly trying to understand who your user is, where their needs going to be, and where they're going to be when they're going to be using these applications, and then optimizing more for that.
That's right. Well, I guess, and gone are the days where app by itself was a product. Now apps are commoditized. The product is something else. The app is just a part of it. It's either the content and the app together, content, app plus services all bundled together. So more and more startups that I see are actually offering solutions. And to his point, the solution itself has to be user centric. An app is just the touch point where you meet your user. Good. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, one last point on this topic. I think what I've seen in my experience as well, in particular for those business app, is we consider the business user as less important than other users. Might be right, might be based on numbers, it doesn't matter. But I think one of the side effects of that is that we are not even trying to understand how they are using the product. Is it on web or mobile app? Like I've seen so many users when you ask them, okay, so how do you use this feature? You look at them and you're like, what? That's not how we thought about it. And to your point, I don't think it's about the platform. It's about making sure that the way it has been developed is working for them, is monitoring those behavior. And I think AI again can help on that, can help pinpointing that, this brand new feature you've added is used by one users out of your 150 business users. You don't need it. So I think there is a lot more that we can do to make sure that when we develop mobile application for business users or a product basically for business users, that we understand their requirement and we go with them on the journey, because when they start using it, they're going to shift their behavior based on what they see on the screen. And this is where we need to be good product people, good engineers, which is hand holding them towards the new version, understanding the new needs that we have created by releasing the first version.
All right.
I'll stop
Thank
there.
you. I think I have the signal. Thank you, both of you. Omar, Cyril, thank you for your time.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
All right, give it up one more time for our leaders. Thank you. Alrighty. So, looking forward, the Internet 2.0 conference is delighted to welcome visionary professionals and thoughtful leaders. Through our recognition program, we will celebrate their innovation, dedication, and profound impact on the IT and tech industries. So let's offer a warm welcome to Dame Dee Wong and CEO of the Yes Academy, who will be helping me hand out these awards. Give it up for Dee. Dee, you just got promoted. You're my new Vanna White. So let's dive into these awards. Number one, we have Burju. I need to tell everyone, I'm so sorry. I was not prepped on these names, so please, I don't mean to offend you. Number one, we have Burju Gajar with the Leadership Award. Burju is a seasoned enterprise technology leader with 16 plus years of experience, excels in B2B, B2C, and digital transformation. He advises on multi-million dollar projects and specializes in enterprise application development, retail and e-commerce, software commercialization, and mobile app development. Now, awardees too, I also forgot to mention that you guys do have an option for a 30-second thank you. Really, really quick. We don't have enough time to go through everything though. So if you want to say thank you to anyone in particular, please let me know. And next we have 40 million papers up here. Next we have Adora Winodu with the Outstanding Leadership Award. Adora is a senior software engineer and vice president of the Nigerian VRAR Association, currently working at Nexus Scale. She is known for her contributions to cloud engineering, developer platforms, and promoting virtual and augmented reality technologies. Do you want to say thank you really quick? No? Okay. And next we have Atul Apait, Outstanding Leadership Award. Atul, Chief Research Officer at AI 2030, is renowned for pioneering advanced AI solutions across sectors like manufacturing and healthcare, with a strong focus on generative AI. We'll just pretend like he's here. And next we have Dr. Barry Latchman with the Outstanding Leadership Award. No, Dr. Barry? Okay. Dr. Barry, President and CEO of Latchman Community Development and Consulting, is nationally recognized leader in healthcare for the underserved. He has over 50 years of experience in providing care, program development, and administration and advocacy for underserved populations. Next, we have CloudRec Inc., Outstanding Organization Award. You guys knew it was an award ceremony today, right? Okay, just making sure. This award is to be received by Krishna Mohan, but CloudRec Inc. is one-stop cloud-based technology platform that allows clients to find the best possible candidates at optimal costs and job seekers to find their dream high-paying jobs. Krishna Mohan? All right. I feel like I'm at an auction. Going once, going twice. Who's the next leadership award? Next, we have Devin Noonan with the Outstanding Leadership Award. Yay, we have one that showed up. So Devin, strategic growth leader at Bedrock, excels at spearheading revenue-generating activities with focus on customer acquisition and partnerships. With a history of leading top-performing teams at Gardner Inc. and founding the Noonan Group, LLC, Devin's expertise encompasses contract negotiation and strategic planning. You want to say a little thank you?
No, just super honored and grateful for this award. Really a testament to the incredible organization. Brand new facelift and rebrand. Sexy office, double the size. And this is just the start. So thank you for having me and really appreciate this honor.
One more time for Devin. Next, we have Bedrock Outstanding Organization Award. And this is to be awarded by Devin Noonan again. Oh, counterpart? Okay. So Bedrock is a world leader provider of supplier management technology and services. It is a well-known organization which recovers lost revenue, simplifies payment, minimizes risk, and reduces onboarding time for finance and procedure teams. Thank you. All right, again, next. You're going to find out really quick why I'm a stand-up comedian and definitely not a teacher, but Emil Shikorik? Yeah, okay, Young Leadership Award. Emil is the founder and CEO of Betlo, leading the deep tech team of 9 to revolutionize consulting through AI, focusing on ESG, blockchain, and AI. Holding a mathematics degree and pursuing an MBA, he leverages to expertise to innovate and outsource day-to-day work in AI. Thank you. Oh, do you want to say thank you?
Hello, I just want to say thank you to my entire founding team because I couldn't be here without the people who are actually building on our MVP right now. So I'm very grateful for everyone and especially my friends who are right there with me in the back, cheering the most for me.
Next we have Farzana Abdul Hussein. Perfect. For the Outstanding Leadership Award. Farzana is the CEO of Creative Friends Inc., leverages her 20 years of experience in design and strategic consulting to drive business growth and enhances user experiences globally. Congratulations. No. And next we have the Advanced Video Systems Outstanding Organization Award. This is to be received by Jeffrey Weiss. Yeah. Oh, you switched suits on me. Jeffrey Weiss, again in costume change, is the CEO and founder, Advantage Video System, and is one of the leading system integrators for media and entertainment industry, building numerous productions, post faculties, and VFX houses, and completing over 250 television stations nationwide. Okay, perfect. I love it. I love it. He knows the production schedule better than I do. And you're right. Up next is Jeffrey Wise, the Outstanding Leadership Award. He's also the CEO of the Preparedness Network. And Jeffrey, did you want to say a little thank you too? Lovely.
Hour. So I'll take the full hour. I just want to say, I really appreciate all of you. I have had such a wonderful time meeting so many of you this week. And I also want to say what wonderful people this conference has. They, from running around and making sure I got my schedule on time, to making sure I got my interviews done, to getting my panels done, to meeting and making this an enjoyable conference. I've really had an incredible time. Mostly meeting people like you, meeting my peers, and getting to know you and conducting business with you guys. Incredible. And receiving these 2 awards, and the one I received this morning, also very, very powerful. I hope to take the leverage from this and create something that we can come back next year. Blow your.
I love it. Congratulations, Jeffrey. Next, we have Kevin Mann, Outstanding Leadership Award. Kevin, the president of Resilient IT, specializes in CMMC compliance for DoD contractors in the Northern Virginia and DC metro areas, leveraging over 2 decades of experience. Recently certified as a CCP, he is driven by a commitment to national security and integrity. Congratulations. Next, we have Mahendran Sathanian for the Outstanding Leadership Award. I'm sorry. But he is the CEO of the Consultic LLC, is a reverse technology professional and serial entrepreneur with a global influence across sectors like automotive, financial, and healthcare. His innovative contributions and leadership have significantly advanced operational efficiency and effectiveness. You want to say thank you?
Hello, everyone. Thanks to the interactive conference. I'd also like to thank my son, my daughter, and obviously our friends and your family. Who has been supporting me in this journey. Right, thanks.
Next, we have Manis Stroth for the Outstanding Leadership Award. He is a senior data management and analytics executive known for his experience in data architecture and IT strategy, particularly in the insurance industry. He excels in strategic planning, budget management, and building stakeholder relationships, driving operational improvements through data interpretation. You want to say thanks?
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for
Next, we have Robert H. Sachil for the Outstanding Leadership Award. So Professor Dr. Robert, a distinguished figure in pathology, radiation oncology, and environmental health sciences, holds prestigious positions at UCLA and esteemed roles at various universities, including in China and the Hunan University. Would you like to say thank you?
Thanks you organized very much of this work, and it is actually
Next, we have the Chain Am Corp for the Outstanding Organization Award. This is an award to be received by Sathya Krishnaway. All right, we'll give it up for them. Chain Aim Corp is a company that focuses on driving emerging technologies and providing services for innovative practices. So one more time for Chain. And last but definitely not least, we have Alvin Liu for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Another one missing. So Alvin is the founder and the chief executive officer of Ethicable. He has 7 years of experience wearing many hats as a full stack software engineer. Congratulations to Alvin. All righty. One last big applause for all of our nominees and our winners. And with that, we conclude the first day of this conference. I hope you enjoyed connecting with all of your peers and making lasting connections. Friendly reminder to use the InternetTubeConf hashtag. And now we're wrapping up, so we'll see you on day 2. Have a good day, guys.